Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X Regional 2 for Europe. We head into the second week. That's Stage 2 and then Stage 3, of course, tomorrow. I'm your host, Leaf X, alongside me, Gibbs, Shogun, and Johnny Boy. We got a bit of a pre-show to talk about some Rocket League before we get into the action. And I'm just curious, Johnny and Shogun, how you guys have put up with this. How have you not put in your contract that you don't want to deal with Gibbs and I anymore? How are you still here?
It's true. We just keep ending up back here. I don't know what's happening. It must. Well, it wasn't me. Just want to make that clear. So if either of us did request that, it has to have been Shogun because I'm claiming innocence.
No one gets to keep up with their New Year's resolutions, but my New Year's resolution was to be a bit more of a team player, and I consider this one definitely taking one for the team. Okay, Johnny. So if I'm going through it, then you're stuck with me.
And of course, it's always Gibbs and Leaf. It always has been. And here we are again to talk about some Rocket League. Of course, as I mentioned, we are heading into Stage 2 here, which means we've had some Rocket League before. We started with 32 teams. We've gotten down to 16. By the end of today, we'll have 8 heading into tomorrow. So let's recap where we started before, starting with 32 teams. Let's take a look at Group A and B. Looking at Group A first here, these 16 teams went at it to get down to 8 teams going into this next week here. So obviously, Gibbs, we've had some upsets already on that first day.
How does this keep happening with Oxygen? I just don't understand it. They will lose in these regionals, go 2 and 3, and then they'll make the finals of the grid. Every single week, it seems like. I don't know what is happening with them, but they're out once again. But teams like BDS and Giants, you want to talk about consistency? These two teams continue to beat any team below them. They have some trouble sometimes with teams like Oxygen or Vitality when that comes down to the grid. But when it comes down to everyone else, they continue to succeed.
Yeah, this is this group. I mean, for me at least, Shogun, this was the biggest upset. I'm not sure if there's anything else that really stood out to you there. It felt like Oxygen was the biggest story.
Well, Oxygen have just done so well with grid results. They have been smashing everybody. They've been continuously, getting up to those final spots. And you look at a team that is taking on the best that Europe's got, constantly getting into those top 2, and you say, all right, well, that team should easily be able to sneak its way through to the top 16. And for some reason, top 2 is very easy for them. Top 16 is very difficult. I do not get it. It's something that, we can speculate all we want to. You just literally have to glue your eyes to how their comms are, what it's like for them, because something is going wrong there, and I have no idea what.
Well, we're going to speculate about them in a few minutes. As you can see, a grid is one of the options, and we know that we're going to be talking about them there. So let's take a look at Group B as well and see if there are any upsets coming into that. Oh, look, there was Shogun. There were definitely some surprises in this one as well.
Yeah, certainly was. I think Triple Trouble are going to be very disappointed as well with their result. They have won a couple of grids. They keep getting themselves into top 8. Dignitas, oh my goodness. I mean, it just keeps getting from bad to worse, doesn't it? We talk about Oxygen and how bad it's been for them, but at least they've got a couple of upsides. For Dignitas, this is just bad situation hit on top of another bad situation, but a couple of teams that we weren't expecting quite so much. Trainhard, the former Venk, coming through very well. They've started to look like a very consistent force in the region, and S2V Esports sneaking their way through, which they'll be very pleased with.
Johnny, which of the? Oh, sorry. I guess you're getting right on it. I was going to say, which of these really caught your eye?
I mean, it's hard to look away from that Dignitas result, Leaf. It just sticks out so clearly, and what's really dangerous for Dignitas, it was really bad news for them in my opinion, is that they had what you would expect to be a really easy record there. It's not like they got an unfortunate draw, picking up a tough matchup in round 2 to another team who got upset in round 1. No, they faced every team there they should be beating on paper. They should just be comfortably beating, given the history of these players. And they just can't do it. They lost 1-3. Oxygen going out 2-3, 2-3 twice. Just very, very close both times, but not getting the job done. That's unforgivable as well for those guys. I think that's even worse with the 1-3 score against teams that they really should be destroying.
Well, of course, we can't recap everything, but we want to get some of those matches out there that were super juicy and that you guys really should go back and watch. So I'm going to start with Gibbs here. Give us a highlight match that people need to go check out.
We got to talk about Fadeaway, man. These guys have looked so good. So Regional 1, they go up 2-0, then they don't make top 16 because they lose their next 3 matches. Well, this time that didn't happen. And the one match that I want to talk about is Top Lokes. When they played them, This is the team, Top Blokes, that won the grid that week, 2 days ago. And they have been nuts. A 3-0 sweep fadeaway versus Top Blokes. Absolutely insane. And it wasn't even close. Top Blokes looked a bit shaky, but fadeaway, every chance they got, they secured. And they just looked so good.
Yeah, fadeaway were fantastic. I mean, going straight through 3-0, beating Dignitas, beating Endpoint as well. No losses in their run straight into stage 2. However, Top Blokes do have their revenge there already, because first match of the day today, Top Blokes got the rematch against fadeaway, and they swept them. So really interesting to definitely go back and watch that game, and then you can get some context for how crazy it is that Top Blokes have swept them today, because they really did look like something else.
Shogun, how about you? Which match you got your eye on?
Well, we've had plenty of time to talk about two teams that have hit a rough patch at the start of the season and not really recovered. But I want to talk very quickly about a team that is recovering. Team Liquid against two Baguettes last week. So Baguettes got some very good results for themselves. So this was one that could have potentially been a banana peel for Team Liquid, who they've got better weekly results now. They have put it together to at least get themselves to this stage off a 3-1 record last week. So for Top Blokes, I mean, for Team Liquid, they will be very pleased with what their progression has been, and look to continue it from here, because as we have seen, you know, it's very difficult to get yourself out of a bit of a rough patch, and they were in the rough patch after that first regional, and they seem to be turning it around.
Yeah, 3-1 on the day. They only lost to Vitality, which is expected. The only issue I have with them is still their defense looks very, very weird. They go for double commits all the time, and I'm a little bit worried about that. They lost their round 1 that we'll talk about later, and now they have to play Vitality in round 2. So it's going to be a tall order to see if they make that bracket stage, but they have shown through the grid that they can get some positive things going on. So I want to see what Team Liquid does, because it's a tough road, but they can do it. We know Team Liquid, they can beat Vitality. They've already done it twice in the offseason. We'll see if they can do it again.
And Johnny, you're up next.
Oxygen versus Guild. What a match it was. Oxygen had a pretty tough run, I would say, you know, compared to some of the other teams who just dipped out at 2-3. They had to play against Guild, they had to play against Barca, and they lost both those series. But this was a really fantastic series to watch. There were great moments for both teams, but Guild were able to clutch it. And yeah, definitely an important match, given the fact that not only did Oxygen go out 2-3, but Guild also made it in 3-2. This was, you know, early in the day, but turned out to be the clincher late on when both teams fell one side or the other off that qualification line.
It was ridiculous. We were casting this one, Johnny, and we were standing just like, okay, it's been in 5 minutes since Oxygen scored their first goal.
Yeah.
It's been 10 minutes, it's 18 minutes, and they've still not scored anything. And then we just got a near reverse sweep immediately after that. That just shows how quickly momentum can shift in this esport. But Liquid were able to sort of close it. Definitely, they do have a bit of a reputation of when things are going wrong for them, they can capitulate quite quickly. So for them, being able to turn it around in that game 5, I think might actually be not quite as impressive as a perfect sweep against a team like Oxygen, but impressive to show us that they've got that in them now to be against it, to have results going against them, and still get back to it when it matters.
Well, we've looked back. Now let's start to look forward to today, of course. Let's take a look at the group that we're going to be seeing and the 16 teams that made it out of the 32 from last week. Gibbs, I just want to briefly mention here, it's good to see Magnifico back.
Oh, yeah. They barely scrape by once again, but they are here, and we know that magic will happen with them. So we'll see how they do today. But this is how these teams all played out. BDS and Giants, top 2 seeds. Vitality was the 3 seed coming in, but they already lost round 1 once again, so they've dropped down. So it's anyone's game. It's very hard to make it to the bracket stage. And teams like Vitality that I expect to easily make it, they're already dropping games. So anyone can do anything today.
Well, we're going to move on. We got a lot to talk about today. I just want to do a little bit of a recap here by looking at the grid. Of course, the grid is a 9-week series. It runs alongside the split and each split. So take a look back at this. The EU teams have been playing. I just want to talk about Oxygen again. We did mention them because Oxygen's had polarizing results, Johnny, between the regionals and their grid.
Yeah, a lot of teams will look at Oxygen's run in the grid and think, why haven't they been able to translate this into RLCS X regional events so far. And I think quite simply, the only match in the grid, the only real game that will replicate the kind of pressure that you'll get in these regional events are the grand finals. Now, in all 3 grand finals that Oxygen have reached in the grid, they really didn't show up. They lost 4-3 to Triple Trouble, 4-1 to Top Blokes, and got swept by Vitality. It seems to be getting worse and worse, even if you look at the results one after another. I think that it really tells us a lot about how this team are handling the pressure situations. I mean, they have such high expectations for themselves that they might be just crumbling a little bit underneath that, combined with the pressure of what all the fans are expecting from them. When you pick up a player like Azrael in the offseason, everybody expects you to just go win a world championship. And yeah, Oxygen just haven't been able to produce the results under pressure.
2 goals they scored versus Vitality in 4 games. Vitality, the first team to win 2 tournaments this entire season. And Vitality, they haven't looked perfect, but they always show up when it matters most. And that is a grand finals. You know you will get the best Vitality when everything's on the line. And they showed it here once again.
We're going to move on, but briefly, Shogun, before the show, you're kind of mentioning that the grid's kind of showing a bit of a hierarchy, I guess, now that in you that we haven't really seen before.
Yeah, I think Europe's always been a case of, we always come into this and just go, oh, well, it's Europe. Let's just throw some darts and see what the results end up being. But it feels like for once, Europe is starting to settle into a bit of a, all right, here's our top teams, here's our middle teams, here's our bottom teams. I think it's definitely helped by the fact that we are now looking at 16 teams rather than a couple of seasons ago we were only looking at the top 8, whenever we were looking at the top 10 last season. You know, it's very easy to start separating them there, but we've got a bunch of teams that are really, like, a successful week for them is getting out of the group stage, and then we've got a bunch of teams where it's just like, all right, we want to be hitting those top 4 teams. Like Giants, BDS, Vitality, Oxygen have all very much cemented themselves as the expected top 4s, and it's all about trying to dislodge them for those positions. But there's also a couple of teams that, you know, have been doing very well there. Triple Trouble continue to be making the grid their own. So, you know, a lot of interesting stories. If you haven't been catching the grid, make sure you do go and watch all of that because, yeah, it's been good fun.
Well, we're going to move on here because this next statement could be a little bit fun. For you guys, it says the best, but for us, our note says, build your own dream EU team. So the boys have sat down and put some thought into this. Hopefully a lot here because I'm going to pick them apart on this, on their favorite or what they think would be the best EU Dream Team. And I think we set some rules that you can't have players from the same team. So you have to separate it out just to give a little more fun to it. So I want everyone actually to reveal theirs at once. And then I'm going to see whose is the most ridiculous. Yeah, get that out of the way.
That's a big
who's the most ridiculous, and pick on you guys. So everybody get your papers ready, and we're gonna flip it on 3. So here's their EU dream teams. 3, 2, 1, reveal.
I don't know if this is
what do we got? Okay, we got. Okay, I see one player. All right, yeah, we're going with Shogun first. We're going with Shogun first. You're gonna have to talk about this. Greasy, Fairy Peak, and Monkey Moon.
Stay behind the whiteboard.
Yeah, just yell loud.
Go ahead, hide.
Okay. Okay, so as we all know, the most important thing in the world right now is that Greasy becomes not just Greasy, but 2-time world champion Greasy. Whenever I wake up in the morning and I see the snooze button on my phone, I think about pressing it, but then I remember I can get up today and live in the same world that is about to head towards 2-time world champion Greasy. So I was thinking to myself, well, my dream team would be the team that I consider be most likely to get me the ideal 2-time world champion Greasy. So as we can see, Greasy up top, then Fairy Peak, because every dream team I feel like needs Fairy Peak. He is that good. And as we know, since we're not allowed another player from the same team, but any world championship team requires 2 French players. So I went for Monkey Moon to keep that pace up, to overwhelm opponents, and to get the task done.
Johnny, you also had Monkey Moon, but Shogun says you need to have Fairy Peak, and you don't have Fairy Peak.
No, I've just thought to myself, right, who's the best team in the world right now? Probably Space Station Gaming. Do they have any like current or former world champions on their team? No. What do they have? They just have 3 really hungry, players with incredible mechanics and solo carry ability. So I thought, okay, if we're gonna replicate that in Europe, obviously it needs to be a full French team. So we're going with Itachi, Monkey Moon, and Alpha 54. Yeah, they definitely, between them, no world championships. They've got the drive to get that win. They can all speak French in comms. and they can all solo carry games. So, yeah, I think that's a team that's infinitely better than Shogun's.
I mean, I might have to agree with that one a little bit more. But Gibbs, you did share a player there. Alpha at least made it across both your rosters.
My team's going on a hiking trip. It's the 3 biggest backpacks right now in Europe. We see Archie, he carried Top Lokes to the grand finals of the regional. And Alpha, I'm sorry, he's carrying that Vitality team most of the time. And Astral, we all know what he can do. But I want some of that young energy with Archie. Right now, I would say probably not ready for a grand finals, but in 10 months, like if there's a world championship, I could see him there. So I think this team is pretty solid.
He doesn't speak French, Gibbs. Archie doesn't, as far as I know, he doesn't speak French.
This team doesn't need comms. It's 3 backpacks, all right? They're all going to carry at different times. They don't need comms. It's perfectly fine.
Oh, yeah, I need you guys to let us know how terrible you think Shogun's picks were here by going on Twitter and tweeting at him.
Everyone wants what I want, okay? Everyone agrees with me here. They all want 2-time world champion Greasy Meister. The teams are soulless, Gibbs and Johnny. Soulless.
Triple A team, baby.
You got to vote with your head, guys. Like, Shogun's trying to appeal to your hearts here. He's trying to, pull in your heartstrings. Ignore that. That's manipulation. Go with your head.
I'm openly admitting to manipulating Twitch chat right here. Allow it to happen.
No.
Vote with your heart. Your head doesn't tell you anything good. When was the last time your head told you, oh, let's do this, and you actually agree with it? No. Listen to your heart. Listen to Team Greasy.
Listen to Team Greasy. I can say that I do like where you're going with this. You have my heartstrings a bit, but at the same time, I think that's a team that will stay in the dream. So let's move on to some reality here and talk about a team that is looking to repeat their success from last time. We got to talk about BDS. Let's focus our thoughts on these guys. Regional 1 champions. These guys have shown that they have what it takes. They've been getting pretty good results, even in the grid. We've seen them go fairly toe-to-toe. I think 2-1 or 1-2 is their record against Vitality right now, one of the best teams in Europe. So BDS has shown that they do have a bit of consistency going forward. There's some things maybe they need to put down. But Gibbs, what do they need to do to replicate their success and take another regional?
Just keep up with that speed. Not many teams can compete with them when they are playing as fast as possible. We've seen it with the Vodafone Giants can probably keep up here or there, and Vitality. And outside of that, maybe Oxygen, but they're not here anymore. So, like BDS, I think will easily make this bracket stage on their speed alone. They are so talented, and I expect them to be one of these top 2 seeds.
And for you guys too, I guess I got some thoughts here. I mean, do you think speed alone, Shogun, is going to be able to pull this team some success, or is there some more foundation that they're going to need?
No, I think for now, especially when we've had so many roster moves happen and so many teams are still trying to find their own identity, just being able to overwhelm them is going to be by far enough, because we're going to see teams trying to adapt on the fly. They're not going to be able to do it. So many teams are just going to be completely of an identity right now. So if they can just, blitz them with pure speed, that'll probably do it. They're going to need to get a little bit more than that in the future when teams do start to catch up, when they do start to form, and those top 8s get a little bit more difficult. But this format rewards consistency more than anything else, and you are not going to find anything more consistent than BDS being faster than their opponents.
That's a question I have to ask Shogun is like how much, or not Shogun, Johnny, sorry, how much weight does do these these grids results have then? I mean, obviously we've seen Oxygen show that clearly there are different beasts here. For BDS, are we only going to look at how they've been performing in regionals, or do we take into consideration their consistency across the grid as well?
I'm only really looking at their regional performances. Okay. Like I said earlier, I think the grand finals of grid that's the only match in the grid that probably replicates the kind of pressure you're going to get in the regional events, and it's the only match that will replicate the kind of environment that these players have to play in. So yeah, BDS, they haven't really made it that far, and luckily for them, like we keep pointing out, Oxygen aren't here. They keep getting eliminated, which might be the best thing for BDS, because that seems to be their one team that they just can't handle. They keep losing to them over and over again, but Oxygen keep getting eliminated before BDS have to play them, so BDS don't even have to worry about that. I think they're just going to keep doing what they're doing, to steal the words of my grid co-caster Smellsworth. Right now, BDS, they're playing so well that all the other teams are just going to get 8 by Mark.
I guess that's a good one to steal away, I suppose. I like that one. Shout outs to Smellsworth. So I want to get a percentage here then from each of you guys before we move on. Gibbs, I'll start with you. What percentage chance do you think BDS has to take a dub in this regional, in regional 2?
Percentage chance? to win the entire thing, I would say probably like 35%, because I think that is still pretty favorable when there is a bunch of teams left.
That's high. That is
pretty high. Like, I think Vitality is right there with them at like 35% also, and then 30% for the rest of the field. Maybe Giants to take up a lot of that, but yeah, maybe 35 is a little bit high, but that's where I'm going.
Yeah. Okay, Johnny, where would you have had yours in?
No, I think that's high, but I wanted to point that out because some people hear 35% and think that's not that much. Yeah. But in the context of how many teams are left, that is high. I kind of agree, though. BDS are like easily one of the favorites. I think I would agree with Gibbs. Them and Vitality have to be the top two to be favorites to win the whole thing. And yeah, I like that. You know, bold, but I agree. BDS are just that good right now.
Shogun, quick math. What's the percent?
No, Johnny's already looking at me on this one. I'm gonna have to go. I'm actually gonna agree entirely with the 35. I might go 36 just to be the optimist of the group. But overall, you've got to look at how things are. When it comes to the format, they have just been phenomenal. When it comes to Swiss, we already mentioned that Vitality are their biggest threats. Vitality already have a loss today. That already puts them a little bit further down in terms of percentages. So yeah, I think that's where that extra 1% comes from. Taking 1% off Vitality, thrown over to BDS.
Well, it's enough of guessing. We get to see some actual results. Now, let's take a look at what went down in the first round. There's already been some games that have been playing while we were talking here and just before. We have a lot of games, so we had to get some of them out of the way. Here are the standings right away, and an immediate result for me to look at, Gibbs, is Renault Vitality already down a game.
Yeah, 2 Game 5s. Barrage Esports take down Vitality 3-2. That is huge. And then Team Liquid, they also fell to the old Vent Game and Train Hard Esport 3-2 as well. So 2 big Game 5s that went to the 2 underdogs, I would say. Maybe Vank or Train Hard, you could say a little bit more favorable, but it's still two big results. And we're only starting. It's only round 1. There's going to be a lot more of these throughout today.
And of course, speaking of BDS, they took down Shogun Guild. I know you've been following them along here in the grid there. 3-0. Are you surprised by the result? Do you think Guild can bounce back?
I think Guild can definitely bounce back from that one. I don't think it's a matchup result that's already all that unexpected. But I do want to give a shout out right here to Barrage. That is now in 1 week they have beat Oxygen. And they have beat Renault Vitality. That is a CV right there that you would start handing out. That is an incredible result.
Well, Johnny, are we going to see this kid carry on, or is this a bit of a good streak here that's going to end pretty soon for Barrage?
It's pretty hard to say. I mean, this Barrage team, they snuck in. They needed that 5th round win to make it into stage 2, but they've started off stage 2 with a huge bang. I mean, if they can take down Vitality, the team who are just really usually very consistent in this kind of event against the lower level teams, and well, pretty much anybody that's not BDS, then they must be playing some great Rocket League. So yeah, I believe that they must have a chance, especially looking at all the other results and how many top teams are already struggling.
Well, now that we've seen some science, some hard fact, how the results were already, let's start to make some guesses again, make some predictions here of who we think is going to make it through. I mentioned at the top of the show here, only 8 teams make it out of today. Started with 32, down to 16, and then down to 8. That top 8 is very hard to get to. Let's find out who makes it here. Through Swiss, you can make it through a variety of stages. You can finish early and go 3-0, or have a very long day and go 3-2 to make it in. So Gibbs, I'm going to start with you here. You usually go with the easy pick, but I feel like that one's out the window today.
There's only one team that can begin 0-1 and somehow find a way to advance 3-0. And that would be Vitality. I've picked them every single time. I'm picking them again 3-0. I know it's impossible, but there's only 3 teams that can go 3-0 here. There's only 3 picks. And I picked this before they lost their match, and I didn't want to take one of the other ones away from Shogun or Johnny. So I got 3-0 Vitality. I know I'm wrong, but that's okay. 3-2 Fade Away. Fade Away. They are a solid team. They've looked good for 2 regionals now, and obviously they've had some mishaps here or there, but I like what they've been doing. They did lose already a 0-1, but I think they can narrowly make it to this bracket.
3-2. I don't know. I have the faith for like a 3-1, not a 3-0, but a 3-1 at least for Fade Away. I've been liking this team, but I mean, we'll take that. I think I agree they'll be through. Shogi, who you got in your predictions? Who's 3-0? Who's 3-2?
Okay, so I've been going a little bit out there recently with my predictions, and they haven't been going very well for me as of late. Last week, I managed to get both the teams through, but I managed to get them switched on which team was going 3-0 and which team was going 3-2, so that was weird. But I'm going to go easy mode for my 3-0. I'm going to go with Giants over there. I think, You know, if we're going to talk about how BDS can overwhelm teams with their speed, Giants deserve just as much credit for the exact same play style. I think they are very well suited to this style of tournament. On the other side, I know I said earlier on I was going to go with Team Liquid, but if you can beat Oxygen and if you can beat Vitality in the same week, you deserve a bit of hype going behind your name. So I am going to go with a huge upset throughout the tournament. I'm going to go with Barrage to make it through to top 8 under a 3-2.
He's flipped the script. He did have Team Liquid written down here. He has flipped the script on us.
He's literally deleting
He's off the rails. I don't know what's going on anymore. Okay, I guess Barrage. Is taking the...
Just Barrage?
They're going for crazy pick again.
Happens from last week. They're going 3-0. So,
all right. Well, I mean, that is out there. So that leaves Johnny. Are you going to keep this a little more grounded?
Yeah, I'm sticking to I mean, you can't really go more off the wall than Shogun's predictions usually. But yeah, I think BDS are going to go 3-0. I know, crazy prediction. What an amazing guess that would be if it turns out to be right. But also I think Magnifico are going to go 3-2 because they keep going 3-2. Cool. They've gone 3-2 in every single Swiss stage so far, all three of them. So surely, even though they started off with a 0-1 here, they're going to pull it out of the bag again.
He's had a go at me, and he's picked a team that has got a worse record than the team I picked.
But they go 3-2 every time, Shogun.
Yeah, but here's what's going to happen, Shogun. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Barrage at 2-2, and you know exactly what's going to happen at that point. Team Liquid's going to win, and Barrage will be out. That's how it works.
I'm waiting for the 2-2 matchup. Magnifico against Barrage. There's going to be like a little side stream going on of me and Johnny just
they're going to be fighting over in the corner.
You wanted Greasy to be the next world champion, right?
Look, I get to win no matter what. There, I've set myself up fantastically.
You also lose no matter what if you think about it.
Like I said earlier on, I'm the optimist of the group.
No, glass half empty.
All right, can we get comms on those guys when that match is happening later? I just want to listen to them. That'll be we're putting them in as the commentators now. But we got to look forward, of course, because we're about getting to kickoff here. So let's talk about the matchups we do have going forward. Round 1 is done. We're going into round 2 right now. Of course, we have 2 streams happening. We have this one right here, twitch.tv/Rocket League. Also, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. We got a couple matches over there. So hit that squad button at the bottom so you can watch both matches, or open them up in separate tabs and put them across all your many monitors that you gamers have. But Giants versus Libertas and Solary versus Guild will be over on that match there. And over here, we have Renault Vitality versus Team Liquid as our second matchup. And our first matchup is going to be BDS versus Endpoint. So let's talk about that matchup. BDS versus Endpoint. We have BDS just coming off a dub 3-0 against Guild there. And now they're faced up against Endpoint and Virtuoso, the Demo Lord. Now, I'm wondering if that's even going to work against BDS here, Gibbs, knowing how fast BDS is.
There's a lot of hot and cold teams in Europe, and Endpoint is definitely one of them. Last week, I was not even picking them to make it through, and then they played Team Singularity, and they scored 19 goals in 3 games. How is that even possible? So Endpoint, they can show that they can put up numbers, but you're playing BDS. There's only 3 consistent teams right now in Europe: Vitality, BDS, and Vodafone Giants. And I don't think a hot Endpoint can even take down BDS at this point. So it's going to be a tall order for Endpoint for sure.
Are you guys feeling the same here in Twitch? Let us know if you think Endpoint's going to have a chance here. We know that they could put up goals. I feel like a lot of it comes down to Metzenaris not hitting the post. We've seen how many shots he can put up across all of his matches here. So hashtag BDS in chat. Let us know your thoughts. We're going to talk about ours here. Shogun, I'm going to go to you first. Gibbs gave his thoughts. Throw a prediction out there as well. Let's get our predictions out while you give your thoughts.
Okay, so we already talked about the speed. We talked about the way Virtuoso plays. I honestly feel like this is going to look like, a cat trying to follow a laser pointer. He's going to keep trying to run around. He's going to keep trying to get a hold of it, but it's a laser pointer. It's not really there for him. It's already moved beyond. So I see this one as a BDS victory, 3-1 here.
Okay. Endpoint's taking a game, Johnny, according to Shogun. Do you agree with him?
I don't think so. I think, BDS, they're on a hot streak already, 3-0 over Guild. Yes, Endpoint have taken down Solary, but Solary for me are, not the threat that Guild are, even though Guild have struggled recently. And I expect BDS to sweep this. If they drop a game out, we'll be surprised, but they need to play well for sure.
Gibbs, quick prediction here.
BDS 3-0. Easy.
Okay, yeah, I'm with Gibbs. BDS 3-0. Chat, hopefully you guys pick BDS. Otherwise, you guys are wrong. But I want you guys also to know to go online on Twitter and let us know your thoughts. You do have BDS good. At RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. Let us know your full thoughts, not just a hashtag. We want to see what you guys actually think about this match. But of course, we have to get into this match right now. It's going to be BDS versus Endpoint, and it's Shogun and Johnny to take you the action.
I feel like if we keep doing these pre-shows, Johnny, we're not going to be able to put up with each other for these games very long.
Indeed.
It's very, very catty. We were just in there, but
yeah,
we have got ourselves a very interesting one here. Endpoint versus BDS. And it really is. BDS should be taking this one.
Yeah, for me, I've got my, predictions, ego on the line. So obviously going to be low key, maybe even mid key, high key. Maybe not rooting for them, but let's get into the match. It's BDS against Endpoint. Winner of this is going to go 2-0 on the day and have a perfect record and a great chance of making it in to the top 8 for Europe. Endpoint, if they can grab this, oh my goodness, that'll be huge for them, especially given how dominant BDS have been recently in RLCS X regionals.
No, Endpoint barely squeezing through last week, 3-2, as Extra looks to start us off on the goal scoring. He's going to leave it for Monkey Moon, and it wasn't exactly the most powerful shot required ever, but it was good enough to turn in.
Yeah, really good play there by Extra. Just forcing a bad save out of Metsonaris as he comes in field off the wall with a cheeky little catch on the ball. That is just one of the many things that Endpoint are going to need to look out for. BDS are so dangerous with their ground plays and their aerial plays. I think that's one of the things that separates them from a team like Top Blokes, who are so deadly in the air but don't really have that same threat when the game goes grounded.
And there is obviously an awful lot of talk about the Virtuoso demo style, but BDS very capable of being very physical themselves, especially when they do launch the ball to the air. If you do leave someone on the ground, they will go hunting for them. Happy to take that swipe as they move through for the boost. There's Monkey Moon, leaves it for Extra. Just trying to beat players to the ball, not always going direct. Mark by 8 shuts down the corner. It's really not much of anywhere to go right now for Endpoint. Might have another one going past them at this rate. It's Relating Wave, huge block from him before the pass could come through.
Already BDS looking sharp. They're just very confident that they are the faster of the two teams. No respect for Endpoint speed, no respect for Endpoint's aerial plays. If they can keep up that kind of early challenge style, Endpoint will probably need to just go for the counter-attacking plays, maybe pick out Virtuoso. That was a chance, actually. Surprised to see the backboard undefended for BDS, but Endpoint's accuracy lets them down.
It was a little bit of a boost issue for BDS. They couldn't quite pick too much up. So it was definitely their chance on Endpoint to try and put something in and retie this game. Oh, huge miss from Metza. Extra turns for it. Good position for Endpoint to work with. They just got to make sure they don't give this over to BDS for free. They've got to try and make sure they keep on the challenges, because this is what happens if you don't. Immediate turnaround. It's not a good ball from Mark. Good pop from Metza. Wants to go all the way to the backboard. Monkey Moon will leave it for Extra. Neither team really happy to fully take control of the ball just yet. It's very much just been going for aerial plays, going for long launches. If we do see that play start developing, you think that definitely suits BDS, especially with a 1-goal lead.
Oh yeah, BDS are going to be very happy to play the long ball against Endpoint. They're the harder hitting team, they're the faster team, so if they can get this ball moving around the field quickly, they will just have even more advantages than they already do. Endpoint, I think they just have to try and draw BDS in. Let Virtuoso do his work. Look at the passing by Monkey, hits the crossbar. This is, again, dangerous for Endpoint. Both teams have hit the bar now. And Endpoint will be glad to see that one come off the woodwork. They, are going to struggle to come back from 1 down, far less 2.
Does start cutting across the middle. Metza pops it. And it's very stylistically an interesting matchup as well. There's been a few times we've already seen Virtuoso looking to go on the hunt, but whenever that happens, BDS is a team that like to trade players, they like to hit long, see whether or not they can get a good touch. Speaking of good touches, Extra might have got 2 players out for that one. But for them, this is very much a game of trading. As long as they can get 1 player out for at least one of the opposing sides, then they'll be very happy, because Virtuoso will already be out of position. They will have that 3-2 advantage before anything gets started. Mark's just going to slot it in, and Endpoint could not deal with the corner.
Yeah, it's just all too easy for BDS again. That's so careless of Metsonaris. He's so casual as he tries to take the boost and the ball in the corner. He needs to stay goal-sided that one. You know, the days are gone where you can take a heavy touch, a little grab of the boost, and then get back underneath the ball before the challenge will come in. BDS are obviously going to throw someone into that position. Oh, that's a good 50-50 though, and what a response by Endpoint. Virtuoso lurking upfield. We've been waiting for that. It's not all about the demos for this guy. He likes to cherry pick. He likes to sneak into those positions to take shots. And that was just off a very strong challenge from Relating Wave.
Relating Wave doing a smart idea, realizing that it was going to be full pace coming at him. So he did have the opportunity to take his time and really pick the spot, which he did fantastically. Metzer is on the far side. He might be the option to come in here. Came in a bit too late. Coming in from the right-hand side, which certainly did not help his case, as Monkey Moon narrowly avoids Metzer, takes to the air, wants to go the entire way, and Virtuoso will keep it out.
I think it's the expertise of the 2v2 game mode that really enables BDS to be so good against that demo style that Endpoint catch other teams off guard with. You know, demos are becoming more of a part of threes these days. Oh man, this is just so brutal to watch. There's just no way that Endpoint can keep up with BDS pressure. And you got Virtuoso just underneath the ball here. And Relating Wave likewise. Nobody really anywhere near getting a clear.
I think it's an underrated part of BDS's play is that not every touch that they take is at the net. They are very happy just to keep hitting it off the backboard, maybe feint that they're going to take a shot and then put it off target, but in a position that their teammate can then come in and play with. That you have to respect both, as Metzer is going to keep this game on. And with one goal to get in 34 seconds, Endpoint, we're looking at this. Virtuoso, my goodness, dude, that was outstanding.
Yeah, very good pass by Virtuoso. Marked by 8 had full boost on the back wall, but he just couldn't figure out which way he needed to be facing. But he'll wish he stayed in the net in that play. You know, underestimating what Virtuoso is capable of. You know, Virtuoso's not really asserted his authority. He's not played that physical style like he usually does. But he is still the troublemaker, whether it be getting into position for a shot or a pass.
The backboard. Still good pressure from Endpoint. Virtuoso turns a bit earlier than he wanted to. A couple of bump attempts from Relating Wave. Couldn't come through. The long clear will secure the game. It was a good attempt from Endpoint. They tried to go for what works best, but just narrowly avoiding the demo will mean that they have lost game number 1.
I love that backflip for Monkey Moon when he realized, or was marked when he realized that Extra just had a clean shot, staying well away. It was marked by 8, staying well away from the play, just in case he saved that. But I've got to give credit to Virtuoso again. That was a good try with that little time left on the clock. I like the mind game. You know, trying to surprise BDS with a change of pace. Didn't work, but it was a good effort, and that's the kind of trickery that Virtuoso will need to keep bringing to this matchup if they're going to have any chance against the BDS team, who looks set to sweep this, honestly. From what I've seen so far, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being a 3-0.
Yeah, for me here, Johnny, I feel like Endpoint have come into this on plan B. A few times now I've seen them play this against Guild as well, where first time I saw them play, it was Virtuoso very much being the Virtuoso that we hype him up to be. But this time around, he's relaxed it just a little bit more. He's trying to take more of a regular rotation approach. And I feel like that's the right idea. I don't think he's going to catch BDS. They need to try and work something else. And plan B might very well be exactly that. But still a long way to go. They were still pretty outclassed despite it being very close towards the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Virtuoso, no doubt, was trying to play that style that he always does and that he does with great success. But it might not just have been his game. Sometimes you just don't have boost at the right times. Your opponents are evading you constantly. And sometimes BDS are just too good. They just don't get caught out of position. And like I said in the last game, my train of thought was cut off by a goal pretty much, as it usually is when these teams are playing. But yeah, BDS are just very good at avoiding those demos. That's a free shot, surely, but marked by 8's there first. And, you know, third man could have committed there for Endpoint. That was definitely a position that looked fruitful for them. But they are trying to play with utmost care against the BDS team who turn any opening into a goal so easily.
That's that danger of that long clear and that hard-hitting power that we see from BDS. And Endpoint have been respecting it. Maybe they respected it enough that time. Shot on target away from being 1 goal up. But I feel like there's almost a little bit too much respect coming out from Endpoint regarding those power clears. They've got to commit when they get the opportunities. Because trust me, those little windows of chance to take a shot aren't going to be there too often, so they need to take them while they can.
Yeah, they had one chance to attack a center ball this game. Didn't take it. Maybe after that they thought, okay, well, we should maybe be playing a bit more aggressively here. Let's press up, and then they nearly conceded a hard clear. Oh wow, what a shot by Mark, but it's well saved actually by Messinaris. Getting a save and clearing the ball safely at the same time. But yeah, so far it's just not been Endpoint's game. It's not been Endpoint's series. They're not playing their style. They're not able to play their style. BDS just won't let them. They refuse to be caught out of position. They refuse to be caught out of boost at any stage. It's a very suffocating style to play against, and Endpoint are finding that out.
Extra wants to come in. He's put it to the far side in Relating Wave. Keeps it out. Here is BDS with their first full offense in quite some time. Pretty much have been trading it so far. Can't get the ball down. Monkey Moon already waiting for it. Relating Wave dives in. Can't get the ball off him. Now Messinaris. He was caught snapping last time. This time around, forced to stay still. Here comes Extra, and it's a tame shot. Virtuoso happy to collect the ball and the boost. Waits for the opportunity into the midfield. Quick race for it, and Mark by 8 wins the challenge yet again. It's very difficult for Endpoint to get multiple challenge wins in a row that they need to get out of this situation. Monkey drops it down, and it's too high. Here comes Extra, and Metza will shut down the second shot.
It's a nasty mind game by Monkey Moon. Luckily for Endpoint, he couldn't catch up to the ball to pinch it in off the floor. Just another danger sign. It's quite clear that BDS are the team who are surprising Endpoint more than Endpoint is surprising them. There's a demo for Metza. I've just realized that Virtuoso landed a single demo this series. Now, I'm not saying that he's playing poorly.
I think he's been down on it.
I don't know if it's he's backed down or if he just hasn't been able to find any openings. I mean, maybe it's a bit of both, but he's been lurking upfield quite a lot. He's been making good passing plays and shots happen, but connecting with the demos, he's not been able to so far. Let's see, this is a good chance for him actually on the rotation out, but again, he just can't connect with any of the BDS players.
Here comes Metza. Chooses to take it by himself. I've had the option to drop it to Relating Wave. Instead, takes it to Virtuoso. I feel like if you are going to play against BDS, the option that you always take has to be the quick one, not the best one. Otherwise, they will get the players back. Relating Wave dives in. That's already one boost steal for BDS. So this becomes a tough situation for Endpoint, actually. They've got to get rid of this quickly. That corner boost is now finally theirs. Monkey Moon with the tap back, and instantly BDS back on the offensive. Still 0-0, just over a minute to play here. Mark bringing a bit of hassle here. Relating Wave would like Extra to try and challenge, but Extra's fake challenge was good enough to get the early flick.
Virtuoso is trying. Every single time that he's recovering from the BDS half back into his zone, he is chasing, as usual, he's chasing the BDS players, but their awareness is just on point. Whether or not Virtuoso is in front of them, behind them, to the side, they've got their eyes on him, and he's not being able to catch anybody out of position. The rotation remains strong for BDS, and they're the threatening Extra's got a free shot. Virtuoso will get the save, but BDS have come close several times. They're still knocking at the door.
That's second time now that Extra's had the chance to finish it off. Now it's BDS who are clattering into the Endpoint players, and they still keep it at 0-0. Stout defending from Endpoint. If this does head over to overtime, it will be quite a credit to them. Will drop. Metza can't recover in midair. Well, he does get himself the 100 boost. Be him and Virtuoso that are really tasked with this right now. Virtuoso realizing his team needs a little bit of time to sort themselves out. So let's take it the long way around, as Extra wants to give his team one more chance, and it's not going to come off that touch. So we've got overtime, and Endpoint need this one desperately, otherwise they're going to be down by 3 match points.
Yeah, Endpoint have been out-pressured immensely in this game. We've seen 0 demos from Virtuoso. We've seen 2 shots at the goal from them. Meanwhile, BDS have just had endless shots, I think up to 11 on the scoreboard, but there's been plenty more that have been kind of near the target and probably not counted by the in-game client here. Somehow, though, Endpoint's goalkeeping has been enough, as BDS fail to put any goals in regulation, but they are easily the team who are on top of things at the moment.
BDS just keep backing down from challenges that Endpoint think they're going to go for. makes playing around it and figuring out where you want to put the ball ever so difficult, as that is going to pop to the midfield. Metza wants to get there. Relating wave will. The follow-up shot from Monkey Moon is off the crossbar. This match has been there for BDS to take, and they still haven't done so. 1 minute overtime currently, and BDS still on pressure. That's a huge clear from Metza, desperately needed for Endpoint. They just want a little bit of breathing room. Relating wave will finally give it to them. Up to the air, wants to take it a second time. Good challenge from Extra, drops down for Metza, and he will take it to the side. Didn't want to go for the venomous strike from that distance. Somehow, some way, we are still going. Monkey Moon unable to fake.
Yeah, that should have been the game right there. It was wide open. Well, maybe not the entire goal, but a good part of the goal was wide open for Monkey Moon. And, you know, we've been crediting the Endpoint defense, the Endpoint goalkeeping for keeping them in this, despite being so out-pressured and stuck in their half. But that was entirely bad accuracy. Here's a second chance for Monkey Moon. He's not going to miss this time. And BDS, they right the wrong. They make sure to hit the target. And yeah, if Monkey had missed this one, I don't know what I would have thought. Because yeah, that was just completely wide open. No goalkeeper in the middle of the goal on that one. But wow, yeah, just constant pressure for BDS. Endpoint unable to play their game, totally stuck in their end. And I don't think I saw a single demo from Virtuoso. I'm going to keep bringing this up because this is crazy. We see on average, I think, a demo per game for any Rocket League player in the world these days, but Virtuoso more like 2 or 3, sometimes more. But yeah, BDS awareness on you know, the whereabouts of Virtuoso, just constantly on point, and he's just failed time and time again to connect with these guys.
So a 1-0 win in overtime in a game that really felt like it should have been 3 or 4 for BDS. But Endpoint, they've shown up at least defensively, but my goodness, that midfield is just not theirs right now. And, you know, we get to see what stage 2 looks like for BDS once they've got a team completely stuck on their back line with no boost. They just take it around the long way, they slow down the play, and then they just send another player hunting for whoever's on the goal line, which is exactly how they got that end goal. So here we go, game number 3, and Endpoint, they need they need a huge reset, and they need to hope BDS step off the pace a little bit, because right now, this is the same BDS that won themselves a regional championship and are looking to do the 2P.
I mean, this is why, you know, I was saying that I would be surprised if BDS don't sweep this. They're just that good in RLCS X regionals. They've only dropped 1 series. That was to a Magnifico, who are destined to go 3-2 in every Swiss stage. So, I mean, when you're fighting against Destiny, you're always going to lose. But when they're playing against just regular Rocket League teams and not pure fate itself, BDS have not lost a series in this entire tournament. They've just gone completely undefeated in stage 1, in the first regional rather, and this one, outside of that 1 match. And so far undefeated in this regional, 3-0 in stage 1 now, 1-0 today, looking to go 2-0. Just brilliant play. The fact that they can, you know, a team that would be mostly considered a rookie team, the fact that they can show up at the top level when other teams like Oxygen are struggling to bring their A game, veterans of the scene, it really shows how the focus that these guys have and the just killer instinct that they've got to show up under the immense pressure that these regionals have and dominate a team like Endpoint, who are so difficult for everybody to play against.
It's just the way they play, isn't it? It's a fantastic counter to Meteor, though. Metza, that is a statement flick. He really caught the defense flat-footed, and wow, dear. Yeah, not a chance.
Yeah, I don't know what Mark by 8 was really trying to do there. Maybe trying to grab the boost and make a play where he stays behind the ball, I guess, but he literally just belly flopped the ball at the end of that pre-flip, and Metza says, thank you very much. I'll take that. That's an easy goal for Endpoint. Maybe another one, actually, but the shot's too slow. Virtuoso not air rolling into the ball there, just kind of air rolling away from it as he came in for the aerial rebound. And that's a let-off. Once again, Endpoint have to say goodbye to one of their best chances of the series.
Virtuoso, well, Virtuoso will be landing in about 2 minutes. So for the time being, Relating Wave and Metza on the ball. Oh, he has managed to get down nice and quick, actually. He only took 12. Mark's going to look to drop. There's a huge demo. Mark would have wanted the pinch instead. Called off by Monkey Moon. Going to look for the double, and he's flown over the top of it. Monkey Moon, usually so solid at those. Angle a little bit too rough this time around.
Yeah, credit to Relating Wave, though. It's very easy to have all eyes on Monkey Moon as he's coming in for that rebound. It's a difficult one. And Relating Wave realized, okay, if Monkey Moon does miss this, which is possible even for a player like Monkey Moon, I better be ready to close down the follow-up shot. Extra had a free hit if had it not been for Relating Wave. Really being on point and keeping an eye on everything that's happening, not just the one player flying through the air for the rebound.
Virtuoso stuck in that corner. This is where BDS want them. Mid boost is also available, so BDS can sustain this for quite some time if they want to. So you see Endpoint almost desperate to get the boost more than they are after the ball. That's a huge clear. Virtuoso can't catch Mark.
Wow.
I don't think... I don't think you can ever really claim that BDS are ball watching the entire time, can you? They have got just view everywhere. They know exactly what's happening in their peripheral.
I mean, it just shows you why Virtuoso is struggling to play his normal style of game. It's BDS. They are really good at making that kind of play fail. And I don't think Virtuoso, has he landed a demo this series? I think maybe one in the first game. I'm not sure I remember it, though.
I remember him getting demoed.
Yeah, he did. He's been demoed, but I think
it might be -1.
Series. That's pretty crazy. It's so rare these days to see a series or even a game go by where Endpoint aren't able to apply that pressure, at least sometimes. But that being said, they do have the 1-goal lead. Is it going to be limited time though? The shot's, it's barely off, but Monkey Moon rebounds it in. 1-1, and it's not Endpoint catching players out of the demos. It's Relating Wave. He let his guard down, and that's the second time this game that he's been caught just completely sleeping, ball watching, while someone comes in to smash him from behind.
And there is the danger. If you try and engage BDS in the long clear battle and you miss here even one, they are turning that player around and they're going to see what they can get a hold of. And this time around, they got a hold of Relating Wave, so one each. Endpoint now needs to go looking for another one. They were only a minute away from turning this to a 2-1 deficit in terms of scoreline. Metza wants a second touch. Monkey Moon just taps it below. There's the 2-1 that they really want on the exchange for BDS. It's another good clear. Monkey Moon takes it down, takes it on the path for the extra 100 boost. Might have the infield option, actually. In comes Extra, and almost caught them out. Monkey Moon so tricky on the transition.
Yeah, BDS are playing carefully here. That would have been a tempting shot for Extra to just throw himself at, but he decided, that best case scenario is going to be a 50-50 with a goalkeeper. And against a team that they are favorites against, you don't really need to take those risks. Endpoint are being outshot. They're being out-pressured overall by such an immense margin. The BDS are quite happy to wait for a better chance on net. Been corrected by the brilliant Twitch chat analysts. They need a raise. They've apparently spotted a Virtuoso demo in this game. And maybe my mind is just not registering them until I see 4 or 5. Then I'm like, okay, yeah, Virtuoso's standard, standard play again. Yeah, thank you for that, Twitch chat, for keeping us right.
Can Endpoint put themselves in the right spot, though?
Oh,
might very well come off this. The backboard was there and marked by 8. So heads up to spot it. And he's now got them the other side of the pitch entirely. Almost took out Metza. So marked by 8 takes what was a awful situation for his team. And he's completely turned it around. Will he get the goal? Of course he will. Marked by 8, hero of the overtime. And he's got them up to 2-0 in the Swiss system.
What a dunk by Monkey Moon. Nice little 1v2 at the near post. Pre-flips into somewhat of an air dribble and then dunks it into the middle. 3-0 for BDS. I'm not surprised, but I am impressed. I'm not surprised, but I'm very impressed with how they're playing here. The awareness, the composure, the consistency of this team, truly impressive to see. And Endpoint, they can't be too upset about this. They've been swept. They didn't really get to play their game, but they're still in a reasonable position after 2 series, 1-1 on the day.
And I think they'll come out of this and say, well, our defense was at least pretty good. So they know half the field is working very well for them. But wow, BDS, we mentioned this during the first regional that I thought, and we both thought that they had the perfect play style for this. And it doesn't, the further we get out, the less it sounds like a good bit of analysis and a good prediction, because it just starts to seem more and more obvious that, of course, they are perfect for this style. They are so good at not only gaining momentum, but maintaining momentum. But when we come back after break, we have got ourselves Team Liquid against Renault Vitality. Both teams are not 1-0. They're both 0-1. One of these teams is about to go under huge pressure at 0-2. Come back soon to find out which one. Welcome back to RLCS Season X Regional 2, Stage number 2. If you didn't miss it, or if you didn't see it previously, we just saw Endpoint taken down convincingly by Team BDS, the current reigning regional champions, Johnny. And my goodness, they look exactly that.
Yeah, exactly what we've come to expect from BDS in RLCS X regional events. And they just keep delivering the goods. So far, so good on my 3-0 prediction. Gonna have to wait and see who they draw for their third match of the day. But, you know, it could still be a really tough matchup for them. They're, you know, despite the fact that Vitality have already dropped 0-1, so it can't be a Vitality there. You know, I'm looking at the results that we do have confirmed off the mainstream here. Barcelona 3-0 over your boys, Barca Esports. So not the result that you were.
That's good result for me.
Actually, true. Yeah, maybe, you know, you're rooting for them to make it in, but the fact they've lost once is good for the 3-2 prediction. Giants have 3-0'd Libertas, and Top Blokes have 3-1'd Train Hard Esports. That's the team formerly Venk Gaming. So 3 teams there. Besides BDS, that are also on 2-0. I know if BDS draw Giants, that's an interesting matchup. If they draw Blokes, we're going to get the grand finals rematch from Regional 1. You know, all tough matches, but I think I would take BDS in all of them, to be honest. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't think there's any team. If BDS take on Giants, I'm going to be very upset because it means that I would probably have to think that you're going to be right out of the 2 there. But, you know, you look at it overall, I think those results in stage 2 definitely a lot more expected compared to what we got in stage number 1, because what we've got now in stage 2 is Team Liquid against Renault Vitality. Now, if I said that to everyone at home at the start of the day, they say, oh, that's a 1-0 match. It's not. Team Liquid and Renault Vitality both are taken down earlier on. Renault Vitality beaten by Barca Esports. So, yeah, one of these teams is about to go 0-2, Johnny, and I feel like I don't need any more introduction than that. That is shocking. It really is.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, Team Liquid fans have had a rough year so far, and they've had a rough season so far, but they're probably just thinking right now, come on, this is so unfair. We go 0-1, you know, against a very tough team at the start of the day, which, you know, it happens. Is something they have to get used to. Train Hard Esport, going to game 5 against them and losing. They're like, fair enough, you know, that's a very Liquid thing to do. But then you draw Vitality, you're like, come on, guys. Like, we expect Team Liquid to struggle here and there and to be losing series that they maybe shouldn't be here and there. But you don't expect Vitality to lose a series like that, to end up 0-1 and then have to play against them. But, you know, we got to see this matchup in the first stage of this regional event. Vitality took it in game 5. And Vitality haven't looked all that consistent recently. Yes, they 4-0'd Oxygen in the grid final this week, but I don't think anybody beating Oxygen in the grid final is impressive anymore, given the fact that everybody keeps beating every time Oxygen make a final in the grid, they lose. So yeah, but Team Liquid, they do have a chance here. They've got a real opportunity to put Vitality on a threatening position. One of these teams is going to go 0-2 and have to reverse sweep the bracket.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, Johnny, and I do have to agree with you about Vitality as well, because it feels like every time we watch them play, we come out and just say, they can do better than that. But we've been saying that now for a whole month, and it feels like they've almost got the same issue that NRG had. Their off-season was so good, it was so dominant, that now that these teams have started to get sorted, BDS especially, you know, given the biggest challenge to that overall throne, now that we're seeing them challenge a bit more, it feels almost underwhelming because you expect the dominance. But saying that aloud, it still could just happen at any moment. We could just see, you know, world-dominating Vitality turn up at any stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can see Liquid having a close series here, but it's really hard to predict a win for them. I don't think anybody really is expecting Liquid to come out on top, given the fact that they've already lost on today. Vitality, surely they're not going to go 0-2. There's just no way. Alpha has to be carrying this game. Well, he's already missed the target, actually, so not the best start for Alpha and Vitality. But let's see. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. It's something we've come to expect from EU Rocket League throughout the year, but not something we expect from Vitality. Oh, what a save, K-Dub, diving the way a Cuxter shot, and Speed will get the second one in, sneaking it past a fast recovering Alpha 54. But wow, that was a great start already. For this Team Liquid team, who they need to come hot out of the gate, Shogun, and they have.
Yeah, if they try and play this as a regular style game against Vitality, I don't think their defense will hold up. So if their entire strategy is just pure pace, let's see how little time we can spend on our side of the field. They can maybe avoid those questions being asked of them.
Yeah. They have to stay out of defense. I totally agree. There's just no way that Liquid will win this series if they're defending for the majority of it. They need to attack relentlessly. They need to just go for everything pretty much and hope for the best. And, you know, so far so good. But Vitality will make this difficult for them. That's an inevitability. And that's a misread off the backboard by Speed. It was a tough one, but still something that he has to be punished. Well, Alpha's pre-jump for this. He's going for the double touch. Good defense by Speed, noticing that the backboard was an option for Alpha 54.
Yeah, and that is something that Liquid need to avoid in the future. One mistake that left the entire midfield open to Vitality, who got to essentially pick their players. I think it almost managed to rip our crossbar apart with how much power was on that shot. Looks for the drop down. Here is Alpha, and he's not going to miss again. Right into the top corner.
That's just speed, pure speed from Vitality and from Alpha. Look at that pass. So sneaky by K-Dop, a player who's so famous for hitting top corner shots from that kind of range. Recently, I've been seeing a lot more often. He'll just, instead of shooting, he'll make it look like he's shooting and then just drop a pass right over his shoulder. Because he knows Alpha 54 is going to be there, or Fairy Peak's going to be there. They've got that synergy locked in. Good defense from Alpha, catching that backboard clear from Liquid. But yeah, Vitality are so scary in offense. I really don't think Liquid can handle them. And you'd expect Vitality to be able to handle Liquid for the most part. So it's really up to Liquid to prove us wrong, to step up and show us something that we haven't really seen from them this year up until now.
So, 2 minutes down, 1 goal each. That's a pass over the kid. What a lovely, it's again so sneaky. Vitality just, they don't settle into a rhythm with their offense. They're very happy to play each situation like they need to. Keep putting players into wherever the gaps are for Team Liquid. Here is Fruity on the ball, takes one tab around K-Dop off the crossbar. Fairy Peak didn't jump, Alpha did. And it was the jump that managed to at least make the shot a little bit more scuffed as in comes Speed. They need to make sure that these are directly to each player. Cooks here, goes for a second try. It is well covered from Vitality.
I'm loving this new version of K-Dop, the assist version of K-Dop. He's been the goal scorer for the majority of his immensely successful Rocket League career, but now noticing that maybe his team and Alpha 54 in particular are going to be more successful if he can play that assist role. He can play that playmaker role, and no better player to do it because everybody thinks K-Dop's going to be shooting. And every time he touches the ball, you're just expecting a shot. So these passes are very, very impressive, and they're very likely to work. Interesting game that we've got here as well, just ricocheting around and coming off posting crossbars, but no team really looking likely to score.
Yeah, no, this has just become like a test of sort to see who can hit the ball harder. Just keep putting it almost directly at the player, just as far above them as they possibly can. Just going, all right, aerial for it, mate. See what touch you can get. We'll respond to it, whatever afterwards. It's very interesting so far because just hit it as hard as you can. Try not to hit the ceiling with it. And then they're going to try and figure out what to do afterwards. Here comes Speed. 0 boost for him, but the entire Vitality doesn't know that. He's trying to dance around them. Fairy Peak eventually able to respond, but Speed did a phenomenal job of disguising the boost efficiency.
Yeah, it was a very convincing wiggle. You know, some players try to make that play, the little wiggle behind the ball to get the mind game going. It's just not convincing at all. But Speed is, I'd say, is a very believable wiggler. When you see him wiggle behind the ball, you're like, "Ooh, is that a shot? Is he shooting that ball?" You're never really sure. Tricky customer. Vitality really have to be just looking out for any times that Speed or Cuxter are near the ball in defense. I think that's when Liquid are under threat. Oh wow, that's just bounced on target actually. And there's no way to clear it. Fairy Peak puts it in. Bit unlucky for Liquid, because they did get a touch on this as the shot came in, but it's gone straight into Alpha, who dunks it onto the goal line.
K-Dop's pass again is just directly where Liquid can't respond to it. I think that's the nice part as well, of that if they do switch it over, you would have to say that Alpha's range that he's able to work with in terms of passes is going to be much larger than what K-Dop is capable of in terms of recovering the ball mid-air. So it is a nice adaptation that they've made, and Alpha has proven it so far. It has been K-Dop playing it wherever he feels like any Liquid player isn't, and Alpha just makes it work.
Yeah, Alpha, when he's playing at his best, he's easily in contention for best player in the world, best player in this region. Obviously, we haven't seen any international competition for a while now, but I don't think anybody's doubting that Alpha is still at that level. No matter how impressive your Space Station Gamings and the like are looking on the other side of the pond, But, you know, Liquid, the dream start here. They had the 1-goal advantage. Can they come back in this game? Pre-jump save for K-Dop will make things a bit harder for them. But yeah, overall, Liquid they didn't have enough threats. They didn't have difficult enough questions to ask of Vitality's defense to have kept them under wraps for the majority of the time here. You know, we had one good wiggle from Speed, but outside of that, it was pretty quiet second half of the game.
Yeah, I think the main thing Liquid can take from this game is that, yes, Vitality can respond to the long clear. They are very comfortable with that. But I think for a lot of Liquid fans, especially, they'll be looking at these results lately against a team like Vitality and saying, okay, well, at least we're holding up serve with them. We're not, you know, struggling like we were earlier on this season. But Johnny, do you know who I feel most sorry for it right now? I just had the realization of this, I feel most sorry for the team that drops down 0-2, thinks, okay, well, at least we're going to get the easier match. And then you look at your next match and you see either Renner Vitality or Team Liquid.
True, very true. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, when teams get upset in these Swiss formats, they're not only making their own jobs harder, they're also making it harder for the teams that they might run into later on. And, you know, crazy to think that Guild might be that team. We've got Guild versus Solary, another 0-1 match, which is not something that you would expect. That's two, you know, they would have been RLCS Season 10 players if the format had stayed the same from Season 9. It didn't. So we've got, you know, got a lot of up-and-coming teams threatening them and trying to usurp them for those positions. Yeah, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from Vitality so far. No idea how they managed to lose the first series of the day if they're playing this cleanly. Especially, you know, getting Alpha involved, letting him do his thing. Like, you know, he has been recently so successful in this Vitality team. Look at how willing Alpha is to pre-jump, by the way. Any opportunity he's got to pre-jump, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to go for it. We've had so much success with my pre-jumps recently. That looks good enough for me.
It just shows the excessive amount of trust that he has in his teammates, that no matter what happens, they can respond to it. Gonna drop down. Fairy Peak comes in. Can't get there before Fruity. You did mention the Guild Solary game. That is currently happening over on our B stream, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. Currently 1-up for Solary, 1-1 in game number 2. So if you haven't got enough Rocket League in your life, be sure to open up both streams and check out that. Yeah, very much a likely case of one of those teams could very well be playing the loser of this. K-Dop, good first touch. Cooks here can't take him out, wants to go the entire way. But just plays like that continue to make life difficult for Team Liquid. K-Dop has had a very good first touch so far, and Liquid haven't been able to figure him out.
Really good defense from Fruity again, though. He's the rock for this Liquid lineup, making some great decisions in defense there. Just playing keep away from Vitality, who are collecting interception after interception on these soft clears. You know, Speed there just not able to get anybody out of the game. As they're just under more and more pressure every time that they try. Diagonal wall, rebound attempted by Alpha. He was close, but no cigar this time for Alpha 54.
Half the game gone. Alpha and K-Dop on the charge. Speed did not want to be reactionary to that. Instead, decided to just launch straight at it. As that is top corner. Fairy Peak unleashes the rocket.
What an absolute laser by Fairy. You know, the unsung hero in that play, though, was Fairy avoiding the demo attempt from Fruity around about the halfway line. Fruity was on the recovery from the offensive half, drove right by Fairy Peak, who knew he was there, and just hit the brakes very quickly before hitting massive acceleration. Oh, big double! And it's off the bar and out, but it's Cuxter there for the rebound. What happened in Vitality's defense, though? Fairy Peak with a total whiff on the ball, and that is not forgivable. I think K-Dop might have been blocked on the on his takeoff as well, so good response from Liquid, but after huge goal at one end, Fairy Peak's dropped the ball at the other.
Straight back onto it. Fruity doesn't have any options, instead goes backboard, wants to see if K-Dop can get a good touch, and K-Dop, as always, his touches are usually followed up by Alpha. As Cooks here decides, I don't like this teamwork stuff. Let's just hit this one really hard and see if we can get the team a little bit more possession, a little bit more territory. Good pass again. Vitality finding each other every single time. Off the backboard, there's going to be no fourth touch. Vitality transitions, utilizing each other every single time. And so far, that midfield has been reasonably unchallenged by Team Liquid. They've been sort of forced just to give up on it. And the moment we see a Vitality player touch it, go back to their own final third.
Yeah, K-Dot once again picking out that pass beautifully. I'm loving the assist K-Dot, but oh, what shot that is! It's just out off the bar, surely! No, there's no third man coming in. Oh, there he is! Guxter's broken rotation, and he's broken Vitality's defensive line. This ball was just ricocheting around on the goal line. And finally, Liquid get that force on the issue.
Saw it from Fairy's POV for a second. He jumped because he was looking at the ball and was just hoping that the shot was going to come in before he was forced back down by gravity. Unfortunately, Cooks here was not getting there quick enough for it. So there we go, 2-1, a role reversal from the previous game. And Liquid just got to hold on to this now for 90 more seconds. Alpha outpaces, got the setup. Oh my word! What? That's got to be a record. There's no way.
Blink and you'll miss it. Fairy picking Alpha with the unbelievable pinch goal. It didn't matter. I'm pretty sure that the shot would have been good enough as is, but why not team pinch it in? And possibly the record pace for Rocket League. I don't know if we've ever seen a shot that fast in competition before. That just disappeared. They just deleted the ball. They're like, yeah, we don't need this. Just let's get rid of the ball.
I appreciate the replay's attempt at slowing that down. It was fruitless, but a good go was given. They've gone for another one. Oh, dearie me. Reno Vitality just ripping the game physics apart.
My goodness.
Well,
Liquid
it's
fans.
2-2. We've had to go and get ourselves another ball.
Yeah, it's like that one moment in tennis where, you know, they just get the new balls out on the court and somebody just hits the serve so fast, like, actually, we need to get rid of this one already. It's done after one hit. Yeah, that's basically what happened right there. And that might be the record. Somebody go find out for us real quick what the shot record is for RLCS competition. I'd be very surprised if anybody's gone faster than that. I mean, how do you go faster than that? You have to. It has to be a pinch.
Third player.
Third player to pinch it. I mean, without Mutator settings, I don't see it happening. We might be going to overtime here. I was going to mention this is just another nightmare situation for Liquid fans. I feel like if you're a fan of this team, you don't even have a seat to sit on the edge of, because if any Liquid fans are watching this sitting down, like they're probably just jumped out of their seat 10 times, 20 times this game. Like Liquid they don't know how to win a series easily. Alpha 54, look at the outplay, huge defense by Speed. Have they got the follow-up? Yes, they do. Cuxer pre-jumps.
Off the wall, Alpha, he's got K up midfield, gets the flip reset, Fruity tries to move in, and Fruity is there just about quick enough. Reno Vitality are mauling them in this overtime. And Team Liquid might have just finally cleared their line. Back to the midfield. It's a poor touch from Fairy Peak, but he can recover it. In comes Cux here, and Fairy Peak bails himself out. 40 seconds gone, and this overtime is going at rapid pace, and it's another huge save. Alpha keeps it going.
What a game. This is unbelievable. Fast-paced Rocket League. Team Liquid are rising to the occasion, but Vitality are still there. They're still looking like the favorites here. Oh, Fruity's missed that pre-jump by a mile. Doesn't get the read right. Let's see if either of these teams have any intentions of slowing down. It doesn't look likely. Cuxter to Speed. Now K-Dop's in an awkward position. Cuxter's there once again. The poaching instinct kicks in for the Italian Stallion.
And Cux's goals very much looking the same every single time. But he's got another one, and it is the most important one. This series up to 1 each. And Johnny, I've never been so happy to say that, because if a series that is being played like this was done in 3, it would have been an absolute travesty.
What a game, and what a team, man. Team Liquid, what is it about this team? It's the best and the worst team to be a fan of at the same time, because you're almost guaranteed to get the most exciting series when they're on the pitch, but it's never easy. You know, the Team Liquid fans, they don't have time to breathe. Every time that you're watching this team play, you're just like, oh, come on, can you not just win a game 2-0 and not really be under threat at any moment? That's not how this team operate. They only know how to struggle. They only know how to just battle their way through a game. But that's just unreal. I think RLCS record for fastest goal of all time. If it isn't, then I can't wait to see the faster one, because I don't remember it.
Yeah, Team Liquid very much. You get fans for any sport, any esport, always turn around and just go, "Oh, it's always our team, isn't it?"
It actually is,
But I feel like if Renault Vitality went for that shot against any other team, say Oxygen were against them right now, I don't think that pin shot goes in. I think it hits the crossbar.
True. Yeah, true. Liquid are just like, of course that happens when we're up against Vitality, as if things aren't difficult enough. And you're thinking to the second goal they scored as well, where they had to hit the bar 4 times before they eventually get the ball into the net. That's just another Team Liquidism. They're like, yep, of course it would have to go off the bar 4 times before we score. It's never easy for Team Liquid, but they've managed to equalize. They've done it. They've got Vitality on the ropes. Let's see if they can keep it that way. Cuxer unable to get the ball past Alpha with an awkward touch. It looks like we do have some time to breathe. Finally, these teams have slowed down a little bit after just an enthralling overtime in game 2.
And if we do have a time to breathe, I do want to very quickly, tip my hat over to Cuxer, who has been outstanding so far this series. Can sometimes be claimed to be a little bit too passive with his play, but he's been happy to break rotation so far to go and find that final goal-scoring touch. And it's been much needed because those goals have not been coming easy.
Yeah, nothing's easy for Liquid, but when you've got so much experience playing with hard mode, essentially, I'm pretty sure that it is always just hard mode when Team Liquid are playing, and they're very used to this. And now Vitality have to play hard mode stage 2. They're already 1 series lost in the day. This is unfamiliar territory for them. Maybe that's something Liquid could capitalize on. Big chance for Speed, but I think the second touch there let him down. He had no angle to work with when he played that one straight forward at the goalkeeper.
Oh, Speed called in. Provider of a phenomenal save against Alpha one-on-one in the last overtime. So that's equal credit for getting them through it. This has been a very even series so far, despite some of the calamities that, well, for once, Liquid haven't caused themselves. Speed can't quite get to the ball. Fruity decides to keep going. Cuxer backs down. Cuxer just keeps dropping the pace of the field every time that ball hits the midfield. It's been very much needed. Fruity and Speed on occasion have got themselves stuck in the opponent's corner. But that time he's buying has helped out. Here is K-Dop. Can't get the ball past Cuxer. 2 elder statesmen of these teams. Speed now moving in. Doesn't see Fruity as a passing option. Instead, he wants to go the entire way by himself. Was on 0 boost, but as we saw in game 1, 0 boost doesn't tend to mean much of anything to Speed.
Yeah, these guys know how to get going, even if they are boost starved. I mean, wave dashes have really revolutionized playing with no boost at a professional level. Okay, I'll look for a knock on into the corner. Fruity not able to hit the best clear there. He wanted to hit that one just underneath the ceiling, but he hit it pretty much straight up into it. Now Alpha's got a chance. He's put it wide. Speed was there watching it do so, though. If that was on target, you could bet Speed would have done something about it.
I'm not sure. Speed was creeping. He was in the right spot.
I'm trying to give them some credit, Shogun. Trying to give Speed some defensive props. I know they're few
Look, his defensive props all come down to that save against Alpha in the last game. That was outstanding, and he might very well be called into question here as shot not quite on target. Back into the midfield. Fruity can't get the ball past Fairy Peak, who adapts mid-air. Just back and forth here. Really is anybody's game, anybody's series. Speed hits that with so much power. Now looking for the drop. In comes Cuxer, and it's missed off target. And here we go on the breakaway. Speed against Alpha one more time. It might be a 2v1, and Speed's kept him out again.
Speed, the second time. That's unbelievable shadow defense against Alpha, who is a renowned ones player, a renowned twos player. I mean, in the dribbles, you would put your money on Alpha to score, but twice Speed saved, and once more Speed with an unreal save on Alpha's shot. There's your defensive prop, Speed. He is really stepping up here, making some clutch plays.
And now he might come in on the offense. Out of boost now on the backboard, but 2 players went for Renault Vitality.
Oh!
It's Fruity's to keep going. There's more players gone. They won't get an opportunity like this. Fairy Peak by himself. In comes K-Dop for the save. They gave them too much time to recover. Still 0-0, 40 seconds left here, but Renault Vitality's rotation looks like it's been broken. It's not helped by that demo. Speed could not find the second touch on Alpha. Over to the side, 30 seconds now. Cleared by Fairy. They can't outpace Team Liquid. They've got the momentum on their side. Now they just need the goal. As it drops, Speed goes up, and now gets the ball to drop down to the side wall. Real Vitality seems to be recovering here, and that is a very poor touch from Cooks here as they look for top corner. Fruity keeps it away.
Oh man, how on earth are these two teams both 0-1 in the day? This is like a grand final. We're only in stage 2 of the Swiss bracket, the top 16, round 2. Crazy stuff from Team Liquid and Vitality. I mean, why can't Liquid play like this every week, you're wondering? I mean, we've got a long season ahead of us. Hopefully, they can figure out how to show up like this every single time.
That is going to skim all the way over the top. Nothing there available for Real Vitality. Speed with a huge challenge win against Alpha. And Alpha, you know, he has been getting involved an awful lot, but it feels like every time he's got anything going, it's Speed to stop him off the wall. Here is Alpha's chance. Looks for K-Dop. Real Vitality is zeroing in on these passing plays.
Oh!
Very, that's a huge play pass one. And he's got the 100 boost. This is a tough spot right now for Team Liquid. As the shot comes in, Cooks there keeps it out. Follow up on the crossbar. Very to win it. And he has done so. It is a war here in RLCS Stage 2. And neither team wants to drop down to that dreaded 0-2 scoreline.
Wow. Wow, I mean, it really does go back to that Fairy Peak mind game, doesn't it? That was the moment where suddenly Liquid are playing catch-up. One player just flops past the ball. Fairy Peak manages to take a good 50-50 with another one. And, you know, when you lose those minute battles against Vitality, it can add up. And suddenly the pressure will mount to something you can't handle. One shot will come in and you've ran out of players to defend with. But credit to Vitality. That was a huge play by Fairy Peak to swing the pendulum in their favor. And the pendulum in the series is really strongly swung in their favor. That's the perfect response after a loss in a second game, which really was. You know, if Liquid back up that game 2 win with another one, you'd really expect them to take the series, even against Vitality, because you know, the hype is just going to be unbelievable on their side. But now Vitality have got the edge. Liquid, despite all their great plays, despite looking like one of the top teams in the region, once again, they are staring down the barrel at a 0-2 series score after just 2 rounds off Swiss.
And you start to just wonder how that's even happened. I mean, both teams have been phenomenal this series. Vitality are connecting on all the passing plays. Liquid are looking lethal on offense when they get their chances. How on earth is one of these teams going to be in that do or die situation where they've got to reverse sweep that bracket? As up they go, come K-Dop, double taps off the post. Fairy will score yet again, but K-Dop decides to show off that he can pass in more than one way.
Oh my goodness, K-Dop up so early to receive that ball and drops it down. Wide open net for Fairy again. That's the second time in the last 2 goals that Liquid have just ran out of defenders. It's these little 1v2 outplays that Vitality keep making. If they can, you know, get 2 players out of the game with just the 1 player of theirs making it happen, and they've always got the follow-up. They're not holding anybody back. They're getting all 3 players involved in every offensive play, and you love to see it. But Liquid are making Vitality do that. I mean, at this point, Vitality know it. Oh, what shot? Suddenly they're back in it. I really did not expect a goal to be happening here, as you might have realized by my tone at the moment. But Coxter surprises Fairy Peak here, who really, I did not expect him to be caught boost starved in that position.
I thought Fairy looks to me like he thought someone else was in the rotation to take over for him.
Yeah. It
was very, very strange. A quick update for you all, by the way, as this is now the only remaining Stage 2 match to go. Guild Esports swept 3-0 against Solary. So their struggles continue. They managed to make it through to the regional top 8 last time, but right now that's now very much questionable.
Yeah, speaking of questionable, I think after that last goal, Fairy Peak should probably change the exclamation mark at the end of his name to a question mark, because, I mean, as far as defensive plays go, that was the worst I've seen from him. What a goal, though. Assist from Speed couldn't have been any better. Liquid have, I think, got the easiest possible way to respond to a Vitality lead. I was worried for them when Vitality went ahead here, but yeah, they've managed to catch Vitality sleeping 2 times. Great assist there by Speed.
Fruity finally on the scoreboard. He has been waiting for that chance for quite some time. Full credit, it has been just such smooth offense from Liquid ever since they went a goal down. Here is K-Dop. He's got Alpha to his right. These two always seem to be connecting. Fairy Peak waiting for his chance. Has been a case of Alpha and K-Dot pass to each other. One of them shoots, doesn't go in, but then Fairy's Peak's there, and they're all happy afterwards.
Yeah, Fairy Peak is gonna try and repunctuate his name, if that's even a word. I like to think that it is.
Is the middle ground just a full stop?
Yeah, I think that's where he's at now. He's just Fairy Peak with a full stop at the end of his name. Yeah, it hasn't really shown up. Well, obviously, I think they were double exclamation mark when they scored that pinch goal. That was a real exclamation in game 2. But yeah, at the moment, it's not quite there. Fairy Peak is slightly off his game. Vitality quieting down a bit, especially given the level they've been playing at in this series, the speed they've been playing at in this series. But Team Liquid will take it. You know, they need all the help they can get. It's always, like we said, hard mode Rocket League for them. They don't know how to play easy mode, but luckily Vitality have shown them the way. They're like, yeah, take a goal. You know, you guys, you've earned it today. Here's a free one on us. And now it's up to Liquid to just keep up this stellar defense. I mean, how easy would it have been to imagine a world where Alpha just scores both those dribble goals against Speed? I mean, if that had happened, if Alpha dribbled Speed twice and Vitality just won this series 3-0, I don't think anybody would be surprised. We'd be like, well, yeah, of course, that happens all the time. But no, Speed was able to clutch both those defensive plays, and overall Liquid have, you know, compared to what we're used to seeing from them, they've defended brilliantly. Although there have been a few mistakes. I mean, that's just inevitable when you play against Vitality. They're so hard to defend against.
Well, that is one of the things that these players always get annoyed about, is that they do tend to get stuck with these reputations and struggle to shake them. I think a performance like this goes a long way.
Oh, yeah.
Shaking away that reputation that Liquid have got, but they've got to try and see this one out now. That is off the backboard.
Whoa.
Liquid just seem like they are completely starved of not only ideas, but completely of boost. Everyone is so low. Fruity called into action to try and buy his team a bit of time, and they have managed to pick up a couple of 100s. Off the backboard, Alpha looks to stretch open, and Cooks there.
Man.
Just launches, but still, Reno Vitality are all over them. Here comes Alpha. Great block.
Yeah, great speed there by Cox. He knew he needed to get to that ball as quickly as possible. Where he hits it isn't really the problem. He just needs to make some kind of contact at the same time as the Vitality attacker. Well, there's just no composure from Cox in defense. He is just hitting the ball away every single time. I'd love to see a dribble out of defense from him. So Liquid are under pressure here. They need a 50-50 or something to buy themselves some breathing room.
Cox there. This is what you wanted from him. He tries to take a few touches and he gets the block. Has a few crucial seconds off this clock. K-Dot past one. Cooks there has gone for the 180 turn.
Well played.
Can be very risky because it kills so much momentum off your car. As Alpha, oh my goodness, there's no way. He set it up for Ferry! And it's the same old story. Liquid get the challenge, but they've got no one left to answer Ferry's open shot.
Oh man, Fruity just flying into the play here. I don't know why he was airborne for that one. I mean, well, obviously he thinks maybe Alpha's going to play for a continued ceiling shot or maybe an air dribble, some kind of flip reset. But Alpha has been dribbling so much today. I think Fruity really should have seen that coming. As Alpha, he's quite well known for starting in the ceiling and then getting underneath the ball again on the ground. Now here come Liquid. They're trying to go for the immediate response once again. Speed's got an open shot. Oh, it's off the post. Fruity going to wrap around, but I think Liquid's best chance is past him.
Yeah, Speed just asked a bit too much for himself on the shot. And for Liquid fans, 2-1 in regulation. I'm sorry, but even saying it aloud sounds a bit too easy, really, doesn't it? 2-2, overtime now. And this is to go over to game number 5 and avoid that 0-2. Fruity shot, not good enough. But 2 players now moved. Boost secured for Speed. He's got an option. He tries to go by himself. Everybody jumps. Everybody misses. Fruity keeps the pressure on. I don't know what the boost looks like for Reno Vitality. As that's going to start sneaking towards the next, and Cooks here keeps it away.
Oh, what a disappointing result. Fruity is not able to pass the ball or shoot in that play. Couldn't make up his mind what he wanted to do. But overall, got to give props to Cox there with a sick pass in field and Speed as well with a massive mind game, letting the ball bounce across the goal line. Will Team Liquid be able to clutch another overtime?
Drop down. Speed prioritized the boost. He didn't get it. It's a long clear. Fairy Peak wants to try and test Fruity, who is now on 0 boost himself. Drops to the middle for Alpha, and Speed will keep it out yet again. Alpha could have maybe tripled up his goal tally if Speed wasn't on the field this series. He is going to go up here one more time. Ceiling reset. Gets the shot. It's on target. But, well, there was one name he didn't want to see, and that was Speed.
Alpha's nemesis this game and this series. Speed is just always there to deny him the plays. I mean, when Alpha had backup earlier on, Vitality were able to get the goal, even against Speed's defense. Here he comes again. This time he's 1v1 Fruity. He's going to take it to the corner. That's a smart center ball by Alpha. Notice how that dangerously bounces off the corner wall, off the curved wall, and way out into the middle. Now Vitality have got follow-ups. Composure once again, though, by Speed. He's having a great series here.
And Speed's sort of been caught in a lot here because Vitality's cooked it and Fruity are looking a little out of sorts. A couple of mistakes from them on the backboard. Speed clears. It's time to make the rotation about him. Very much might need that right now as it drops down. This is going to be a good chance. Speed backs out. Doesn't want to overcommit. Drops to the midfield. It's well read by K-Dop. Keeps it out. Fruity for the backboard. That should be read every day by Reno Vitality. It's just a case of whether or not the mistake is there. Not only is it not there, the shot on the follow-up for K-Dop almost dropped on him. End to end in game number 4.
Yeah, it's this game 2 vibes, Shogun. Team Liquid have managed to take an OT win already this series. Speed shot ricochets into the bar off an orange car. Vitality don't have a lot of boost to play with here. And that's a very good pass. Cuxter's first to it. Now that's 2 out of the game. Very beacon K-Dopper just flopping onto the floor here. Can Vitality start get there? Yes, he will. Fairy Peak with a great recovery. Team Liquid playing patiently. They're not pressing too far here. They're just waiting for a clear-cut chance.
K-Dop booming clear to the other side. Cuxter chooses the catch. There wasn't an option there for the half volley. And Speed will just try and buy his team a bit of time. I think that would have been a panic moment.
Yeah.
Saw 2 players ahead of him, but neither wanted to commit.
Yeah, Speed definitely thought a Vitality player would be on him much faster than they were, so he had a bit more time than he expected. But overall, I like the composure from Cux and defense that we're seeing in this overtime. It would be, of course, like Cux to just step it up when OT hits, when the pressure rises. He knows how to play with his back against the wall. Liquid, so far, boxing Vitality into their end for the most part. Vitality are looking for that counter-attack, but they're not going to get it with defense like this. Liquid knocking at the door, 2v1 now. Fairy Peak and Alpha looking for the down-the-middle play. Great recovery by Cux. That is the kind of patience you need from your third man. Suddenly, Cuxter's shot launches long. Alpha's respawned and gets the save. And here come Liquid again. They just keep lobbing the ball out into the middle. And now Speed is on the back wall. Downward pass to Cuxter. Oh my goodness. What an assist by Speed. Cuxter snipes the top corner. And we're going to game 5.
I don't think it's possible to overstate just how good Speed has been in these games. He goes from 1v2, perfectly positions himself to keep the quick play happening for Reno Vitality. It gives his team time to get back, nab the demo, transition to the other side, and then he offers up a peach of a set. We are heading to game 5, and Johnny boy, I could not be happier about it. Wow.
Wow is right. I don't think there's any better way to describe this game in one word. Or this series in one word even. This all started off with an unreal assist from K-Dop. But then I think Vitality got a bit too comfortable. It felt too normal for them. They're like, yeah, we had a bit of a rough middle of this series, but now it's going in our favor. Liquid scored 2 goals, but Vitality sent it into overtime. I think they were maybe just waiting for Team Liquid to make a mistake. And based on what we saw from Liquid in regulation time, I don't think that's a bad strategy for Vitality because Liquid were giving the ball away a little bit with their soft clears. They were panicking in defense quite often. They were definitely clutching saves in defense. I think, when Liquid are putting themselves in difficult positions, they're getting themselves out of it with some brilliant mechanical plays and reads. But Vitality didn't get a big mistake from Liquid to capitalize on, and they're in a game 5 once again. This is exactly what happened in stage 1 when these two teams played. Vitality took the W there. They're looking to replicate. One of these teams, remember, about to be 0-2 on stage 2. And if Vitality goes 0-2, that would be, I think, the biggest upset, the biggest surprise that we've seen in RLCS Season X to date.
Oh, it's going to be Alpha against Speed, and he's kicked him out yet again. So we're continuing with where we were in game number 4. Alpha has just been highlight reel play after highlight reel play, but he's just got the biggest of all nemesis in the form of Speed.
I don't know how Speed keeps pulling these saves out of the bag. Alpha just can't get past him. And like I said earlier, it's so common for us to just see Alpha score all of these goals, not some of them, all of them. We're used to Alpha just putting every single one of these opportunities into the back of the net, a Vitality having a routine win. But now Speed just has his number. Every single time he's getting the saves. And, you know, if he's got any kind of support from his team in the follow-up, they're getting the ball away from danger as well.
Over to Fairy Peak. Can't get there before Fruity. This is game 5, but it's good to remember, whichever team loses this has got to go to round 5 at least, just to qualify for tomorrow's playoffs. And then again, our apologies to whichever poor team has got to run into one of these.
Yeah, true.
They are both playing outstanding right now. Here comes Alpha, shut down by Cuxir. Fruity is actually able to outpace Fairy Peak, but the recovery is quicker on the Frenchman. This is good pressure being put on right now. Speed cannot get over the ball enough. It's on target!
Oh.
And Alpha has got first blood.
Yeah, finally Alpha didn't have to get the ball past Speed. He looks up, sees Fruity's nameplate. He thinks, yep, that's fine. No speed in defense. Let's just put that ball in. 1-0. And yeah, it's like man marking almost. Whenever Alpha manages to lose his man, whenever he gets away from Speed, he's right back to scoring duty. And this is good news for all the teams at 0-2. I bet if they got to choose who they're going to play between Team Liquid and Vitality, they'd all pick Team Liquid. Because no matter how close this series is, no matter how well Team Liquid play, they're the team who are more likely to, doubt themselves, being able to go 3 series in a row to qualify for the top 8 in EU. Vitality, I mean, if they have to do that, they'll just business as usual. Happens. We're 0-2. Let's just go win 3 in a row. And I really feel sorry for any team that has to play against them should they lose this series.
So, half the game almost done. Fruity looks to try and make amends. That's going to be a shootable opportunity for his team. In comes Cooks there. I think he managed to overplay that, or he just couldn't get over the ball enough. But Vitality will not leave their backboard open for 2 touches. You've got to try and take that the first chance you get. One player down. Here comes Alpha. And he can't get it past Speed. I think he was trying to set Fruity up for the block shot, and Speed just said, well, no, actually, your opponent is me today. Speed is literally just hitting Fruity out of the way. He wants all of this play, and why not? He is red hot right now.
Unbelievable. I mean, these air dribbles from Alpha by themselves are hard enough to save, but the fact that he's trying to dunk the ball in after the air dribble makes it even more crazy. The Speed is saving every single one of them. Still, though, Liquid trail by 1 goal. They've not had many chances to take shots at the Vitality goal. And when they get the ball into the Vitality end, they look like they're going to score. That's a good shot by Cuxer, but it's going to be saved. I think 99 times out of 100, maybe even more than that by K-Dub.
Yeah, but it does get them good pressure. Fruity just drifts on past the ball. Alpha is downfield, and the pass was just too heavy for him. But Liquid cannot afford for offensive whiffs like that from Fruity. They've got to be so clean right now. No more mistakes allowed. Up to the corner. Speed takes his time, waits for his chance. He's got 1 player. He's got 2 players. K-Dub's already up, though. I don't think Liquid are expecting Speed to win 2 challenges that time around. Now pass over to the middle. Here is Speed, and he went for the backboard. I think that midfield passing play has got to go straight for net.
Yeah, they just need some kind of inspiration here. It's been a defensive masterclass from Speed in this series, but all of Liquid have looked dangerous in offense. Any one of them at any moment could make a huge play. Now, where's Fruity going to hit this? It's a pass to Cuxer! And there is exactly what we're looking for. Fruity with the perfect touch on the ball. 1-2 passing play from the players whose names are not Speed, showing that this is more than a one-man team.
You just saw Alpha. He went for the pre-jump. He was banking on Fruity, going straight for net, and it's a deft touch over to the Italian.
Beautiful.
1 each. This series continues to impress. It's not a good play from Fruity. It's going to be charged down. Speed already up. Alpha just gives up entirely.
It's fine. Speed's in defense. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Oh, never mind. He's hit a bad shot. No, not a problem. I saw Cuxer and Fruity at the game there. Not a worry in the world. Speed's got Alpha on lockdown.
Oh, I'm now scared. Speed is in the orange side of the field.
Uh-oh.
That's the danger zone, and it might very well be. Oh, dearie me. I didn't want to be too right there as Alpha goes for the double tap. It's too high up.
Speed just looked at him. Speed just looked at Alpha. He says, yeah, you're missing, bro. You're not scoring that.
I didn't know Psyonix has started releasing auras for the cars.
Hold on.
But I tell you what, you can see Speed so far. Cookster gets a decent challenge for his team. Follow-up is from Speed, clatters through it. It up comes in. Maybe 1 opportunity here for Team Liquid. It bounces out, not where Fruity wants it. Alpha against Speed 1 more time, and Speed just allowed it to happen. He knew Fruity had him behind. That's not anyone on the back.
Get up!
But it's Cookster. We have an overtime.
Liquid trying to win 3 overtimes against Vitality in one series. Surely it can't end like this for Vitality. You have to think that they're the favorites here. They always come out clutch in these positions. But if Liquid could get the ball into offense, I'm a believer. That's all they need. They look dangerous every time that the ball's in the orange half. Oh, Guster's on gold! Oh my goodness, it's the most Liquid way to lose. I think Fruity had this. I'm pretty sure that he would, on a speed rather, yeah, he had that save. He definitely would have saved this, and Cuxter's put it past him. Wow.
What?
You have to feel for Liquid. There's no time to really think in that position. Cuxter has to make just a complete reflex read there. He's playing off intuition, and he thinks he can knock it into the corner. He thinks wrong. Unfortunately, Liquid are their own worst enemies. Once again, I actually do not believe that this is how they lose every single time.
I'm so glad you're talking right now, Johnny, because I'm speechless. Oh my word. That was the most eventful series I have seen in quite some time. And I can't tell if that is the finish that this series deserved or if it was the worst possible end to this we could have seen. Oh, yeah, no, please.
For anybody who's new to Team Liquid, this is, I mean, it's a horrible way for them to lose, but this is the perfect introduction to Team Liquid and what you're going to have to go through if you're a fan of this team. If you like the way they play, if you like their players, if you like the Batmobile, then just be aware, there's some warnings on the back of the box here. There's some, side effects that come with being a Liquid fan, such as they might just completely throw an overtime. They might own goal at a key moment. Like, these are just some of the many warnings on the back of the Liquid box here that you have to be aware of.
Adding, whenever you do health insurance or something like that, they're just going to say, okay, any medical history. Also, who's your Rocket League team? If it's Team Liquid, that insurance is about to really bump up, as it very well should do. My goodness. Well, they've not got too long to respond either. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's round 3. Renault Vitality to 1-1. Team Liquid have got to win 3 series in a row.
Welcome back to the second regional on RLCS X for Europe. I'm your host, Lee Fex, alongside me, Johnny Boy and Shogun, to somehow break down, or did I say Shogun Gibbs? Sorry. It's literally been the same, you've been the same person.
That's the biggest insult you've ever done to me, Lee.
You've been the same person for years and years, and somehow I scuffed that one. I don't know. I knew the scuff was coming. I'm just so distraught. You know why? It's because I was thinking about Shogun's just reaction to the end of that last match. Liquid versus Vitality. That is, honestly, I feel like we were all feeling that, Johnny.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just another heartbreaker for Team Liquid. The per team, per fans, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, how many times are we gonna have to watch them like struggle and fight all the way to a game 5 overtime only to lose, and just it's such a terrible way as well. Speed is going to be tilted for, I think, at least 4 months after the series, because he played so well, and then he actually had the save at the end, and like Cuxer unfortunately owned gold. It couldn't have been any worse of an ending for Team Liquid here.
It's just like, it's hilarious because this is perfectly what Team Liquid does, where about 10 seconds before that goal went in, I'm like, there's probably be a big whiff by Team Liquid and they're going to get scored on. Instead, that was an own goal. And that's just how Team Liquid is. Speed played out of his mind. And when he plays extremely well, Team Liquid looks like a top European team. The problem is for Team Liquid now, they have to win 3 series in a row where they're a team that bounces back and forth by playing good or playing bad. So to win 3 in a row at this point is going to be a tall order.
No way. 0%. I don't still see it. There's just no way. Surely no. I mean, it's so hard for me to imagine that after another crushing blow like this, they're going to be able to bounce back. But I want to be wrong here. Trust me, Liquid fans. I really want to be wrong. I would love to see them bounce back after how well they played today. They look like one of the best teams in the world again, especially with Speed playing as well as he did in defense. It's completely nullifying Alpha 54.
Oh, man.
How has he done that? That's amazing.
Yeah, no, even as a Liquid fan too, we were talking in between the matches there, and we're like, Liquid has to win this one. Vitality has a better chance to get this reverse sweep in series and get themselves in 3-2, but Liquid's definitely got a battle ahead. So let's take a look at the standings now and see who else is battling to still stay alive in this. Of course, everyone's still in this. All 16 teams are here, but Johnny, we see Liquid down there. We see Guild down there as well. And then even Barrage, who had a good start today, is now down there, but not 0-2 at least. But, you know, we have a few teams down there that we wouldn't expect.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's Liquid Guild are the real surprises.
Yeah.
I mean, Guild and Liquid have been inconsistent, but they've not been 0-2 in stage 2 inconsistent, both of them. And to make matters worse, they are playing each other next, so one of them is going to be out, which is pretty mind-blowing to think about. But just a real heartbreaking situation for Liquid fans. But hey, I think it's probably a good thing that they're playing against a team like Guild here when they're 0-2. They're not playing against a team who are a total like question mark, one of these new up-and-coming teams who Liquid will have no idea about. I think the fact that they're against Liquid, players they're familiar with, is definitely going to be one of the positives here.
Well, let's talk about these next matchups. And of course, we head into round 3, where we will start seeing some qualifications as teams move on into tomorrow's bracket. And of course, some teams sent home. But there are 2 broadcasts right now. We have the E-League broadcast. We'll be showing Giants versus Blokes and Monkeys versus S2V. That'll be over on twitch.tv/E-League TV. And then here, of course, on the Rocket League channel, we do have Liquid versus Guild up second, and then first is BDS versus Barca. Liquid versus Guild. You just mentioned this one, Johnny. You said 0 chance, but we do know that Guild has had some inconsistencies. Do you think the way Liquid's playing today, this maybe actually could be a favorable matchup for them?
Yeah, it's hard to see Liquid coming back 3 series in a row after how inconsistent they've been recently. I feel like they're just going to run into some team that they should beat and then own goal in game 5 overtime and lose or something, based on what we've seen so far. But definitely, I do stand by what I said. I think Guild is one of the better matchups that they could have ran into here, because they know what to expect from them, at least a lot more than from a lot of the other teams here that are much more new to the top level of Rocket League.
Well, let's talk about this next matchup that we're going to see first. It's BDS versus Barca. BDS, of course, one of the favorites coming in. They won Regional 1. Barca having their ups and downs as well, but they're sitting 2-0 on the day, which is, of course, a great sign for Barca. We haven't talked much about them across these regionals because they haven't been that much of an outstanding team, Gibbs, but here they are.
So when we talk about hot and cold teams in Europe, and I think we talked about this last time, BDS versus Endpoint, I said a hot Endpoint can't beat a BDS. I think a hot Barca can, because their offense is world class. They're averaging 3.33 goals per game for today, and we saw it last week, their team passing, where they'll get 5 or 6 passes within 3 seconds and then score a goal. They have those opportunities available to them. They had a bad Regional 1, but I think they have a chance to win this match. I'm not going to pick them, but I think there's an outside chance.
Well, the question is, chat, who are you going to pick? Let us know, of course, with the hashtags in chat. Want to see your thoughts. You guys were right on the last one before that. But Johnny, I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup here. BDS Barca. Do you think Barca is going to be on today? And do you think they have a chance to shut down BDS? We talked about BDS being one of those teams that are going to make it in 3-0. At least I think that was Shogun's prediction. Is he going to be right?
It was my prediction, Leaf, and I stand by
it.
Oh,
it was yours. Okay.
Yes, we'll go 3-0. I think Shogun might be right as well. He had Giants 3-0, which is, I think...
Oh, yeah, sorry. I mixed those two up.
Yeah, given their matchup. Easy to mix them up. They're both great teams. Two of the most consistent teams in Europe right now, especially with Vitality's really randomly bad start to today. Maybe the two most consistent. But I think Barca will put up a much better fight than Endpoint did. I thought... and wasn't surprised by the 3-0 win of BDS over Endpoint. I think Barca most likely will take 2 games here and lose in game 5, just like they did in stage 1.
BDS for Johnny. How about you then, Gibbs? Do you think Barca's on today? You said there's a potential, or has BDS still got this in your heart?
So there's potential. Like, I think a 3-1 or a 3-2 is probably what's going to happen. BDS will walk away with the 3-0 today.
3-0 today. I'm probably going to have to go with BDS. I mean, they're the Regional 1 champions. They've got that weight behind them. We've seen the consistency across the grid. We know that these guys have what it takes to do this, and they haven't slowed down yet. So I'm curious if chat, again, you're on BDS. You picked them earlier today, and you picked them again today. Pretty even here. Gibbs, you did a convincing speech there that Barca might be able to take this. So you convinced some of them, but it is still in favor of BDS. Let us know, of course, your thoughts, not only in chat, but on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. It's now time to find out. Chat, if you guys are right, BDS versus Barca right now.
We are about to find out, Leaf. And Corelli, I honestly like how Barcelona have looked as far as the results go. 6-0 on the day and taking down Barrage, who had beaten Renault Vitality in the first round. So I've called the Jets of an upstart team. Barca, if anyone's going to take down BDS on this journey, they might be able to right here.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with what Gibbs was saying. I really like this Barca offense. When you include Itachi into this roster, the first time I saw him play on this team, I felt like this Barca team could be reignited with that quick, fast-paced offense that they so desperately needed. And now it feels like Barca, while they have been quiet in some of these regionals and some of the tournaments, it does feel like Barca have a lot of potential here. And see if they show it here against a very strong and good-looking BDS team.
Ronicky, typically finding himself successful in the goal-scoring department, tried to find a pass out to Devo. Devo could never get the ball against Mark by 8, who finds a bump, an extra, setting up Monkey Moon for the next shot as Ronicky takes away the save. I believe that's the first registered shot of the match, and we're off with the first minute.
Ooh.
That demo on the backside opened just enough space for Ronicky to grab the pass and score a goal.
And I think this is what the Barca offense won. Itachi and Ronicky finding each other, the great pass across, and I think what's the best part about this goal is that Barca had multiple options, and the second one gets taken away with the demo on Devo. Another one shows up, and Ronicky recognizing that gap needed to be filled, and a great pass to land on his head. A good start here for Barca.
Certainly for Ronicky, if you get him going early, establish that confidence, it could mean a plethora of goals for Barca. We've seen them score a lot in the past. Itachi barely hanging onto that ball across the back wall. Now we're in midfield, which Ronicky wins the touch cleanly, and Devo's ready. Devo scores!
That's a quick transition for Barca as well. I love to see the command in the midfield. Ronicky getting up so quickly, and Devo quick to get that read. That's a tough read with that ball going over your head. There's not a lot of space to catch back up to it. And BDS a little bit outpaced here in the beginning of game 1.
It has been a rough first minute. It's a long game for BDS, and I'm sure they'll find their way in this series eventually. But right now, it's just a struggle to win those midfield challenges, which have led directly to goals. And then it was Barca just had a great play on the first goal to get the demo and then open space up. And like you said, just too many options for BDS to deal with. But Mark by 8, he grabbed the ball, he ran away with it.
And what happened?
Wow.
What happened to the Barca defense? Devo was the last man. Itachi got a demo on the right corner of BDS's side, so nobody home for Barca, and BDS will get one back.
It was that challenge, though, from Mark by 8. I don't know who it was that was flying up to go for the challenge, but he saw Mark by 8 behind the ball, and he thought he was going to flip forward into it. Mark by 8 flipped to the side, and so the challenge actually never happened, and the ball whizzed right by him. Maybe the spark of life for BDS can get them back square in game 1, but Mark by 8 finds the pass over to Extra. Ooh, we'll let it drop over to Monkey Moon.
BDS very willing to hit the ball down the field. It's something I say every single time we see them. They're very happy to just toss it into the opposition side and see what pops out. They know with the mechanics and the speed of this team, they can get to just about any ball, but not that one coming off their back wall as Itachi puts up a third for Barca.
Extra couldn't get that initial pinch out. It was a great grab by Devo, and then got the ball high up, taking advantage of Mark by 8, who was still on the ground. And by the time he got onto the wall, his momentum was killed and couldn't get back to the ball in time. So it was a good grab and pass from Devo, Corelli. You really like to see how he's been playing. He got that almost that gimme from the win in midfield from Ronicky, but he's looking pretty solid so far, almost getting another goal. Ronicky got blocked out.
It's a very confident play there from Barca as well. I mean, everyone pushed up for that play. 2 players were in the BDS corner, so I mean, if the final shot never went in, Barca would have been in some trouble, but it just shows the confidence in that play that they had, knowing that they could put it away. And they're sitting at a comfortable lead here, and so far, quite frankly, Jorby, a very comfortable game 1 for Barca.
And even getting catches, having a little bit of space, forcing BDS to work laterally in their own half, and then that demo will just give space to Ronicky. He's got Devo, but stretched it a little too far. Extra picks off the pass, and Itachi will have to buy a little bit of time. He does. That was a dangerous ball, but Ronicky punts it back away. Ooh, that's a nice touch in midfield from Mark by 8. Extra, though, that was a light shot on net. Devo hopping right on top of the next challenge. Can't win against Mark by 8. So it's not terrible for BDS, but you'd like to see them start the clock on this comeback right about now on this push with Monkey Moon and Extra. Devo cutting off the next pass. Mark by 8, nothing. Barca stopped the attack in midfield.
It's been a struggle for BDS. Every single chance downfield, every opportunity, anything that BDS try and set up, Barca are one step ahead, always getting a car in front of the play, or at least just making it a difficult one for BDS, as this is a dangerous play, as Monkey Moon's gonna have a top shelf shot, and he'll get a second for BDS.
Let's in the spot. Extra on the carry, and coming back in was Ronicky and Itachi. Maybe a miscommunication. One person stays back there. Itachi, he's probably the best man to take that ball out and having your teammate roll out to the corner and look for a clear. Instead, they maybe tried to pinch it together. That did not work out at all. And it gives BDS some life, Corelli, in in a game rather, where it's been far and few between in terms of their offense, even though they have like 8 shots on net or 9.
Well, and it's come off of some Barca mistakes as well. I mean, the defense wasn't very organized on the very first goal for BDS, and then this last goal where it just felt like, again, some disorganization and some of the comms didn't come through. But Barca, they can hold on here for the first 15 seconds. They get themselves a game 1 victory.
Devo wins another challenge. Ronicky's shot denied by Mark by 8. Final seconds, Monkey Moon, hard ball against the corner. Extra dove, but the ball was defended. Monkey Moon wants one more chance to Mark by 8. Mark by 8, clean touch, but they got to find where Ronicky's putting it. Oh, he couldn't catch it. And Barca take the first game.
Very interesting game 1 here from BDS. It's not very often that you see BDS struggle to control something like the midfield or have multiple chances in the final third. And sure, you could look at the shots and say, yeah, they had 10 shots, but not a lot of them are very dangerous. So for BDS, this was a very I would say, off game for them. And that's credit to Barca. Again, I feel like Barca did a really good job of staying in the face of BDS and not letting them have 1, 2, 3 touches through the midfield that really set up BDS.
Yeah, it was a lot of solid challenges. There were a couple of times too where Barca were in spots I wasn't expecting, the Devo goal being one of them. And then a couple of other spots where you're like, okay, BDS is putting something together, but then another blind spot challenge comes and takes the ball away. We're seeing that more and more, teams starting to rely on those blind spot challenges and to really throw off the rotation of the opposite team. And it can work to great effect. It's worked a couple of times for Barca. It's not something they've consistently gone for, but I do think it's helping to make BDS constantly question where Barca is sitting on the pitch and how they're going to approach the ball.
Let's see if Barca can keep up with the way they played in game 1. Again, while a couple slip-ups came through, I thought it was a very solid game 1 performance from Barca, but you know that BDS are going to make changes into this game. You know that not every game you're going to be as comfortable playing against an offense like BDS, who has just torn up Europe at times. So for Barca, they're going to have to keep adapting to this BDS speed. And you're already seeing some shots coming out as a save has to be made by Roniki.
Itachi on the carry. He's off the ceiling. He's got the shot, but he was out of boost before he ever got to the ceiling. So getting power was going to be a tall task. Mark by 8 launches this ball to the backboard, but it's grabbed again by Barca. This still sets up BDS and Monkey Moon with an open net. Itachi was still rotating back. No chance.
And BDS just catching Barca out. You can see Itachi, he flipped across the top of the net. Diva was still trying to come back in rotation, and Monkey Moon will just take advantage with that small gap on the near post and give BDS the lead.
A good refresher for BDS to actually set the tone rather than having to react. Monkey Moon tried to look for Mark by 8, but it was way off the mark. Itachi launches one up. Roniki diving for the next challenge. The ball still hangs in front of the box, and BDS are having a lot of trouble breaking out of off their own goal line. Extra, another carry, but they can't win that challenge. They can't even get to the challenge as Roniki forces his way around the corner. Now next up is Devo. Behind him, Itachi has to come in and clean up for Devo there. But regardless, even after that miss, BDS are forced to just play reactionary. Here's one. Devo gets the second touch. The ball still so much hang time right in front of this net, but no goal yet for Barca. Devo next. Does Roniki have a chance off that bounce? Goes for the pass. Itachi is denied by Extra, but that's going to be more boost for Itachi and more pressure for Barca. Here's Itachi again. He bought a lot of time for Devo to come in. The next challenge goes straight back to Itachi. The play may die here for Barca. Excellent job on defense from BDS.
Yeah, definitely want to compliment BDS on the defense there, but also the shape from Barca on that offense. The second one attempt dies, another one can just be started up. The second man comes through, the third man keeps it alive and buys time for his team to regain boost and get back into the offense. That's why you see Barca spent so much time. Now it really is about how do you finish these chances that you're getting, and BDS putting up a good fight in front of their net.
Monkey Moon followed the last pass. Now he tries to make the challenge, but it's too much pressure. And the top finally blows off. Barca tie the game.
Great tight space passing here. Devo off the back wall, finds Roniki in the box. They've tried to set it up a couple times. Finally, BDS breaks here, and Barca get on the board after some extended stay in the final third.
You know, BDS, they're thankful that, you know, I'm glad that everything is reset. So we could actually get off the goal line and do something. But Barca somehow come up with the ball, and Devo slaps it against the post for a Barca lead.
Devo initially had missed the first touch, but it comes off of Extra, actually. He accidentally centers it, and Devo is happy to receive inside the box, and Barca go up by 1.
And I don't feel like Barca are doing anything too special, Corelli. It's just solid aggressive positioning on offense, and what you were saying, the structure from them on their rotation. That's a great bump by Mark by 8, playing full back. Wow. Monkey Moon just dumps it in. That's how you get back into it.
And people can talk about Mark by 8 as the nuisance because he does a great job of being involved in the offense. He's the first man down the field a lot of times, and sometimes he doesn't have to play the ball. He can just play that last defender and open up the gaps for his offense, and he does so right there for BDS to tie it back up.
Mark by 8 always finding himself in positions of stardom when it comes to getting BDS where they need to go. Monkey Moon back over to Extra. He contributes in every single way on the pitch, and is great for BDS. And now Monkey Moon will grab this from the corner. BDS looking for a 2-goal comeback for a lead, but the ball taken away by Itachi, forcing Mark by 8 back, and everyone forced to rotate back on BDS and wait for this next attack from Devo. Looking for Itachi, nothing there, defended yet again by BDS.
I want to go back to the point you were talking about, Jorby, before that goal, because you're right. Barca, it's not like they're hitting these high-flying flip resets, pinch shots that go 163 kilometers or whatever. It's solid. It's consistent offense. There's nothing that's going wrong for them on offense. There's no poor touches. There's no bad passes. It's just everything's consistent right now for Barca. Look at this drop back out from Devo. It's tough to deal with, but there's always
the only
support.
one he's hit. Yeah,
There's just always support.
I totally agree. And they're clicking right now. And when Barca have looked good on stream, this is really how they've looked. Itachi, it's a nice carry off the ceiling away from Monkey Moon. He's by 2 now. Might give a chance to Barca. Roniki next on the carry, but can't find a pass down. Just got too far around the ball. Devo again, handling the ball really well. Despite the heavy traffic in the corners, he's tending to come out the victor in those situations more times than not, Corelli. Even right there. Take the ball away, force BDS to stretch. They grab the ball, but you still get time to set up on defense. Itachi wasn't the toughest shot to defend, but it can be so dangerous when they're screening right across the goal line. Monkey Moon marked by 8, but Roniki there to stop them yet again. Regulation coming to a close. Maybe one more chance for Extra. Slow pop, shot or a pass. Either way, it's defended. And a bounce high. It's for BDS. Monkey Moon dives for it. The shot off the crossbar and grabbed by Itachi. Not quite out of the woods. Monkey Moon once. Monkey Moon twice. Oh, it drops right in front of the goal line.
It was in for Monkey Moon too. It was a great effort there to keep it up and have a second or third touch. Unfortunately, not enough time. So we go to overtime.
Well, good speed from Roniki to give Barca a chance, but marked by 8, being harassed by Itachi on the approach. And now Barca are forced to the back wall several times. The challenge only going to take Devo forward and into midfield. Extra, nice pop over Roniki, but the play dies yet again. Will Monkey Moon find the gap? Looks for the read, too committed for Barca, but as Greasy Meister says, it doesn't matter as long as you hit it. Extra, defended by Roniki.
Barca struggling here to break out from their end. BDS kind of have Barca where they want them, and the constant pressure is starting to take its toll a little bit. You can see the defense a little bit slower to react on some plays. Everyone coming back from Barca there. So BDS, again, also having troubles of finding that last shot, that last piece of the offense to put away a goal. This could be it, though, for Barca off the back wall. It's a little bit late to go up. Devo's there.
Oh, wow. Extra missing, and I thought was going to give them the goal right there, Corelli. And then great job by Monkey Moon. He was in the perfect spot for that rebound. All he had to do was drive in front. Knew exactly when that next shot was going to come. But BDS are still on offense, or still on defense, excuse me. Extra coming in, but he's too slow against Devo. But now he's got to go downfield as Monkey Moon gets a long clear. That'll be met with another boomer. No one really breaking just yet. Extra gets another clear downfield, and Devo will try again. But every play, every attempt has been killed by a challenge in midfield, and then everyone resets and tries again. Here's BDS's chance. Devo makes the first challenge happen, but Monkey Moon's shot is high. Itachi grabs it just in time.
Devo has no boost.
And Devo diving forward. Monkey Moon knows it, but he couldn't quite find the angle that Devo was going for. Excellent approach by Devo.
Devo got away with murder there. He just walked away with 0 boost, and the ball got by 2 BDS players. And here comes BDS once again.
Barca was keep the ball.
Barca was in a rough spot there, unfortunately, too. It just felt like BDS just couldn't follow up. And so we sit here 2.5 minutes into overtime. Neither team getting the better of each other now, even though BDS is boasting 13 shots in this game to the 8 of Barca.
They spent a good amount of time in that last minute taking shots at the orange half, or at least trying to work towards the box. But Devo has been a menace on defense He somehow has just won so many of these small touches, these micro 1v1s that come time after time. And Devo, well, he's winning every single one of them. But we're 3 minutes into OT. As good as Devo's been, Monarchy and Itachi, this whole team, they got to find a way to get more offense and get a gap against BDS, whether it be bumps or demos or defending a pass. Extra misses the shot. He had to avoid a defender, and now a breakaway opportunity. No, Monkey Moon took the ball away, and BDS have it back. Uh-oh. Monkey Moon barely picks up that save as Itachi was threatening to end it right there. Ronicky can't get back to his touch. BDS, a little bit of room to breathe, but not for long. Devo looking for Ronicky. It's not the best touch for BDS. Monkey Moon had to dive for it. Couldn't grab it. Extra. Finally, a clear downfield. Can Monkey Moon set him up? No. Devo, another great challenge against the back wall, and Barca are out of harm's way for another second.
Maybe not.
Whoop! It turns into disaster in just a second. Extra just misses, marked by 8. No touch as he dove in front. Barca still have not lost after that couple of shots, man. Woo!
They just survived a feeding frenzy from BDS. They're like sharks circling in the water right now. You can tell the pace of play picked up as well from both sides. Here's marked by 8. If he can get a piece, it comes down to extra. Finally puts it away off the crossbar. 4 minutes and 11 seconds, and BDS finally get the game.
Great touch by Mark by 8, and Extra has been hunting for that top shelf all game. Hit the crossbar more than a couple of times. We finally found the mark, Corelli. It started really good for BDS, but then it turned into a chess match on the field where neither team was willing to commit in that overtime unless they saw a clear opening. No one wanted to take an unnecessary challenge if it meant a man advantage on their side of the field. And so it was such a boxing match like that. It was awesome.
It was a boxing match at the same time, a chess match as well. It was really who was going to have their defense be broken, especially in that final 2 minutes of that overtime. It did feel like teams were getting a bit anxious on, the defensive shape, especially breaking out. You could see that the pace of play, the second a team would break out from their end, would speed up all the way through the midfield and then slow back down on the other side. And there was really the loss of midfield was it really changed possession for both teams. It was really interesting to watch here. So very evenly matched, Jorby. I think it's fair to say here between BDS and Barca.
I think so. Barca looked pretty good today. They're not making a ton of errors. There are a couple of double commits in situations where you'd like to see them be a little more structured, but those double commits haven't really turned into anything for BDS. In fact, they've only gotten clears off of them, it feels like. So, but we'll see how Barca responds, because they had a lot of pressure and a lot of opportunities against BDS, despite the respect we're giving both defenses. Barca certainly keep hammering at the net. Devo almost sniped the corner. Now a breakaway? No. Extra couldn't hang on to the ball. Itachi flipping up for a teammate. And the old whifty comes to strike again.
Yeah, Ronicky might have had a clean shot there. He might have been blocked as well, but good passing from Barca. They're doing a great job of working inside of a limited space right now. BDS, it's really what you have to do with the speed that's on this team, and that's a tough challenge for Itachi. He's going to roll in. Devo has no more boost, and it will go in for Mark Baye and BDS on the board first.
It's just in. Monkey Moon wins the first touch, and a really risky challenge. Diving for that ball. Not sure that was the optimal play there, but in the end, it still led to a BDS goal.
Well, we saw that just a second earlier as well, and it's happened even in game one where Barca do push up a bit too far, and when their play doesn't work out, what a pass from Monkey Moon over to Mark Baye. Hold on a second, a 2-0 lead now for BDS, and they're rolling.
And all set up by Extra there. That was a really awkward touch for Ronicky to get to. The launch wasn't bad, but he still has to get enough power to get it out to the corner. Instead, he chipped himself on the crossbar right as he touched it, and that killed any of the power he was going to get on that touch, which just set up disaster for Barca. But it feels great for BDS with a 2-goal lead a minute in. By no means out of it as Itachi moves downfield for Barca.
And Jorby, it's something I've always noticed in Rocket League is the closer you are to the net, the better a pass works every single time, because Rocket League is such a fast-paced game that a lot of defenders just assume that you're going to take that shot, because why wouldn't you? You're right in front of the net. But that pass, you could see threw off the last two defenders of Barca so cleanly. There was just no chance for them to make a save after that. And that's the beauty of a play like that.
Well, marked by 8. He's just roaming across that goal line, trying to keep Barca respectful of the threat. But Barca moved down the pitch and would like to get something set up, but they're just forced against the back wall again because of the threat from marked by 8, who's just roaming around getting interesting touches. I'll call it awkward for Barca because they're rotating for something else, but what is happening on this backboard? Nobody can find the ball, and BDS are gifted.
I don't think there's a lot of excuses here for Barca. You just got to get that one off the back wall. Two players even jumped at it. One of them flew inside of the net, and the other one was caught on the wall. And of course, BDS are going to be there to put it away on that mistake. It's as simple as that. It was something that we saw a little bit in game 1 from Barca. They're prone to some catastrophic mistakes, and that's just another one to add to the tally.
Might put this game out of reach. BDS looking pretty strong in game number 3. Extra gets a little extra for his effort on that ball, getting a couple of bumps. I mean, Barca are forced to just wait, Corelli. Marked by 8 couldn't come up again, but when you force so much respect out of a team and they're waiting on the back line for you to do stuff, that opens up passing lanes all over the place. And like you said, right in front of the box because of how far back they are. They're just expecting BDS to come forward with shot after shot because that's the amount of pressure that they've built. Certainly earned if Barca are just trying to hope to survive on defense.
It's been a struggle for Barca. I mean, they really aren't even getting a lot of touches on the ball. The first player for Barca to break 100 points here in this game is Itachi with that save, almost doubling his score. So it does feel like
You're right.
Barca are just really struggling to find any rhythm here to keep the ball. And marked by 8 just takes that one away again.
He read that pass. He knew that pass was coming before it ever got to his own third. He was positioned for it. He's like, I see that 100%. And infield passes are great, but as you know, many have been saying, it's like you got to be able to mix it up. Sometimes you just take the shot. Sometimes you take it up to the corner. You can't go for that infield pass every time, or marked by 8's just going to intercept it, as he has many times in this match. What a touch, man.
Yeah. I think that's kind of been the story of this game here for BDS. Everything has just been clicking. Everything has been working. And more importantly, they're capitalizing on the mistakes that I think Barca are giving them. I think Barca kind of have been their own worst enemy here in game 3. I think at this point, they're kind of looking forward to the next game and having a fresh, clean slate going in 0-0.
A fresh, clean slate is all they could ask for because this was nothing but clean from BDS. Barca, quite a mess to clean up and maybe a pick-me-up goal. But Devo, who has been winning a lot of challenges, in this game, he hasn't had nearly as much success. In fact, it has flipped over to marked by 8. Ronicky will pick up a goal here. Not able to find the clear with BDS, but at this point, you are looking at game 4 if you're Barca.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best look of the game here with 27 seconds left for Barca. Team BDS, I mean, what can you say? I think they did everything right here in this game, and unfortunately, I think Barca know what went wrong here. They had a poor start. They had some poor defense as well. I think it's very clear. A lot of misses, a lot of whiffs. I think that's just the difference maker here. You can't have that many mistakes in one game and expect to win.
Totally agree, Corelli. In the waning seconds, BDS will be one victory away from qualifying for tomorrow in that final top 8 playoff bracket. Devo sends it off, and we move on to potentially the final game.
Potentially. I think Barca is going to bounce back here. For all the criticisms we've had here in this game, I think it's very blatant what went wrong. This is definitely not the Barca team that we expect here with the mistakes that they've had. Certainly, they're going to pick it up going into these later games.
Yeah, I think that it definitely got away from them early. BDS got 2 early goals, and then after that, the wheels fell off for Barca, and then they tried to force a lot of things. They were forced into a lot of solo plays and hard clears. They weren't really able to pressure BDS at all. It just was not clicking for them. They weren't winning challenges. Devo didn't win challenges, therefore Barca didn't score. That's just how it worked out. And so Devo has to start winning challenges again, Corelli. That's what this match has given us.
Yeah. And again, I do expect Barca to pick it up here. It wasn't just Devo. It was kind of just everyone across the board. I don't think everyone was on the same page. So we'll see how they go into this game for BDS. I feel like, again, this was a fantastic game that we just saw from them, but you can't really rely on the constant mistakes coming out from Barca. You're only going to get maybe one of those if you're lucky.
Well, this may be Barca's last. Unless they can find a way through. An early goal would certainly be nice for them, and Itachi will try to start that journey, but they're met with another challenge by BDS, who keep getting more and more aggressive on those challenges with their positioning, feeling confident on their approach against Barca. Extra can't find that touch. It would have set up marked by 8. Instead, he's forced to make this touch out to the corner, but that's right back to Ronicky. 1 touch, 2 for Extra, and marked by 8 will get the follow-up clear, but a nice grab from Itachi high in front. And Monkey Moo missed the ball. Extra bails him out, but it's hard off the ceiling. Devo next. He's got a couple of touches. There's Devo, but Ronicky's shot was weak, and Itachi can't get there in time. BDS hold firm.
Great sequence by Barca, though. That's the offense that we expect from them coming into these games. A great start so far. Can they convert?
Ronicky wins another touch, sets up another shot for Devo. Too light again. No. That's 2 weak shots. And Itachi has to dive forward just to keep the ball into the corner. Next up, Devo. Ronicky has to retreat now. Here come BDS off the bounce. Marked by 8. What a shot! 1-0 BDS.
That's a fantastic play by BDS, but this is one of the weaknesses we've been pointing out with Barca. They leave the backfield wide open, and you know marked by 8 is going to be the first man down the field for BDS. He's going to cherry pick those gaps, and when the ball is played to me, it's a banger of a shot in.
Barca are in trouble. BDS, Monkey Moon, marked by 8. Back to Monkey Moon in front. Has the catch, but Devo's there to receive. Extra next up on the rebound, marked by 8. Has first touch, the box. Where is BDS? Extra takes out one player, and that'll give him the ball, but he lost control. It might still be a chance for BDS as Monkey Moon and Extra. He grabbed both back boosts. What does it mean for Barca? Well, Itachi, he collected one midfield, and a lot of pads are being picked up. So Barca making up for the deficit on what they lost in their canisters and have prevented a couple of BDS potential opportunities because of it, but they still need another clear, Corelli.
Yeah, but they're feeling a lot of pressure from BDS, like you said. A welcomed clear eventually here from Ronicky, but for BDS, this is the offense that they expect to play. This is the game plan, I should say, for BDS. It's just an onslaught, a barrage of attacks, of different types of attacks too. It's the individual plays, it's the passing plays, it's the flick on. Everything from BDS is just so quick. It's tough for any defense to keep up with the pace.
I mean, you saw Monkey Moon on that pass to Extra. You have to respect both options there because you don't know if he's actually going to shoot that. And Extra's sitting there waiting the whole time. And so maybe you do what Space Station have been doing so well lately, which is just demo the guy who's going to receive it. Just demo him, the other guy go for that, and then we're safe. Barca are safe for now on that last push, but they have had zero offense against BDS, and they're out shooting them. But where have those shots come? I don't remember any of them.
Barca really got their first 4 shots in about the first minute, and Extra, can he do it himself? And he pins it against the wall, and it gets cleared away. An opportunity that was so close for Extra. The defense still holding on, but the attack still coming. Extra, another chance off the crossbar. Marked by 8's going to keep it alive for BDS. Monkey Moon's going to get a piece of it. Veronicky's got to clear it away, and Barca just barely hanging on at this point.
Barely hanging on, and Devo finally gets a massive clear. He doesn't get that powerful touch. You're talking about more BDS shots, but Monkey Moon, he'll happily land on that ball. Now, Barca are in the orange half, while the ball was in the blue half, but they were just getting set up for this. Ronicky slams it against the ceiling. Itachi over for Devo. No, but Itachi grabbed the boost, and the challenge knocks it right by Ronicky. Still, Devo slows it down, pops it once, goes under Extra, but Monkey Moon is there. Itachi grabbing the next ball. Ronicky jetting forward, marked by 8. Back to Monkey Moon, counter-attack, 2-0.
It's both goals here for BDS have been almost the exact same thing. Everyone from Barca was committed. You could see Devo was finally trying to get back, but Monkey Moon just playing downfield, cherry picking, waiting for that pass to come down. Again, perfectly played right on the nose and redirected into the net.
No chances for Barca on offense, where as soon as they get the clear, they're like, okay, now we're going to get the pass from our third to midfield, and then we're going to set something up. But the play always dies after the pass to midfield. They can't win that challenge. Itachi forces his way through, though, off of a quick attack down the pitch from Ronicky.
There you go. Fighting a bit of fire with fire here, just being faster to the ball, and Itachi gets the better of that 50 as well. He didn't have a lot of boosts going into it, only about 8 until he picked up that pad. So for Barca, a little bit of life here left with 49 seconds.
Maybe the chance that they need. The last 9 minutes have been BDS. But Ronicky has something to say about it. 2-2 now, Barca, quick tie game.
They're not going down without a fight here. Great pass down from Itachi, and look at the shot from Ronicky. You know he's a great striker, and he puts it away for Barca when they need it the most.
119 kilometers per hour. We have had so many fastballs today. It's crazy. Marked by 8 against Devo. That challenge will be extras. And now BDS. There is still plenty of time for BDS to mount some pressure here against Barca if they can win this next challenge in midfield. Marked by 8. Not the touch you would have wanted. He got more of the car than he did the ball. And it might actually give Barca a chance, Corelli, but no, BDS throw it back out. Can Itachi get...
no. Oh, no.
The worst touch you could imagine, but Devo gets back in time. Can Barca recover and at least force OT? Maybe even a little bit more. Itachi wins a couple of challenges. Great catch on the back wall by Mark by 8.
I think a smart move to let it die there in the end, but yeah, kind of a crazy series here once again, and this is Barca's last leg. Can they hang on here and force another game, or do BDS take it and move on to the final bracket?
Devo gets a couple of touches downfield, but Barca, the way they've been playing offense was dump and chase, and they've been losing the race. Now Ronicky picks it up, looks for Itachi, can't. Monkey Moon is all over him. Marked by 8 yet again. High ball, he's got the carry, but Devo denies him in midfield, and Itachi gets there just in time for Monkey Moon. Devo can't get back over to extra. Ronicky's got to be next up, and he gets 1.5 solid touches. Itachi makes up for it with the next. Monkey Moon tries to work for a clear. Devo dumps it down, but Itachi was not ready and low on boost. It's going to be tough to do anything with that ball.
You might want to buckle up here, because when we go to overtime with these two teams, they tend to be long, at least with the last one, 4 minutes, over 4 minutes. And chances galore, I think, for both teams here in this game to prevent this overtime. But here we are, 2-2, over a minute now. Barca very slowly ramping up the attack here, had options across and blocked away.
BDS get more of those kind of wins on the challenge, where Barca are expecting to win the challenge. But where in this match have they won so many challenges that they've earned that kind of optimism? It hasn't been. Marked by 8 and Monkey Moon have picked them apart on their passing. They gotta be more careful. They can't all push up so far up the field, because how many times has we've seen that ball get blown by the third man? It hasn't always led to a goal, but it certainly puts you in a tough spot on defense, if not.
Yeah, you can't be too structured. You can't be so rigid on offense when you play, or on the defense as well, when you play someone like BDS. And that's a little tangle up there in the box. BDS still trying to put on the attack, and they might be able to here. Extra had a chance to play with it. The defense still holding on for Barca as they clear it away.
Itachi is starting to win more and more challenges that way. But again, it doesn't matter, because Barca just aren't hanging on to the ball. Devo, he's going to try for this. The ball goes straight to Itachi. And now he's going to look for Devo. But Devo wanted the boost. So now Itachi's going to move down the field by himself. Ronicky pull off here. There's just no angle for Barca to get out. Every time they try to get by midfield, one of these players is knocking the ball out of their hands. Extra does it again and forces Barca wide. The more time this spends in the orange half, the more danger Barca are in. Marked by 8, tried to get a couple of bumps, but they get out Devo with the next save. Now they're gonna play
Ronicky
in front, looking for the bulldoze, but no. Ronicky can't hang on to the ball, and BDS, that's the first shot they've had to defend in overtime.
And they're right back onto offense here, and BDS poised to take it as Extra just slips it by on the near post.
Oh, Extra just makes all of Barca look absolutely silly. He catches it, jumps once, and just makes sure that that ball gets in. But there was nothing special about it. Barca had to dive for the ball. Nobody was ready for it. And Extra's like, I will let it fall to me. And fall to him, it did. Corelli,
Wow.
This is part of why BDS are so good. And wow, what a performance in that overtime.
And I want to give credit to Barca. I think that, except for the one game where obviously they didn't, but they looked pretty good here in this series. I felt like, this is a team that is definitely a top 8 team here in Europe. Unfortunately, they had to play a very hot, very consistent BDS team. I mean, BDS have just been consistent across the board here in RLCS X and in the grid for what it feels like the last 3-4 weeks. And for Barca to play them so well, I think bodes really well for them moving forward. Both these teams are sitting at 2-0, so BDS will move on to 3-0. Barca sit now at 2-1.
Just need Barca to find a way to get more creative on their approaches, because they were relying on that solo challenge win and they weren't getting it. And when you're not getting that, you gotta go to something else. You gotta try something different. But Team BDS just had them read all the way. So an excellent performance by them. We got our next match coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. More European Rocket League coming at you after the break.
I told you that one day ain't never enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X, the European edition. We are in stage 2 of the second regional, currently on the path to determine our top 8 teams to play in the playoffs tomorrow. We just saw BDS claim their spot, and we're about to watch 2 teams try to avoid elimination. That is Team Liquid and Guild. Now, Corelli, here's the thing. When I was watching Liquid versus Vitality, I was confident in that game 5 with how Liquid looked, that they were going to beat them. And then they lost in probably the most Liquid way possible. And so as a team that has this kind of expectation on them, where they know, we all know that they're going to get close, but can they actually get over the hump? How do you maintain a solid mentality throughout that process? Like, this has to be such a gauntlet for Liquid, and how many tight games that they play to have them end in such heartbreaking ways.
Well, it's kind of the tale of 2 different stories here, even though both these teams are sitting at the same record, because Guild haven't won a game at all. They've been swept in both of their series. But on the other side of things, like you're saying, Jorby, Liquid have now been 1 game away twice. They've gone to game 5 twice, and they haven't been able to close it out. And your question, how do you do it? I mean, look, keep your composure throughout the game, especially in these last few seconds. I mean, that the game previously when they were playing Vitality, obviously that last goal was a bit of a heartbreaker to watch. Cooksier accidentally hitting it into his own net. So for Team Liquid, they're good enough. We've seen it. They've proven it to us that they are good enough to make it here. They're good enough to even make it the top 8 for sure, no doubt. It's really up to them. How would they come out here against this Guild team who, quite frankly, from what we saw last week, the shooting game has been abysmal from them. How do they change that going to this? I have no idea, because they're from what we saw before, Jorby, with Guild, the shooting was it was not hitting the mark, clearly.
The shooting was not at all. And that's why I have a feeling that this will either be a fantastic series that people will be thinking about for more than a couple of weeks, or it's going to be a disaster show that people will remember for ages. There doesn't really seem to be an in-between for these 2 teams. We'll find out who stays alive in stage 2, because like I said, both of these teams, they're not close to qualifying. They're close to being eliminated.
Yeah, we didn't even really say much about that. Both these teams are sitting at 0-2, by the way. So one of these teams is going home. They are not going to be in the final playoff bracket. And I mean, we might not see either of them, but at least one of them is going home here and one of them is staying alive for another series. And that's a shame to see here, but that's how tight, how tough Europe is this season. It has just been a gauntlet for anyone.
Especially with a lot of these up-and-coming teams and up-and-coming players that have found themselves onto established teams. Nolly and Tho, you talk about them with Scrub Killer. They haven't been in the scene as long as some of the players on the pitch here, but they're part of this upswing that Europe has seen and has contributed to the craziness and the upsets. You just don't know where everybody falls on the radar outside of 1 or 2 teams. Maybe on both sides, both the best teams and the worst teams. Maybe that's the only teams you really have figured out. But everyone in the middle is vying for a little more credence. But I mean, so far in this opening minute, Corelli, or the opening 2 minutes, it hasn't been easy for either offense to get started. Good approaches on defense, hard touches into gaps. No one really able to find any sort of consistency just yet.
Yeah, conservative approach here from both sides. Though wants to take this one up by himself. He actually does get by Fruity and speed there to carry it out. Neither team having a solid look on target yet. We'll see who's the first to break down the other's defense. A lot of time here for Guild to get situated.
Wow. We'll let it roll the whole way back. And Scrub will just take it himself. So you spend so much time getting a play set up, yet instead of getting some sort of structure heading downfield, we just go for an air dribble and hope for a win on the challenge. That's a save from speed. He'll knock it back up to the side. Fruity will boom it downfield.
Well, we saw it last week. Guild very much like to get into the air dribble, whether it's picking it up from a pass or take it in themselves. And they're quite good at it. We saw it before last week. And that has been kind of their bread and butter, because when you think about this team, you have a lot of weapons. And here's one when in, though, getting the first goal for Guild.
Nolly, first solid touch onto this ball, and Cooks just couldn't get back to it. He used everything that he had, but Nolly just took it too far away from him. He didn't have the boost to be able to chase it down. And the rotation, no one else was able to cover for Cooks there. And the first goal.
Oh, no.
And the second goal are scored back-to-back. Speed equalizing this real quick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happened here from Scrub. He just turned away, and I guess he just didn't think that ball was going to pop out, or at least he was trying to get back to play defense, but unfortunately turned the wrong way and couldn't have any chance of a defensive try on that ball, and a kickoff goal given up by Guild.
Has to be frustrating to be the one to set an early tone, but to have it wiped away by a kickoff goal immediately. One of the most frustrating things, because you're trying to establish a rhythm. And it's so hard to establish a rhythm when there's a pause right after another pause, and you're not really feeling good when that second pause comes around because you just got scored on. Speed, probably not feeling good after getting demoed. And Cooks, actually very fortunate that it ended up bouncing how it did to Fruity, because the rest of Guild were ready for the bounce had it ended up the other way. Fruity in midfield gets another solid touch, but there really isn't a lot going on for Team Liquid right now. They're forcing a lot of the balls that Guild are giving them out to the sides. They get this clear here, but are we looking for passes, or are we just dumping the ball in front? Because somebody isn't on the same game plan for Liquid yet.
Yeah, not a lot of options when Liquid moved down the field, and unfortunately none of them converting on either the pass or the shot. And Guild are just kind of taking the ball away and saying, thank you very much. Oh my goodness, did he just pinch that in?
That is the old dunk pitch 360 twirl. Well, he did the 360 way earlier, but you get my point.
That's another
nice.
113 kilometer per hour there.
You're right. That's crazy.
My goodness, pinches today are just unreal from really every team here in Europe. And Scrub, you knew he could kind of just jackknife that one down. Here's the pass over to Nolly. Guild starting to heat up here on offense.
Speed setting up a play for Liquid. Despite that pressure that was about to build, the rest of Guild retreated. Two went back to go collect some boost, and nobody was ready for the other challenge. Scrub finds no bump against Speed, looked for it. Fruity grabs the ball. He's got Cooks on the wing, but they can't connect. Liquid continuing these passes downfield, but they haven't connected on one of them. And then they can't even hang on to the ball on offense. It's a great... Yeah, I'm not going to scream on Liquid on that one. That was a great approach by Nolly for sure.
And it just puts Guild right back into offense. And I will say, Guild's transition game has just been phenomenal here. So quick down the field. And it feels like Liquid, though, are giving them the space to do it a little bit. But give credit to Guild. They're very quick to move down the field and just force that first chance, which just puts that defense on the back foot immediately.
Ooh, Speed cuts under one, but Fruity comes in against Cooks. Cooks is still there. He hadn't moved. Scrub had the save and maybe a clear, but he's got to stay behind it. He can't. Fruity can't find Cooks. The pass broken up. Liquid. Speed knows he's got one more chance, but couldn't land under the ball. That is a Guild victory.
Yeah, and I think a very clean Guild victory here over Team Liquid. I thought that they played extremely well, and I think that for Liquid, though, is a very reactionary defense. It felt like they were reacting to a lot of what Guild was giving them or what Guild was coming at them with, and that's what gave all of the space over to Guild to kind of play with. You see a lot of air dribbles flying through the midfield. You even saw a lot of plays where, even in that play, maybe 2 minutes into that game, where Scrub had all that time to kind of collect boosts from his corner, then pick the ball up. Nobody challenged from Team Liquid. They completely left the midfield wide open, and Scrub still went for the air dribble, so he kind of fell into the trap. But for Liquid, a lot of space given up in the midfield that Guild are taking advantage of. That's where you're seeing that transition game be so strong from them.
Well, it does feel like that's what Liquid are relying on, right? They're relying on Guild to play for Scrub Killer to just air dribble the ball downfield and try to force a challenge, because they just positioned for themselves to expect it. And I can hear Speed in my head as he's going, watch, like Scrub's got all this space. He's just going to air dribble it towards us. And then that's exactly what he did. And he did it a couple of times. But I think that if Liquid can start to find form, and I feel like they were starting to find it, really the biggest criticism I had was it just felt disjointed on offense. The first man was looking for a pass to a second man that wasn't there, or the pass just was poor, wasn't on point, and third man is just hoping to play damage control because the ball kept getting boomed back downfield. And they want to trap the ball in their own half. They want to move forward as a team, but if even half a thing goes wrong, then the whole play dies and they have no way to continue pressure. That's how that game one happened, and Guild punished them for it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's why, to your point there, Guild did punish them over and over and over again. That's why you saw them move down the field so quickly. That's why they were able to have so much space to work with. Felt like Liquid were all in on plays that were kind of half chances or that never really fully materialized, whether it was a bad pass or a missed touch, and never really generated a lot of dangerous chances that Guild did in the end on most of their offensive tries.
And we are getting a new server set up, so we have a slight delay, but not for too long. We're getting everybody into the match as quick as possible, and we'll get game 2 underway. But this is not how, especially for, both of these teams that haven't been as consistent as they would have hoped, Corelli, they came out in Regional 1. They weren't the results that they wanted, and that really puts a lot of more pressure on you, because if you don't qualify for the playoffs in Regional 2, you're going to have to go on a really deep run in Regional 3 to put yourself in a really solid position at the top of the standings if you don't want the major to be a fight every single step of the way, because that's what it will be if you end up in those 13 to 16 spots.
And it's a grind coming into this as well, and especially the pressure that players feel even at this point, right? We're in the second stage now, and both these teams are sitting at 0-2. Like, this is a huge deal, right? Like you're talking about, the implications of not making into that final bracket or making it further here is very huge for both of these teams, where a lot of people would put these teams at the top of Europe, or at least, in the fight for the top of Europe.
Well, game 2 underway. Speed winning the kickoff. Fruity slows it down right in front, and Tho hops right on top of it, but the shot comes from Cooks and saved by Scrub. Nolly coming in front to deny another opportunity from Speed. Liquid come explosive off the kickoff, but come away empty. They'll kick the ball downfield again. So Guild got a couple of shots thrown their way. If you were a little lax at the start, you certainly aren't now. What a touch from Tho! Wow. Nolly puts it in, but all the work belongs to Tho.
Absolutely. This was all Tho. Such a creative little chance here as he puts it off the inside of his car, so that goes back towards his teammate to perfectly line him up for a shot. Beautifully done by Tho, and that's a great way to start off for Guild.
Liquid can't let that get into their heads, because it could easily just snowball from here with how the day has gone for Liquid. Nolly right on top of another challenge. He catches the ball out, and Speed on his rotation back will take the ball away from him. Still now getting a little more aggressive on these challenges. Tho was there. Nolly not going to take that angle against Cooks, who had some struggles hanging on to the ball. And it's another easy clear for Guild.
And one that's just carried downfield, and almost a follow-up from Nolly inside the box. Speed might still be able to stay with it, but not quick enough, though. Might have this one all the way if he's faster than Fruity. Oh. He certainly is. And a 2-goal lead now for Guild.
There's Tho. He's popping off in game number 2. Speed doesn't win that challenge at all, and Fruity, he was positioned for at least a touch to happen from Speed there. Instead, it came full blast onto his backboard. It came so fast that he still almost was in a fortunate spot, but just a little too far forward to beat Tho to the ball, and it was excellent speed from Tho, but Cooks here, almost put it in himself. Cooks, no goal denied.
Probably the best look here for Liquid was that air dribble from Cooks just a moment ago. Otherwise, Guild's defense really hasn't been tested much, and again, they're happy to throw this one downfield and see what comes out from Liquid. Right now, not too much, is Tho's not going to go for this one. The clear comes out from Cooks here.
Ooh, Tho cutting off that pass, which will give some time for Guild to assess the situation. Their assessment was a clear. Well, I thought Tho was maybe picking up a demo. Instead, Fruity gets 2 demos. But Liquid, they're still going to have to go the distance with Speed. Everyone gets set on Guild on the opposite side. Again, where's the game plan with two demos, all the space in the world, and we're kicking the ball downfield, and they gave up possession, Corelli. There's been multiple times where Liquid have been given space to use, and they waste it.
Yeah, the offense, and especially that transition game, has been weak from Liquid. It's really just been one touch, and it's immediately back into a Guild player. Not much of a plan afterwards. And Guild, give credit to them. They've been quick, very speedy in the midfield. Again, here's Tho. Back to Nolly. He's going to give it back to Scrub, and he didn't really approach it that well. But still, the ideas are there from Guild, and the execution is there on a lot of these plays as well. And there's a reason why they're sitting up 2-0 in this game.
Nolly's carry was knocked away. Fruity will make a challenge happen for Speed. Fruity waits for the pass. He grabs it. Speed is there, but Fruity takes it. And Scrub will have the next clear. I'm not sure if Fruity intended for that to happen. It was a pretty quick touch off the ceiling that would be hard to avoid, but he finds the net anyway. Off the pass from Speed, Liquid finally find paint.
Yeah, and this ball just pops out straight to Fruity. Scrub just couldn't react to it in time. Great anticipation from Fruity that chance could occur if the pinch came out that way, and good positioning to be there. And Liquid get one back here with plenty of time to work with.
Here's some confidence. Here's Cooks. He's denied by Tho, but the challenge is Fruity's. His shot met at the origin. And Tho, a hard pass to Nolly. Oh my goodness, Tho is popping off.
A great pass from Tho, another great pass from him here, as he just tosses it downfield. Nolly is there. Cooks just can't get back in time. Look at the angle from Nolly as well, and a 2-goal lead now for Guild.
Is that 4 goals now for Guild? That's over 100 kilometers per hour. That was 143 from Nolly.
Oh my goodness.
That's ridiculous. You know, it takes a pinch to get to the 160s.
Yeah.
Rarely have I seen a solo touch turn into 140. We've seen like a couple 138s, 139, but you don't see it crack that 140 all too often. Nolly got the power, but Tho is the great playmaker for Guild. Nolly will pop this up easily and plenty of space to waste some time and flip the ball right over Fruity on the reset. Speed will just knock the ball out, but Fruity has to retreat, so it's got to be a win on the challenge from Cooks. But everyone from Liquid having to dive in front of the ball, it just has no one's been in position for any of these challenges. They're expecting this to go one specific way, but it doesn't, and then they're forced to react to everything Guild are giving them. Here they are reacting again as Tho approaches off the corner. Ooh, Tho his own worst enemy there, and Liquid will have another chance downfield.
It's good passing play. Cook's shot's just a little bit off though. Liquid, it does feel like, I don't know if the pressure is getting to them or what, but there have been some very odd missed touches here as Scrub gets a second one, and that's gonna do it. Feels like Guild a 4-1 lead, and commanding one at that.
Just late to the ball every single time. If that first man loses the challenge, and a lot of times it's losing it like 90%, the second man's not ready. He's late. He had to reposition. Now he loses. Third man's not ready for that. Now he's got to reposition. He loses. Guild are just a beat ahead every single time. Here's the air dribble from Tho the whole way to the net. Tho, 5 goals.
Wow. And this is a standout performance here in this game in particular for Tho. I mean, he plays well in most games, but in this one in particular, he has done it all on both sides of the field and on both sides of either scoring or assisting for his team. He has been a massive difference maker here for Guild.
Well, you can take that one to the bank, but the deficit a little too high for this game. And Liquid, while they were looking onwards to Game 2 and Game 1, now they're looking onwards to Game 3 in Game 2. I don't see a way out for Liquid right now, Corelli. They have not been able to put together a consistent possession more than one time, and that came at the beginning of, I felt like it was the beginning of Game 1, but since then, I don't remember a time where I was really feeling like Liquid were turning the screws on Guild at all. It's just, they have 6 shots on net, but like, where were those shots?
And I think that is the question here for Liquid, and they're going to have one more game to figure things out. just
that's
felt
nice.
like they had all the pieces, but they were just putting them together incorrectly a few times. It just felt like there was the pass that wasn't there. There was a missed touch off the sidewall. I mean, this is a great play from Liquid. It's too little too late, but you do like to see the speed come out from them. And unfortunately, I think they were just outpaced here in this game against Guild, who, let's give credit to them, though, had a phenomenal performance here, which really just catapulted Guild into the lead early on.
They got to find a way to bait Guild out past midfield, because they know Liquid have been forced into hard clears and forced to dump the ball downfield. Maybe they carry it up high on the sidewall, or they go for an air dribble. But the passes, they've never really been on the mark, so Guild haven't felt that threatened. So they've been content to sit around in midfield, and the ball always ends up back in their possession. Now, there were definitely a couple of them where Tho bails Guild out because he makes some great touches. And I mean, to me, Tho was the MVP of that match for Guild. But Liquid, they got to change it up. You got to find a way to pull Guild forward, force them to have to work more than the attacking third to actually get by you. Then maybe a hard clear will work. But right now, you're not winning your 50s. It's not working out. They have to change something, or else they're going to be 0-3 out of this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that would be worst case scenario. Obviously, it is worst case scenario for any team, but for Liquid in particular, it feels like this team has so much more potential than, going 0-3 here in stage 2. And Guild is definitely a beatable team. We saw that last week. We've seen it a couple times from Guild. They have some very off games, and Liquid, it just, I'm not really sure where to put it, Jorby, because it does feel like Liquid, they do a lot of things really well, but then on the other side, a lot of things go really bad for them. It's like the pass isn't there, the touch isn't there, the shot never comes through, we're just giving the ball away. So for Liquid, it is about getting organized and being a bit more disciplined when you have possession.
Last chance for Liquid. Nolly, as I've been praising Tho's name this whole time, Nolly was a perfect complement to Tho, and both of them had popped off in that last game. And now Nolly set up for another from Scrub. He had got the bump and two commit from Liquid. Fruity bumping into Cooks here on that play. And Scrub now dunks one. Tho, light shot up high that Cooks grabs. Still, though, it's Guild ball. Speed. He's met with a challenge, but he's downfield for a pass.
Nice shot.
Beautiful shot from Speed. Liquid have the lead.
And catching Guild on the transition is one of the best things that Liquid can do. Scrub went for the boost, didn't even get it. And that's a phenomenal shot from Speed, hit with pace to the other side of the net. Very tough for any defender to get up to that one. And a great start here for Team Liquid.
Now Speed, after feeling the rush from that last shot, will take the next carry, dump it down, but nothing develops here for Liquid. Last man, Fruity, will grab the ball. Now he's going to have to wait for Nolly. He'll steal the boost out, knowing he's not going to win that next challenge. But Nolly gets free reign to grab the ball, and Speed's forced to make a tough save. Tho grabs the ball back to Scrub, and Fruity gets there just in time. But that play should have never put Liquid on defense. Fruity flip reset and dove on it. That was Nolly. Another hard clear. What a touch. Nolly off the backboard. Nothing. Speed will take it away. Cooks wins another challenge. Well, now 50-50s are turning towards Liquid. Fruity keeps it back around to the corner, and Tho will handle the ball, but Speed catches it. Cooks having to avoid Tho, and he's taken out of the play anyway, as Tho will catch it off of Scrub's pass. Oh!
Tho almost doing it himself, but you can tell, the pace has picked up here for Team Liquid in particular. They are literally moving around the field faster at this point. They're just keeping up with the pace and the play in which Guild are playing at. Guild gonna have another attack here, and Speed gonna pick it up and carry it away.
Couple of moments of miscommunication on Liquid in midfield. That is not gonna help their efforts, as Fruity stops the counterattack, and Scrub takes the ball away from him. Now Liquid forced into a retreat that they'd rather be left alone in front of their own box. But what is going on the goal line? Cookster was flipping forward. Did he get bumped on the play? What happened? He's backing up. No, he just missed it.
Play just developed too fast in front of him, and I think he was unsure of where it was going to go, if it was going to be passed back out, carried across, or just come right at him on the near post. So he was backing up and then realized this play was actually going back out towards the box, and unfortunately couldn't make the play at that point. So a tough read for Cooks there, and Guild better for it as they sit 1-1.
This still looks better for Liquid overall, but it's a cavalcade of errors that lead to a goal for Guild. Giving up possession in situations that they shouldn't have. Touches where they either weren't supposed to touch that or somebody didn't call somebody off. Either way, it's very clear that it's a struggle right now, and Guild have just taken advantage of it. They've looked the exact opposite of Liquid. They've been clean on the rotations. Tho has had some quality catches just like that, forcing the ball into awkward places. Scrub gets the pass to Nolly. Nolly, does he get the goal? No, but Scrub will punch it in, and Liquid dive back and forth, desperate for anything, and they get nothing.
Only player who had boost, and I'm saying any boost at all, was Cooks here. Both Fruity and Speed were sitting on 0 at that point. So for Liquid, not enough boost to really deal with the play properly. And unfortunately, again, Guild just able to pound them until finally able to score.
Despite that, all it takes is one good attack down the pitch to equalize. The Speed, he'll be next up, but the rotation for Guild was very aggressive there, and no one was going to be able to receive for Liquid again. Nolly finds the gap for Tho, and Fruity is forced to make another save, but the third is Tho's. Cooks here winning a massive challenge for Liquid. Can they get something started? Can he score himself? No, it's taken away by Scrub, and Fruity, his challenge will be Speeds. Fruity's gonna hunt for the line on the demo. Speed will get the goal off the demo. Tie game!
What a great demo coming out from Fruity as well. He's out of the play at this point, so he just goes for the man on the goal line, and Speed puts a fantastic shot top shelf to tie it up, and Liquid finally gets something going.
Despite what you feel about Guild's performance, they're gonna have to score one more, so 1 touches, 2 touches, 3 goals for Guild! Tho is insane!
I cannot believe that he just got over 2 players in that second touch. Fruity, he had plenty of boost to get up, but I just don't think he expected it. And it was perfectly played over his head, just a kiss off the crossbar and in. And Guild, just like that, back into the lead.
When you fight so hard for every goal, when every goal has to come off of a demo or an unsavable shot, Liquid, they won't go quiet! Speed! That's the hat trick!
And they're finding a lot of success with those demo plays. Fruity got another one again, and a great pass from Cooks here across. Speed easily able to put that one away, but the demos to open up space is what's working for Team Liquid right now.
Somebody jolted the heart of Liquid. Oh no, they're gonna be put on life support again. Scrub Killer back to Tho! That's 4 goals! 3 for Tho! He gets a hattie!
I feel like we just said this, but as soon as Liquid get back into it, it was a great play from Liquid. They give up a kickoff goal, though, again there, making it just worse. Salt in the wound. And now with 53 seconds left, Liquid got to do it again.
I got some Johnny Boy knowledge for you, Team Liquid, right here. Just hit the ball between Scrub Killer and Nolly. Or is it Scrub Killer and Phil? And they'll double commit. I don't remember anymore. And I casted that match with it. Either way.
That sounds like Johnny Boy analysis.
But they roll it back out to the side. And Scrub Killer will have the carry off the ceiling. It'll actually dump down in the Fruity. Maybe a chance for Liquid. Cooks has this red, but didn't get a touch onto the ball. It bounced away from him. But here's Cooks, high and taken away by Tho. Screening across Fruity. He has 1 catch, taking the ball away from Scrub, but Speed wasn't ready for it. Cooks gets demoed, but not before he got the touch. Speedy grabs the boost. Can he get a 4th goal for Liquid? Forces the ball out, but Tho is there for the clear. Cooks dives in front. Tho again. That's a hard ball, and Nolly takes away the potential shot from Speed, who catches the ball. Fruity gets another touch. Maybe one more for Liquid. Here's the carry. Ball punch. Oh, no way! Own goal! What? Guild gave it to him!
I cannot believe Speed just got away with this. Only 60 boost, and he picks it up, and Tho plays it off the top of Speed into his own net. Tho can score on both sides of the field, apparently, and we're tied up going into overtime.
Unbelievable. How do they put themselves in this situation time and again? Well, they're on their own back wall, and Speed will get bumped out of the way, but Cooks can hop in front against Nolly. Nolly forced against 2, and Fruity next up the challenge. He kills the ball again. Fruity getting in between 2 defenders. Now Cooks will go, and it slows down for a little bit, but if Guild mistouch this once, Liquid could find themselves alive in this series. Scrub back over to Nolly. Nolly's had such a good read on Liquid's rotations. He's taken chance after chance away from them. Fruity down, but can't get away from Tho. Now Cooks. Next touch denied, Corelli.
Very intense going into this overtime, especially after a goal like that. Scrub does get a second touch here, and it's Speed. Not the best clear, as though was barreling down, and it does pinch away. And Nolly, though, this is also dangerous.
Fruity had the read to defend it just in case. Scrub will take it back around to the corner. No consistent chance there for Guild on offense. It sets up a chance for Liquid, but nothing materializes. Cooks is forced to stop the counterattack, but Nolly's got to look. He takes it first to the corner, now towards the box. Cooks tries to slow him down. No, looks for the corner, denied by Fruity. Next up, Scrub Killer, back around to the corner. Cooks is there to receive. He's actually going to let this go. Scrub will take the ball out, and now how do Liquid approach? Speed will let it fall in front. Tho has that challenge, and they just won't give Liquid any option. Guild will hop on top of them if they try to carry it. They'll pull off as soon as they know the boomer is coming, but still, Guild can't hang on to the ball on offense.
And in typical Guild fashion, we are now sitting at 19 shots for Guild, looking for their 20th here in this game. 9 shots on Tho, 6 and 4 for Scrub and Nolly, respectively, to the 7 of Team Liquid in total, but nobody's back.
Wide open.
Can put it away. Wide open for Team Liquid, and they get their first game.
3 demos lead to 3 goals for Liquid, Corelli. That last man has been obliterated time and again, and that is the only thing that has been working for Liquid, but it's enough to stay alive for at least another game.
Wow. 2, really, honestly, 3 Liquid goals were off of the demos here. And for Team Liquid, my goodness, what a way to get back into this. And for Guild, again, Jorby, we talked about this multiple times with Guild. Look, I think they played a fine game here. This was a valiant effort. I don't think we can criticize them too much. But at the end of the day, when you're putting up 19 shots in a game, sure, they scored 4 of them. But, there were a lot of chances they could probably put away that would have changed the outcome of this game.
And I just, Tho had so many great progressions down the field, and it was just one little mistake. You're chasing a little too hard on that play, because Nolly, he was shadowing Speed, and he probably could have handled it. I'm not sure, because Speed was already going supersonic, but Nolly wanted to kill that ball. You understand the urgency in that situation, but I do feel like Nolly had it under control. Guild could have been out of this 3-0.
And so we go again, Jorby. We go once more.
Into the breach.
It certainly has been an exciting series, and Tho has been electrifying for Guild in this series. Can he do it once more to close it out?
A low touch leads into a hard clear for Speed. And Tho just dumped the ball in front. Nobody committing on that play from Guild. And they get out of that one and off a Speed shot. Nolly, though, can't ever grab onto the ball. He was out of boost. Tho grabs it. 2 retreat for Liquid. Cooks turns to grab the next save. And Scrub waiting. Guild screening across midfield. They've been able to get back to this ball and keep it locked in the blue half. Scrub quick off the ceiling. Only 30 boost in the tank, but came a little too far off to the side on the ceiling.
Great pop by Tho. Nolly's there. Fruity can't get across. Oh, Nolly with a flip, and Tho to put it away. Who else for Guild? And a wonderful drawn-up play here as Guild able to get the first goal. Wow.
That was a perfect progression there from Nolly. His adjustment on his flip was great. He had enough boost to be able to get back as well as he was boosting just to get that last touch and give Tho a chance at it. Well done. Cooks gonna look for a way out on Team Liquid, but Guild hop right on top of the ball. Liquid just take too long to get a play going downfield, and Guild aren't gonna sit around and wait forever. You're gonna hang on to the ball. Well, Tho has been content to dive forward, make a challenge happen, while Nolly and Scrub clean up the damage. Or maybe just inflict more. It's probably more accurate. Tho launches the ball downfield, forces Foodie up for another save, but now Guild are set. Scrub Killer high up to receive. His shot's too light, but it still continues. Tho maybe looking for another scrub ball. Nolly next up. In front. Hard shot saved. Nicely by Foodie.
Guild are doing a good job of just playing the ball that Liquid give them. A lot of time and space for them to deal with it and put something together, and they're really just firing off a bunch of shots. I mean, they're already at 8 here in this game, just shooting. Tho's got 5 himself, just throwing the ball at the Liquid net and eventually hoping that Liquid can't make the save or at least set them up in a way that they can make something happen. Here's a dangerous ball as Cookster couldn't get their scrub, is denied by Speed, and Liquid hang on.
Cooks has speed downfield, but Nolly was ready to cut that pass off. And he gets in front, but it's not good enough to keep the ball. Cooks is ready, avoided Tho, but now Liquid got to keep a consistent push here. Speed, all he can do is get a rebound that lands right into Nolly's car, and Fruity is using a lot of boost just to stop that ball, but he does get the clear as nobody from Guild brought the press. But still, the pass to Nolly was clean, and he misses his second touch, but Scrub picks up the next off the backboard. Tho, shot, goal! Guild 2-goal lead!
Really tough situation there for Cooks here. And like you said, Jorby, a lot of boost being used for very soft touches on the clear. And unfortunately, nobody was back aside from Cooks here, but he was in such a bad position on that goal line. You can't blame them. He was just trying to check back to defend the net. But at that point, with the way that shot was coming down, it's tough for any defender to make a save.
One more goal might put Liquid into the ground. After this, Guild have started to heat up. They've controlled the game yet again. It looks like games 1 and 2 right now. Nolly didn't need to get that second touch. Scrub was ready for it. And that's been the difference, Maker Corelli, is that Guild always seem to be ready for whatever challenge happens on their first man, but Liquid, more times than not, they're left scrambling to react to the next touch. Speed gets a couple of touches, but Tho says thanks for the ball, and Fruity back to Cooks. Everyone pulls off immediately, and they'll grab the ball off of it. But this time, Fruity pops it up for Speed. He beats Nolly to the ball. Straight down, but no pressure at all for Liquid. There was just no window of opportunity, and Scrub scoops the ball away. No play for Liquid.
Guild, it has felt like, I mean, this performance in this series has been much better than in previous series, especially from last week. And I feel like Guild are just getting better and better as the series goes on. So have Liquid, but it does feel like Guild are definitely reading the game a lot quicker and a lot faster, or a lot better and efficiently than Liquid right now, as those just plays with it in the box. And maybe a chance here for Scrub as it's turned away by Cooks here.
And Tho keeps the gap closed against Fruity, but Cooks finds Fruity again. He heads downfield. Can't get the touch against Nolly, but this is a chance for Liquid, except they can't get to the touch. And Tho gets downfield for free. He can't collect, but that's just so much time wasted. And if Liquid were really gonna have a chance to get back into it, it has to happen right now. Tho, hard touch out to the corner. Nolly screaming, but he loses the demo. Oh no, Cooks! He jumped forwards, but the ball sailed over his head. There's still time, but they need at least a second on the clock. Another demo for Fruity. Speed to Cooks. Does it matter? No! That is it. The ball can roll around in the air for as much as it wants. It's over. Guild, head to the playoffs.
That was such a painful
No, they don't.
series.
Guild do not head to the playoffs.
No,
Liquid are
they're still
eliminated.
here.
That was the most Jorby moment I've had in like 2 weeks. All right, sorry, Corelli.
Guild's still alive. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Team Liquid, and man, Guild really put on a lot of offense, especially in this last game, and it was just too much. It was simply too much. Liquid just couldn't get a hold of their defense, couldn't get a hold of the midfield, and a lot of space given up to a team that wants to have a lot of individual plays. This is the result that you see.
Yeah, and I just felt like it was, I said it after game one, Corelli, disjointed from Liquid. I still felt that way. We saw so many miscues, miscommunication, bad touches, and no pressure. Like the positioning was just worse than Guild every step of the way. They lost in every single phase of this. The only success that they had literally came off of demos and net. That's the only time Liquid were ever successful in this series. Well,
and yeah, it was a tough series for Liquid. Unfortunately, they go home here. Guild still alive. They get their first win of the day.
They do, and a couple other matches still going on before we begin our next round of matches and figure out who else will be qualifying for tomorrow. We got more Rocket League coming up after the break. We'll be right back.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the core.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching Season X Regional number 2 for Europe. We're into Stage 2 as we whittle down these teams to our top 8 to play in tomorrow's playoffs. I'm LeafX, alongside me is Gibbs and Corelli to talk about this match. Liquid versus Guild. Liquid sent home by Guild. And interesting events transpired during that event there. A lot of keen viewers were aware that Guild decided to not do comms today, and of course, Scrub decided to jump into a viewing party and have his voice heard there instead. So he has been issued a competitive warning there. But I think, Gibbs, the interesting thing for me is that Guild was able to win this without comms altogether.
And I think we've all been there before, where sometimes you just have to turn your brain off and play some Rocket League. And even the best teams, it seems like that is the case. But on the other side, for Team Liquid, you play such a good series versus Vitality and then come out flat. This continues to be an issue where they are just not consistent enough. They lose to Guild, who was looking terrible on the day so far, and Team Liquid's out.
Yeah, I was going to say, before this, Johnny said there was zero chance Liquid would win this. He's like, they needed to win the Vitality one or else it was done. Did we see defeat on the field there from Liquid, or was this just a Guild that stepped up?
Well, I think Guild actually played extremely well here in this series. I mean, there was some weird stuff, just like Guild does. But for the most part, I felt like Guild actually had a really great series, especially in Though. I thought he played phenomenal, setting up his teammates and just being that guy to score the goal. But yeah, it did feel like Team Liquid came out kind of dead in the water here. Very slow start. And really, the only thing they ever got going was the demo play.
Well, of course, now that we're done round 3, it means some teams have qualified in and some teams are eliminated. So let's take a look at our standings here as we gather up what's going on here. Only 8 spots are available for the playoffs tomorrow. 16 teams entered in today. And of course, as I mentioned, 8 make it through. Team BDS and Top Blokes will be your first teams through. Their day is done. They can relax. An incredible win there for Blokes over the Giants. That was not, of course, an easy feat in BDS. Stepping in as expected. Down at the bottom, S2V, Gibbs, and Team Liquid.
But these 2-1 teams that are here, like obviously Vitality and Barca, but like only Vitality out of all those 2-1 teams and Vodafone Giants made the top 8 last time. So there's going to be a lot of new faces going into this playoff bracket.
Yeah, Corelli, I think this is are you surprised that the Blokes made it in before Giants there? Or do you think that was a result that was feasible to happen?
I think a lot of people might come into that matchup and say Giants are going to come out and win that one. So there might have been, a little bit of surprise. But I mean, I think Top Blokes are a fantastic team. They do a really good job of controlling the pace of the game, where Giants want to kind of like go. A team like Top Blokes, if they can get it going where they can slow down the pace of play just a little bit, not to say that they're slow, but slow down to the pace of play that they want to play out, I'm not surprised to see them, not too surprised to see them take down Giants.
Well, now with a few teams through, we have a bunch more fighting for those last 6 spots. So let's take a look at our round 4 matchups as a bunch of teams still struggling to get in here. We have qualification matches coming up for you guys. Of course, we have an E-League stream happening as well, twitch.tv/E-League TV. We got the Giants versus Barrage and Solary versus Monkeys over there. And on this stream, Libertas versus Fadeaway. And up second will be Barca versus Vitality. Gibbs, that's a juicy matchup there.
Absolutely. Barca Vitality, like Barca's playing well today. They lost to BDS, but it was a close series. So Vitality will have to work in that one. And then one of those teams has to go 2-2. So no one wants to play either one of those for round 5.
Corelli, you're nodding your head over there like, yep, can't wait for that.
Well, and I'm excited actually to see the Barrage Giants game as well. I think a lot of people are going to be like, you know what, Giants, they win that one, not worth watching. I don't even know who Barrage is, and that's fine. But Barrage have already taken down Vitality, and they have surprise teams coming out. I thought they played phenomenal last week. Cynical looked great. I thought Oli was great. Rise was fantastic on the defensive side of things. So for Barrage, there are some very strong up-and-comers here.
Well, let's talk about the up-and-coming match. Of course, that's going to be Libertas versus Fadeaway. This is an interesting match. I know at the beginning of the regionals, before we even started Season X, Libertas was a team to really keep an eye out, but Fadeaway has been stepping up huge, making it to this spot with a 3-0 out of their group stage from last week. So Fadeaway, a team that people for some reason keep forgetting about, Gibbs, keep stepping forward, and this is going to be an interesting matchup.
So these two teams played back in Regional 1 when Fadeaway dropped out. They lost in Game 5, and that was on their streak out to lose in Regional 1. But this can be a close game, and this is huge for either one of these because whoever wins this makes top 8. And at the beginning of this regional, no one expected either of these teams to go that far.
Yeah, I think the expectations have been kind of met, I think, for both these teams at this point. Who goes beyond the expectations is really the question. I think a lot of people might point to Fadeaway because of the way they played in the first regional where it felt like they should have qualified. Now that they've done that, how far can Fadeaway go? You know, on the other side of things, you have Libertas, a team that's kind of been in the rumblings down below maybe some of the top teams, but have started to show themselves here in Europe. And this is absolutely a game, like Gibbs said, I hate to say this, but it is a game where both teams certainly can win. This is a very even matchup in my mind.
Yeah. We always like to get your thoughts, chat, so make sure you're getting your hashtags in the chat there. LBS for Libertas and hashtag Fade for Fadeaway. Let us know who you guys think is going to win this one. Let's talk about this match and how it's going to look now on the field. I mean, like Corelli, we've had Rick's Ronde always at the edge for the longest time. It feels like that's been his story right now. And the question is that going to be enough to drive him through this match where you have Fadeaway, who's had Freaky, who almost always has that same story as well, whereas he's been at the top, but he's always fighting against the current. Which one of these stories is going to pull through here? And who's going to have more drive?
Well, if we look at history, I think both of them have the same type of drive. But I think that if we look at history, I mean, obviously Freaky has probably gone the farthest between both of these teams. But again, this is a very even matchup. I think both teams, the pressure's off a little bit, especially since this isn't an elimination match either. This is just a qualification match. You have one more try. So it really is about your best form coming out, especially in that game 1. I feel like when you play against a team like Fadeaway, game 1 is going to be a big teller of where this series is going to go.
Well, you know our opinions are extremely important, so let's get some predictions out there. Let's figure out who's actually going to win this one. Gibbs, you look kind of hesitant to answer this one, so I'm making you go first.
Well, last time we saw Fadeaway on stream, they played Top Lokes and absolutely destroyed them, and I picked Top Lokes in that one. I'm not going to go against Fadeaway this time. I think they've been really solid, and I expect them to make it. I'm going to go close, though, a 3-2 for Fadeaway.
Okay, Corelli.
Yeah, unfortunately, I agree with Gibbs. 3-2, very close series here for Fadeaway. For the same reasons that Gibbs said, I think Fadeaway get themselves into series that are very these grindy, kind of ugly series sometimes, and they're able to come out on top in most cases.
Honestly, it's been a pretty unanimous desk today. It feels like we've been agreeing on a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna have to agree with the experience here. We talked about both these teams having that drive, but I feel like that experience from Freaky and his teammates too, Tigray, you know, they have a lot more of that. Well, I've said it a million times now, experience to pull through on this one. I think Gibbs is right. It should go close. Libertas has been proving that they're a team that you definitely have to pay attention to, but Fadeaway's been on a tear lately. So we're going to hear your thoughts on Twitter before we get into this match at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. And you're definitely on the side of us, it seems like, in the Twitch chat. 76% in favor of Fadeaway. But we're going to head over to the match now and find out if you guys were right.
While Libertas are trying to make their first playoff appearance, Fadeaway are looking to take them down right here, and they've certainly looked pretty good lately, Achieves. And maybe a name that a lot of people don't think about when you think of Fadeaway, but Ocelon especially has started to make a name for himself.
Yeah, I think Ocelon really showed up in a big way last week to get their way into stage 2 here. I couldn't think of what I wanted because I was so impressed with how he played last week. I was just like, man, I never know what to expect out of Ocelon because Johnny Boy brought up the point, you know, this is by far and away the highest level of competition he's ever played. And it's like, you know, what's he going to do? The answer last week was absolutely pop off and destroy people. So if you get more of that, I think Fadeaway stands a good chance here. But that being said, Libertas, I think they're definitely a quality team, and this is not going to be anything short of a tough one, but that's exactly what I thought of Fadeaway's match every time they played last week, and they win 3-0, so who knows?
Well, let me throw another direct question at you real quick, Achieves, about Libertas. Who do you think is the... Say again?
No, sorry, what was that?
Oh, no. Sorry, I thought you had said something, but I was going to ask you who on Libertas is your kind of star that you're looking at on this team, because they've gotten close a couple of times, and all three of these players at some point or another have made a great play. But who is the main guy on this roster that's going to get them a dub if any at all?
I think for me, I'm flip-flopping between Mike Boy and Rix Ronde. Those are the two guys I'm looking forward to have some success, and their biggest battle is going to be getting through that freaky defensive struggle. So I think whoever between those two gets the job done will be the difference maker for Libertas.
Well, already a shot, and it was saved by Freaky. Freaky gets a hard touchdown to Ocelon, who has the shot on target. Not too threatening for Rizex. And Tigre will stop for a second. Rizex pulled off. He had a pass available, and oh, it's saved by Ocelon. I liked that play, how it was drawn up by Rizex.
And it was really smart as well to just make sure you draw that defender in and then cut the ball across after you can't reach it. And an early push here from Libertas. Really good pressure. So far, Fadeaway not really able to do much in terms of hanging onto the ball and generating offense. And they're going to have to find some early adjustments here. And here's their first chance at it. And Freaky doesn't dribble it, just punts it away, looking for Tigre towards the net. And Mike Boy there with a big demo from Rix Ronde in the midfield to reset things.
Yeah, nobody was able to position for Libertas, but they got the ball back. Rix Ronde flip reset, but it was prepared for by Freaky, and Tigre takes another launch downfield. And that touch from Mike Boy is only for Rix Ronde. Freaky had to wait for the touch. He still gets it. Ocelon bodies by Rizex, and Mike Boy looks for Rix Ronde, but now finally Fadeaway starting to find some consistency in the blue half.
Yeah, the important thing was that they were controlling those midfield boosts, but unfortunately they just had to give them both up, and now Ocelon in charge of working their way out of the corner here. A nice challenge from Mike Boy to get that bump, try and buy a little extra time for Libertas to get set.
Now, Rix Ronde also kept Ocelon honest on the line, and now he finally gets demoed by Mike Boy. Tigre buys a little bit of time, but this is going to be a good set for Libertas. Rizex, the challenge back to Rix Ronde. They've certainly been connecting, whether it be through a challenge or a passing play, but not a lot of real threats coming from them. Only 3 shots so far halfway through the game.
Not a lot of threats indeed, only 3 shots for both teams, but overall it definitely to me seems like Libertas doing a much better job bringing the ball down, keeping it close to their cars. Rix Ronde has to make the first real tough shot and a second one. Tigre not able to get there and drill that one through. But overall, I'm liking Libertas's command of the ball a little bit more than Fadeaway's.
They started off strong and they never really gave up the pace that they set. Rizex just launches that around. Ocelon attempted clear, but it's cut off by Mike Boy, looking for his man downfield. Cut off again by Freaky. Couldn't win that challenge. They've won a few of those in the corner, which has kept possession. Rix Ronde can only slow down Freaky, but the rest of Fadeaway, they're going to wait for Mike Boy to carry this, and he lost the ball. Tigre will grab it.
It's in reverse. It's just, you really want Mike Boy to be successful there, but sometimes you don't have the positioning. But a free ball here for Rix Ronde.
2 in the same spot on Libertas.
Oh, you're kidding.
They still come up with the ball. Rizex can just turn around on this, and now Fadeaway got to try again from their corner, but it just bought Libertas tons of time to get reset again.
Free time indeed. Was so surprised to see them be a little sluggish. Rizex off the bar, and again, there he is. Who else but Freaky? That's the second save. It feels like he should have 4 or 5 at this point.
How many that have come for sure. That one well off the back wall, and Rizex pops over one, but Freaky was there quickly. Rix Ronde trying to catch the flow and find a gap on that rotation from Fadeaway. He did find the one gap, but they still need that clear that puts it by the defenders. Rix Ronde next up, Mike Boy and Rizex. Maybe. No, Mike Boy's going to stay back in midfield. Wait for this. Freaky's going to jump right over him, but Mike Boy gets the last laugh. Still, the shot was too weak from Tigre and way too wide anyway.
So that play was very well executed from both sides. 1, Freaky forcing the defense into waiting to challenge, and then 2, the ability of Mike Boy to dodge the demo and get the block and have the support for his teammate on that second effort. Real nice job from both teams there on that push.
Well, Mike Boy went for the pinch. Freaky responded quickly, and this is almost a breakaway chance for Ocelon. He went for the pass to Tigre, and no shot came. Freaky stops the ball in the third, jumping up quick as Ocelon. Rix Ronde stops it. Does Tigre have a look? No. So game 1. A couple of chances both ways, the Chiefs, but it's scoreless in overtime.
Great game 1, and Tigre just not able to get on the outside, tries to buy some extra time and forces Rizex into an awkward challenge here, and Fadeaway might get early possession here in overtime with that play.
Push from Rick's Ronde to break by. Freaky denied it. Now Ricks, can he get the touch? No. And Ocelon has Freaky downfield. The shot is a little high, and now he's going to have the catch. Sets up another opportunity. Next up is T-Gray, but Mike Boy, another good catch, and he'll just drop it straight down. Not every touch has looked phenomenal for Mike Boy, but more and more he's finding the seams and slipping this ball by fadeaway. He's asked it for another save, and Freaky made him look, and Mike Boy still came up with the touch.
Now that's some defensive wizardry. Talk about Mike Boy jumping early to force Freaky to show his hand and then still having just enough time on the flip to rotate back, and that one's punted right back into Ocelon and almost a goal for fadeaway, but Mike Boy came up with a big stop, and right now Libertas looking for a way to get possession back.
It's a good carry from Ocelon off the ceiling. He tried to bully Rick's Ronde off the boost, but he has the ball and, trying to shade in front for the goal or prevent a defender from jumping for the ball. Either way, Libertas retains possession. Do fadeaway get a clear? They do. Ocelon gets a powerful touch. And it's going to force Libertas to try again, but they've tried a bunch. The shot total, the shot differential is in fadeaway's favor with, looks 11 shots on net, only 5 for Libertas. And Ocelon gets in front to take away the shot from Mike Boy. But I feel like there's been some real methodical attacks from Libertas that make you feel like they could just swing this game their way instantly, Achieves.
Well, both teams. I think both teams have had some really good approaches. There's a big demo. Freaky again in a tight spot, and this time he can't get there. Rick's Ronde and Mike Boy combined, along with a nice demo from Rizek, so it takes the whole team to finally get the ball past him. But they do it, and Libertas will win game 1.
Oh, and Freaky, just two, like that shot was so hard. We've seen so many hard shots today, man. I don't know how fast that one was going because it bounced off of Freaky's car, but like the amount of unsavable speedy shots that we've seen today is pretty crazy. Like we're getting to the 120s consistently nowadays.
Yeah,
how do you defend some of these, man? Like
big shots today, and I'm looking for more, but I was honestly impressed with a lot of the poise from both teams here in game 1. Some real tough situations here on the goal line and finding some tough clears out of awkward positions for both teams. So really liked especially that one for Mike Boy. That was, I think, the most impressive one in that game 1. But overall, I think both teams put a lot of great pressure on the defenses, and the defenses really did play phenomenal. I think they really didn't make any mistakes. It was just they're put in a situation where they needed to make a big touch, and both teams were able to be successful. It really took a full 3-man effort to finally get the ball through Freaky. So I think that was an excellent taster, an appetizer, if you will, for the rest of the series.
Well, I am scared to see what happens if Libertas do start finding shots on target more often, because that 5th shot didn't really come until real late. And before then, it's like they had a couple of good pushes downfield, but they never wanted to overcommit or force the ball for forcing it sake, if you will. So and maybe their chances are just lesser because of the way they approach it.
Well, yeah, you never want to try and force an offense into a position where it's just like, look, if we just keep trying to force things on offense, then something good will happen. That's actually entirely the opposite of what's going to happen. If you try and force things too hard on the offensive side, you're going to over-rotate. You're going to leave too much space behind someone. You're going to be late to a challenge and leave someone in a 2-on-1. Sometimes it's just the product of, it's the constant give and take of Rocket League. You cannot always demand to be on offense or always be in command of the boost. Sometimes it's just better to back off a little bit. But one thing you do have to give credit for Libertas from doing is whenever they had time on their own half, they took it. If they had a chance to trap the ball and get it down on a dribble and force a challenge, they would do it. And I think that's the right approach. If we're not generating a ton of shots, we're going to at least make sure that we give ourselves possession and try and make something happen as we try and move up past the midfield. And that's really all you can ask. As long as you're not making huge defensive blunders and you're making sure to get possession when you can and putting some decent pressure when you get it, that's all you can really ask for. And they came out with a win.
Maybe fadeaway can tie it up in game number 2 if we get the look we had in game 1. But Mike Boy, he's got a different story on his mind. Starts off with a goal.
Oh, disaster kickoff. Just unfortunate scenario that Tigray finds himself in. Out to the corner to grab boost, rotating back into the middle after he sees his teammate miss it. It's just too many things to cover. And unfortunately gets beat. Just a kickoff gone wrong there for Fadeaway.
Oh, Libertas, they're going to grab the ball again off the kickoff. And, could you imagine, though? Oh, man. Imagine if Rizex hits that. I'm probably done for the day, and you're casting solo for the rest of the day.
That's the catchphrase of Rocket League on glorious chances that we're oh so close. It's just, imagine.
Oh, well, imagine Rick's putting in a second goal. You don't have to think very hard about it because it just happened before your very eyes. 2 goals here for Libertas.
And there was some real great pressure again from Rizex. He was following multiple players from Fadeaway. He initially opened up the space to get that ball into the corner, and then he continued that aggression. He was bumping more players out of the way on the goal line to make it tougher and put a lot of pressure on one player to make a play. And they combine that with a nice pass into the middle. That's it.
Well, Rick's Ronde, the word I would definitely use to describe him in these last 2 games has just been solid. Every time he's behind the ball, he's at least getting his bumper fully behind it. Might not always win the 50, but he's definitely gotten some great touches, and right here he does a great job getting by 2 fadeaway players. Ocelon left turning around in the corner to finally carry the ball out. This might be a setup for fadeaway. Shot in front, Ocelon playing the bully, and Freaky will get the goal. Ocelon made him look.
Mike Boy tried. He knew he was in trouble as soon as that ball tipped straight off the ceiling and Ocelon landed. He drove all the way into the back and was so close to getting the wheels on it, but real nice job from zoning from Ocelon there. Force the defender off the goal line, make them react, and trust in your teammates behind you to put the ball on target.
Libertas grab the ball again. Rizex can't win the challenge against Tigray. Rix Ronde cuts through 2, and now he's got the boost and the ball off the ceiling. That's a pass, and a goal, a save from Freaky off the backboard into the ground, but it's still Libertas ball. Mike Boy's challenge back to Rix. The shot, Rix, or Mike Boy can't get the bump, if you will, and I thought that was going to be a Libertas goal, but Freaky saves the day.
There's more bumps again. I mean, Rizex initially getting the first one, then Mike Boy going for the extra ones, and they're really having to be on their toes here. And again, Freaky is so close to being able to close this gap as they get counterattacked. Rix Ronde just sizes it up, forces Ocelon, because Ocelon's thinking that he's initially going to hit that ball early and go right up the side, and then he just delays the flip, passes into the middle as he gets behind the ball. And then Freaky realizes just a step too late that he can't make it.
Libertas starting to really grab hold completely of this game. Fadeaway are left reacting and looking for a touch out, but Rick's in front. Oh, if he gets that touch over Tigray, definitely would have been disastrous. But Rick's gets back for the next challenge, and Fadeaway are just forced to make touches in their own third, and now they got to defend another shot somehow. Tigray comes back and backflip save. And Freaky will be next up to try to get this ball out for Fadeaway. Oh, even there when they win, it's cut off on the rotation, but they are forced off the ball by Tigray for only a second. The demo on the back end gave so much space to Rizex, but he can't put the ball in. Rix will opt for the boost as Freaky looks for another pop clear.
And Rizex was doing such a smart idea there as he just poked that ball through Tigray in the midfield, but unfortunately not able to extend the lead. But to be honest, this is where Libertas really needs to show that they've got that just don't give them anything for free quality, and they might have Rizex able to get there just in time and poke it off the bar. I really thought Libertas had just given one back and put themselves right into a must be aggressive attitude. A 1-goal lead is not safe.
Yeah, the urgency button is being smacked about 10 or 15 times, but not right now. The time is ticking away slowly here, though. Libertas have really been comfortable for the most part. That chance from Fadeaway we saw earlier, that was the only shot that was really threatening against Libertas in this game.
They've only had 3 in all of Game 2. They've definitely been contending with the offense, and this one will find its way through again. Mike Boy and Rix Ronde, they get it done. Tigray loses a challenge. Mike Boy just able to edge out the challenge in the midfield, and Freaky knows, oh, my teammates didn't get a handle on it. I'll try and do damage control. And again, just couldn't get the nose on it.
And that was that classic snowball where the first man wasn't in position for the challenge. He's a step late, and now everyone else is a step late.
Yep.
And that was exactly how they got picked apart. Freaky
nice.
hits the middle. Rix Ronde jumps in front, but can he get that one? No, it bounces off the corner and in. Tigre picking up a goal for fadeaway.
You got to give credit to Freaky there. I know his shot got saved, but his shot, the understanding of where that ball was headed initially from that touch on the midfield, just picking that one off and putting that one on target, forcing them to make an awkward defensive touch, allows that team to wheel right back around for fadeaway and come back and put another one on the board and keep themselves in it. 2 goals in a minute, entirely possible. It's just a matter of, do they have the possession to make it happen? Stretch for Ocelon and at least gets the ball further into the blue side.
Gives Freaky a throw towards the middle of the box, but nothing more. He'll have to wait for Ocelon as he dumps it back downfield. Now Rizex in front of it, but cut off. And Mike Boy next up, but nothing's really going to happen as Freaky, he gets demoed out the play. Probably the best option for Libertas there, but then Rix Ronde is taken out of the play, and now we got some space for fadeaway.
Wasted 30 seconds, though. Precious 30 seconds that fadeaway certainly needed. Ocelon trying to force things in the midfield, and Rix Ronde is going to take his time here. Oh, never mind. Goodbye.
He's gone, but Rizex is here and looked for the dunk against Ocelon, but I think enough time has been chewed off the clock. Libertas have done their job. They have locked fadeaway out of their half, and Libertas, look at them go right now, 2-0 against fadeaway. They might qualify after the next game.
And indeed, it's Mike Boy and Rix Ronde leading the pack. Rizex is looking like he's not doing too much, but you actually did see it there on that little score sheet. If you caught it, 37 cars bumped, and that has absolutely been Rizex's biggest contribution so far in the series. I think he's been an absolute monster in terms of putting pressure on defenses, forcing people out of the way, and opening up lanes for Mike Boy and Rix Ronde to really be successful. So well done to Rizex. I know you only got 189 points, but you're looking good.
And fadeaway, they've been losing that physical game because of Rizex. They've been successful a couple of times off of demos and bumps, but it hasn't been nearly the same effectiveness as Libertas. They just can't break through that rotation. So maybe game 3 will give them a different look, but there needs to be better clears. They can't let Libertas just wreak havoc on their goal line and in the corners, because like you were just saying, they were getting bumped off of everything and couldn't hold on to the ball.
And we'll see if fadeaway come up with something different. They've been trying, to be fair. They've looked good at points. It's just they haven't been able to hang on to the ball, and that all comes down to their ability to get in front of the Libertas squad as they're coming out of their own half, start winning some of those challenges, or at least get them out into neutral space, because right now it's kind of just been we win the ball and then we force you to give us space and then we make you pay for it.
So far, fadeaway have been the only one who were sent a bill. And Libertas are sending all the charges their way. Fadeaway might be broke unless they can pick up a win here, and Freaky will take it down to Ocelon, and Freaky will get down. Was not going to get up to that ball in time. And that will give Ocelon an attempted pass, but Rix was in the perfect spot for it. And he'll grab it again. That's kind of been his role, is just that playmaker, the bulldozer, if you will, to pave the way for Libertas to be successful on offense. Part of that 3-pronged attack we've seen from them. Ocelon getting over one, though. Fadeaway, low shot, and denied. No power on it whatsoever. Freaky forcing the ball into the corner.
And you can see fadeaway trying to have a little bit more of that physical play. Ocelon trying to continue it there and go for the bumps on goal. As Tigre's demoed in the midfield. And what was this from Rix Ronde? I wasn't sure if he was even going to be able to reach that ball. I mean, Mike Boy just flips this into the middle.
141! We've had literally in 2 matches, we have had 2 players hit the ball over 140 kilometers per hour. What are they putting in these cars these days,
I know,
man?
right?
What is it? What kind of bumpers do we got? Like, there's like a little, someone got the rumble power up.
Forged.
The boxing glove. Jeez. Fitted onto the front of the Fennec. That
real clean.
Totally inconspicuous. And Rizex will hop in front. taking away maybe a setup for fadeaway. He'll get the ball back from Rix, but Libertas, Rizex, another solid touch. Back to Mike Boy. Next up is Rix, and he gets a clean touch. Mike Boy turns back onto it, and no touch will come. They have to wait. Rizex next up. Tigre can't keep the challenge out.
The fact Mike Boy's even there trying to turn that one in, but now he just gets a little too trigger happy. I liked the idea to go for it. No holds bars on offense. Here, I think you got to take your time a little bit on defense. Freaky gets around that ball and hits him with the hard power slide cut. And Mike Boy knew as soon as he saw Freaky just whip right back around that ball, he was like, oh, I've made a horrible mistake.
And it doesn't seem to matter how fadeaway look. Ooh, what a save. If they're getting dominated on offense, because they're consistently so good at punishing you. Oh, Astalon, it almost bounced right back into his bumper, but it got kicked out to the side. And you just can never sleep on this team. They won't let too many in most of the time. And then when they do, they're always sneaking around. They're ready. And
yeah, it's
one
tight.
trip up
you gotta work.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Fadeaway is not a very easy team to blow out. They really do play some sound Rocket League in terms of fundamentals. Rarely are they just caught just leaving a completely open goal. And that absolutely means they're a team that are hard to put away.
Mike Boy, who's had a good series so far. Rix ended up passing it right to Freaky, who found Tigre. Astalon was bullying Rizex, who came away with the save anyway.
Aslan's been trying that all series. He's been getting in the faces of those defenders, and they're putting good shots towards them and making them work. You got to give a lot of credit that Libertas have been able to keep as many goals out that they have been, considering there have been some real good looks.
It's been tough and like some definite half chances, or half saves, if you will, chances, because those shots have been tough. But Libertas, this must be what Shogun has been seeing with this Libertas team lately. Anytime Shogun is on this stream, if he gets a chance to talk a little bit about Libertas and how this is it, they're finally gonna do it. Like, well, I see it now. I see it. They are playing really well. We said it earlier, they're not overcommitting on a play. They don't try to bite off more than they can chew, and it's worked out well for them. It's still a tough game because Fadeaway they have a very similar style in that sense, where they don't bite off too much at a time, but Libertas have just gotten a little bit more than them, and Rix Ronde is set up. No, Astalon gets there for the save.
Really liking Libertas. So maybe not so much here. Oh no, the challenge goes horribly. Astalon, the beneficiary of one that he never expected to score.
I feel like challenges in that corner, that happens about half the time. The ball just jets out. Sometimes someone's there to grab it, but other times
it's right in your goal.
Riggs gets demoed and you have a sad time. But Libertas was set up again. Freaky was forced a hard touch out, and Rizex, he gets back to his touch. Maybe a setup, maybe a goal. Why not, Mike Boy? Put it in, tie game.
Talk about just going up and getting one. I mean, if I'm Mike Boy, I'm certainly not expecting Rix Ronde to have a play there. I would have already left. I'd been like, okay, bye.
You're like, hey, not winning that. And then he's like, bro, you forgot about the pre-flip twirl 360 bumperoonie.
Double tap off the wall into the middle, you know?
There we go.
Come on, why didn't you see that one coming?
Come on.
What a shot from Mike Boy. Way to go get it.
What a way to tie it up. And we might have another overtime, but Rix, he sees Rizex downfield. Rizex made contact, but Astalon and Freaky do a good job breaking up the play. Mike Boy losing the challenge to Freaky. Astalon up next quickly. Time running out for Fadeaway, but they want to be set up for a regulation win. Freaky letting this one down for Tigre. Tigre gets 2 touches above Rix. It's off the back wall and bounces up for Mike Boy. Astalon forced up, but he got the pass to Tigre. That's a high ball in front. How are they going to work this back to the middle? They won't. We're in OT.
Good time here for Fadeaway. I think they've looked good here in this game 3. Big chance to avoid a sweep, and Rizex gives it up. Mike Boy pre-jumps, and that will not do it. Rizex has just enough to get up to it. That was a very close call.
And it's still dangerous. Freaky has a shot, and he sneaks it through the defense. Freaky comes up clutch for fadeaway yet again.
What a disaster of a start to overtime. You want to see a disorganized team after being like, wait, they have the ball, what do we do? And then just not being able to get reset on defense. That's what that 15 seconds of overtime was like. Real nice job from fadeaway to jump all over him, and Freaky to put it away and force a game 4.
Real tough for Libertas when they, again, only 4 shots on net, but I felt like that whole game achieves was Libertas taking opportunities away from fadeaway in midfield, carrying the ball around and forcing fadeaway to work laterally. But like, there's never a shot. They never take that shot unless it's almost a guarantee that they're gonna get the goal.
And the unfortunate part from that game for fadeaway is, yeah, they held a lot of pressure. They didn't put too many shots on target, but the ones they gave up, I mean, the ones they got to overtime, Mike Boy got a little too aggressive and Freaky destroys him on the hard cut. And the second one, the crazy pinch out of the corner, and then overtime, and overtime happens in 15 seconds. And if you're Libertas, you're just sitting there like, oh my goodness, that was such a preventable loss. And that can be a little bit irritating. So we'll see Libertas can rally a little bit here and put more pressure on that fadeaway squad.
Ocelon taking the pass from Tigre, and Mike Boyd gets to the touch, but not before Freaky launches it over him. Rix Ronde having to rotate right back in. Libertas solid here on the rotations for now. How long will that last? Ocelon, the miss, will force fadeaway to be a little slow coming out from midfield, but Freaky finds one way through. Rix Ronde delaying the attack for now. That was a great win from Mike Boy, shoveling the ball out to Rix Ronde.
Just unable to get that car right back behind the ball though, and Libertas forced to give up possession momentarily, and all 3 players of fadeaway caught in the same spot, so now they have to give the ball up.
And to commit, Mike Boy, he wins that challenge. Rick's got the net, but Tigre dives back for the save. Oh, and Rizex, he saw Mike Boy waiting. He takes the shot himself. He doesn't get it. Mike Boy forces the pinch out to the corner, and Rix barely gets there. That is second time in like 3 minutes that they've been caught looking like that in midfield.
Well, Rix just realized that he was about to make a big defensive mistake because he was about to run off and go grab that side boost, and now he's in a one-on-one versus Freaky. Freaky delays the challenge and just misses out on sneaking one into the lower left-hand corner. Tough break for him. Ocelon continuing to try and put pressure on that goal line behind the ball. And right now that allows fadeaway perhaps a second chance as they can stop Rix from getting out.
Rix forced the challenge out to Mike Boy, was ready. Pops it over Tigre, looks past Ocelon, but Ocelon picked up the save. Rix trying to shade Rizex's entry. Rizex flipping forward. He does get a part of that touch. It gives a chance for Rix, but Rix can't make the touch. So how can Mike Boy grab this ball? Well, just sneak your way under Tigre and bump Freaky out. Where's a shot? Tigre's left jumping in front, and Rizex, what was that? What is going? They don't score?
He just missed the ball. Believe me, I know what he's doing. He's really trying to line it up and make sure he drills a corner. And he was definitely aiming for that top right one, but unfortunately, I think he got too focused on where the defenders were and stopped thinking about how to hit the ball with your car.
Usually fadeaway hits those though, even when it is tight and you want to be quick to it. Fadeaway, that's kind of how they made their name. Now Rix dumps this down, and it's a clean win for Rizex, who's winning these challenges so cleanly. His positioning has been really pitch perfect so far in game 4 achieves.
Ocelon though with some big damage control there, a great dribble out of their own half, keeping the pressure on Freaky, freezing Rizex on the line, and Libertas really having to think about how they want to structure themselves here, and a good boost deal for Mike Boy means they might have some extra time to make sure they're ready for the eventual clear.
Another low scoring affair, in fact, a no scoring affair, if you want to be completely accurate. And it's so interesting to watch these two teams play against each other and how unwilling they really are to take risks. But it's fun to watch how they try to get creative down the field. Even if sometimes they dump the ball out, they're really just looking for another gap in because they know that fadeaway or Libertas, whichever side they're looking from, are doing the same thing. I mean, this is a clash of play styles that are exactly the same.
Even that save from Rick's Rondé, you're right. They really don't try and take risks, because the one time we did see people try and take risks was Mike Boy, and Rizex cannot handle the pass into the middle. He knew something was coming his way. Ocelon around 1 through 2. Rizex says, well, let's get ready, and boom, right at him. Save it if you can. Freaky blows the fastball right by him.
115 kilometers per hour, by the way. That's like
only
like
71.
30,000 shots today that have eclipsed the 100 kilometer per hour mark. So
yeah, we've had 163, 140 some, and now what was that? 101?
What? Yeah, no, 115, I believe.
115.
It was in the teens. Hard shot,
real hot shots.
Definitely. Mike Boy launches this downfield. Libertas. It really started out their series, and it may end that way, but Rizex can't get back to his touch. Mike Boy will send it back downfield. Ocelon loses to Rick's Rondé on this play, but time's running out for Libertas. Rizex too slow to that challenge. T-Gray, he's got Ocelon in the middle. It pinches off on the challenge, and Ricks barely grabs the save. They got to find a way downfield quick. Mike Boy gives Rizex a chance. Cut straight down, and Ricks has the catch. From midfield, Ocelon takes the ball out, but Rizex comes right back to take the ball. Ricks look for a bump on the line. The ball and the rebound out to the side. Is there another shot coming? No, a massive clear for fadeaway. Ricks grabs the boost. He's just going to wait for a shot. Ocelon says, okay, now you have no time left. Rizex, he's got Ricks downfield. Can he keep it up? Oh, Ricks comes in real quick for the bump. No, he can't get there. They tried to clear a path, but fadeaway sneak into a game 5.
Of course they do. How would they not make it into game 5? Of course they do. We said it all the way back in game 3. They are a tough team to put away. And fadeaway rally back. 1 is enough to get the job done in game 4. Freaky came up with a big save, and Ocelon able to box out the last couple of players trying to force a 0-second goal. And now it's all down to the final, 300 seconds? 5 minutes, who cares?
300 seconds. No, you got it. There we go.
Good job. Good job, mental math.
This is where fadeaway are at their most deadly. I'm scared if I'm Libertas, but you can't let this momentum swing. You can't let it get into your head, man. And yeah, it should be. But if one thing might make the difference in game 5, it might be bumps and demos, because we've seen both teams kind of employ them not consistently, but opportunistically. And if they start connecting more on some of those, it could blow out one way or the other.
Yeah, Ocelon's been looking for those bumps and demos behind the ball all series long, as has everyone from the Libertas side. And that very well could be the deciding factor, but who knows? Maybe somebody pops off and they're just able to waltz all over the defense. We'll see what happens. Can't wait.
Yeah, don't have to wait anymore as Ocelon takes the ball and tries to set up fadeaway. Good return to give Freaky this next chance. Pot shot, which Ricks will grab, but it's going to be a chance for fadeaway. T-Gray hunts for Ocelon, who just gets too weak of a touch. T-Gray back on the challenge. Now Libertas get the clear. Freaky, he gets that touch, but nope, calculated. Nope, calculated every time.
Yeah, that causes the heartbeats to go up a little BPM there.
Close one. But T-Gray, he's having some trouble getting the ball out, and Rizex, he got the bump. Ricks couldn't put the ball on target, though. So while they collect a pair of boost canisters, they lose the ball, and Freaky keep Mike Boy guessing. Rick's Rondé will be able to come in finally, but fadeaway turned that ball out of their own half so quickly. And Libertas, they're forced to dive for that and maybe try to bump Ocelon, but the play died as soon as it got away from Ricks.
How many times have you said they look to get a bump and someone dives across the net from fadeaway to make another great save on the ball? Really wonder if Libertas are kind of running out of ideas now on how to get the ball through the goal line.
And it's almost like that sunk cost fallacy, right? It's like, it worked before. Wait, that's a great pass. Look at the delay from Mike Boy. fakes them out completely. What a goal.
This is the perfect example of the threat is more powerful than the execution. They see that nice drop down into the midfield from RizX, and they're thinking, here comes the boom for Mike Boy. Nah, just let it bounce and then cut it back to the right. Whoa, what a fake.
Well, you wanted a mix-up, and that was quite a mix-up right in front of the box. So Libertas, they've done a good job of preventing a lot of goals. They've definitely had to take their punches when it comes to shots from fadeaway, but it's really tough to relinquish this lead if you're Libertas. That's what this match has taught us so far.
It's tough to hold on to it, that's for sure. If anything, as Freaky now trying to work some magic, squeeze one into the corner. Again, another close call for the defense.
Tigre stopping Mike Boy in his tracks, but Rix, he's stopped again by Freaky. Well, RizX has plenty of time to at least make a challenge happen with Ocelon, and no one on the rotation was positioned for that challenge, so Rix and Mike Boy will at least get a moment's respite.
Oh, no.
But it is short-lived because here comes the
Disaster.
ball straight down into the net. Tigre collects.
Talk about a mishit here. RizX trying to get that one on the nose and unfortunately catches it right as it bounces and chips it back up the wall instead of trapping it on the car. And that is why first touch is so important. They tried to stick to the game plan. If you've got time, take it. But here a misplay happens and an unforced error nets another equalizer for fadeaway. Pass into the middle, picked off by Tigre. It's a race back the other way. Can he squeeze it into the middle? And there's RizX.
Just enough time to get back. Had it had maybe a little more power, it probably would have just skirted across anyway. His fadeaway's second man was just a little far back on the play, so RizX can't quit on the play, and Mike Boy can't quit here, but Freaky can't. Oh, yes, he does! It bounced off the post and in. Fadeaway lead.
And Libertas crack under the pressure there, double committing on what's a pretty soft shot, to be honest, from Freaky. They're just knowing that something's coming, and they're like, we need to get it clear, we need to get reset here, and they crumble under the pressure, and Freaky turns in a go-ahead goal with a minute 40.
It's been tough for Libertas to tie games when they've been down against fadeaway in this match. They're gonna need to kickstart this offense, maybe with a demo. Ocelon hops in front. He has a great save against Rix. RizX can't handle the ball against Freaky, and fadeaway get a clear. Freaky gets the ball again. Can't get that second touch, so Rix Ronde, how does he approach? Well, he wins a big challenge in midfield. Wants to play it off to the corner, and now Libertas set up aggressively. Mike Boy's challenge is thrown out high. Rix is ready for that and diving forward with RizX, but he couldn't get back to the ball. Mike Boy racing back. He got one touch. He's trying to get by Ocelon. He does somehow wrap completely around. Mike Boy still got the ball. Tigre's challenge is only to RizX. Mike Boy still looking. He's got a shot. Blocked by Ocelon. RizX hopping in front, but Freaky wins the ball. RizX gets the bump. Rix can't win, and a breakaway opportunity for Ocelon, but hopping in front again is Mike Boy with the clear. RizX dumps the ball in front. Can this be a chance off the back for Libertas? No. Achieves Libertas heated up, but they're still hunting for a tying goal.
Of course, there is Old Faithful, Freaky driving across the goal line, and try as they might, struggling to get things going. RizX needs help. Tigre is the first to it, though, and precious seconds tick away.
Mike Boy, it's a high ball that no one from Libertas is ready for. They're forced to react to Freaky's touch, and Rix, that touch is nowhere for them to receive. One more try. Mike Boy to RizX. Does he have the read? He got one touch. He's got two touches. The shot! The post hit! Second left! Libertas in chaotic fashion tie the game!
You have got to be kidding me. They missed the clear off the backboard. It just ping-pongs around a couple of bounces, and Rix Ronde in the right place at the right time. A kickoff for formality's sake. Let's go to OT.
Would you want a game 5 to end any other way? Overtime on Champions Field. And they're going for the fake kickoff. Fadeaway. Ocelon. One touch and a win on the challenge for Freaky. Mike Boy, he lost it, but Rix will get a nice touch out to Mike Boy. Ocelon had that touch. He's got a man, and Freaky's got the goal. Fadeaway reverse sweep Libertas. They move to Sunday.
And the toughest of breaks for Libertas. Rizex, knowing he's up against the wall here, has to defend the large part of the net. And Asalanda Freaky slots it into the corner like he's been trying the past 2 games. And they get the job done. And unfortunately, Libertas will have to go to round 5 of the Swiss in the worst way possible.
I have a mission for Gibbs. He is tasked to find out how many game wins Fadeaway has when they are on, when they're about to be eliminated or when they're about to lose the match, when they're on match point,
Win
the other way.
percentage on elimination.
Yeah, I feel like they never lose. The back half of any series, it's ridiculous. But they just outlasted Libertas. Like, I thought Mike Boy especially had such a great game 5 achieves, but like at the end of the day, you only scored 2 off of 7 shots. And there was no way to find any more efficiency. That was the most shots they had in any single game in this set. And most of the time it was 4 or 5 shots. They had premium opportunities, but not many. And I feel like that contributed to the struggles in the latter half of the match.
Well, the thing for me, I think that broke down from Libertas was those fundamentals. Because if you think about the games that they could have put it away, you know, that 2-goal swing, 2-0 up, and then 2 mistakes cost them a goal, and then a collapse on a kickoff leads to another game. Game 4 happens where they just can't really get the offense rolling. Then game 5 happens where they let in a couple of goals with a missed touch out of the corner. And then they crack on defense and allow a go-ahead goal. And they have to turn in a crazy 0-second goal. It was just the fundamentals, I think, are what absolutely pulled Fadeaway to this victory. We said it all the way back in game 3. They're a hard team to put away, and they show you just why. They do not make mistakes on the easy stuff.
Libertas flirt with the playoffs, but inevitably are rejected by Fadeaway. We got more Rocket League coming up. We got more spots to confirm for tomorrow. You don't want to go anywhere. It's only going to get crazier. We'll be right back.
dancing in that line, past the we can never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high.
Welcome back from the break. Achieves, I was watching from the sidelines. That reverse sweep, you know, as someone who's been following Freaky for some time, this doesn't surprise me anymore, but it's always fun to watch.
Always fun to watch indeed. Some real fireworks early on from Libertas. Unfortunately, though, at the end of the day, couldn't hang with the constant goal line saves and the ability to keep putting pressure on the goal line. And I think a little bit of the pressure got to him as well. Freaky had a fantastic series. Aslan had a great series. And I think at one point, everyone on Libertas had a great series, but unfortunately, there can only be one winner, and Rizex just couldn't make the final save.
He really couldn't. And Freaky, his shooting still up there with the best. So Freaky helping his team get the win. And Fadeaway moving on. Libertas not out of it just yet. They still have another life left in the tournament and can get to that next stage. But Achieves, let's shift our focus now to the Barcelona and Vitality matchup. I just want to get your thoughts heading into this series.
So looking at this one, obviously I think I'm hoping Fairy Peak has a solid defensive series. I think his work's going to be cut out for him because obviously Barca is a team that can absolutely put shots on target. And you're looking for K-Dop to be able to support him in that role as well. Because like I've said a couple of times, I think K-Dop has developed nicely as a defender. So I think if Fairy Peak and K-Dop are locked in defensively, I think this is going to be a pretty tough one for Barca to come away with a win.
Exciting kickoff here as players leave the lobby.
Never mind.
You know, it happens. It tends to happen. You know, players, we want to make sure that they are happy with the entire situation that's about to unfold. So we're going to modify some settings, get a new lobby up and going, and make sure everyone is happy before we kick off with game one. But you touched on K-Dop as a defender, Achieves. And normally you think K-Dop, he's supposed to be the shooter. He's the guy scoring. What really do you think has changed and required him to take more of a defensive role?
Well, so I think K-Dop has kind of been forced into a bit more defensive role, dating all the way back to the first season that K-Dop played with Vitality when it was K-Dop, Fairy Peak, and Scrub Killer. Because Scrub and Fairy Peak were all over each other the very first season they had, and that's why they had an absolute train wreck of a season that season. Lots of double commits, and I really think K-Dop got a lot of defensive reps in that time. So ever since then, I think K-Dop has really just had a bit more time to understand that, you know, you can't get away with just constantly booming the ball, and you got to be able to trap it and win the 2-on-1s occasionally. I think he's just had a bit more time to really develop in that defensive area ever since that hole. I don't know what to call that season other than a disaster.
And also recently we've been seeing him also be a great passer, not only a great shooter, but a great passer. And when you've got Alpha and Fairy Peak waiting in the wings, those are certainly some of the best scorers that the game has right now. Alpha up there with the best, really. I talked about Freaky shooting, but Alpha, he takes it to another level. I think he really is on a level of his own up there with the greats, and, you know, still looking for him to get, you know, cement himself as a legend. I think that is a very difficult thing to do. But if there's one player I think can do it, it is Alpha.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Alpha hasn't had quite the same success that he had on the previous roster when he was on TSM, where he absolutely blew the European League to smithereens. So I kind of figured that with how fast and tight Vitality would play, I was kind of thinking that Alpha might be the guy to sort of set up plays, and I really expected that mechanical ability to sort of blossom in that environment where it's like, all right, Fairy Peak's going to be on the back line. He's going to bomb the ball up the pitch, and Alpha's going to have to be able to go up there and challenge for balls up in the midfield, and he's going to have the ability to do that. I'm just surprising that he hasn't really found the I can do whatever I want and you need to respect me yet. But you're absolutely right. He's 100% capable of it.
He is capable of it, and we are trying to get this lobby up and going, but we're running into a few difficulties, so we're going to a quick break, and when we come back, Barcelona versus Vitality. Stay with us. Welcome back from the second break. We hope you're extra well rested in preparation for this Barcelona versus Vitality series. And Achieves, I think I might have cursed the kickoff last time, so I don't really want to do that again. So I mean, maybe you should run things.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've been in charge of things like this. It's a dangerous, a dangerous coin you're willing to flip. But we did talk a little bit about what we thought Vitality is good at, how we're hoping for K-Dop and Fairy Peak to have a solid defensive showing, looking for Alpha out of obviously his breakout performances that he is absolutely capable of on offense and taking over a game. But James, I do believe it's time that we have to talk a little bit about what we think about this Barcelona team.
Yes, I love Barcelona. One of my favorite teams to watch, actually. Devo, so much history behind this player. The Devo double tap we heard from the OCE boys as soon as they got incorporated into the World Championship. That's what they would call it, the Devo double taps. Devo is at that legend status in my book. You think about some of the greats, he is in that page as one of the legends, one of the best of all time. And now, starting to get in the up there as one of the veterans as well, playing so many seasons in a row. I think he has proven that his talent really is special, and that's why he's able to stay in the game for so long. But really, my favorite player to watch on Barcelona is Ronicky. He's a guy who broke onto the scene, got a lot of eyes on his situation with Triple Trouble, and there was a lot of drama even around his initial joining on Barcelona, who since that time has had a lot of roster changes. But one thing that has been consistent with Ronicky and Barcelona is he has continued to be a fantastic scorer. He is such an exciting shooter. He can shoot from anywhere with great precision, great power, and it's rare to see him have an off day when it comes to hitting his marks.
Yeah, and it's really been nice to see as well when they pick up Itachi. It's like, okay, what do we get out of this guy? And you find out that, well, alrighty then. He's an absolute stand-up guy as we take a look at the roster here, because you're thinking, you never know what you're going to get when you get new people out on the pitch, and especially on a stage as big as the RLCS. You can be a fantastic player. It's the same argument that you have in traditional sports, right? Well, they've absolutely crushed the minors, and now they get called up to the big time. And does that skill translate? I think the answer for Itachi has resoundingly been yes. He's been a phenomenal force out of the midfield and a great supporting character for that Barca offensive roster.
He really has been. Itachi making some huge defensive stops, even coming off the ceiling. He's got great mechanics. One of those players that's up and coming, rising in the ranks. And we're starting to see more of those, especially in this format where it's so open and it's completely merit-based. You have to show up on these weekends. You have to perform consistently with the way that this Swiss bracket works. And that is one thing that we have seen from Itachi and Barcelona. So now we're getting underway. Game one, finally here. Let's hope it was worth the wait, Chiefs.
I'm sure it will be.
Early, the ball's in the corner. K-Dop missed that 50, but it's right out to Fairy Peak. And Itachi will clear that up to Ronicky, who takes it off the ceiling. He has Devo in the middle. They're both up. It's going to be a tough situation for Itachi. K-Dop pops it around him. Does this bounce down? No. That one slapped off the backboard. K-Dop going for the play off the backboard again. That will bounce, but Itachi gets there in time. We're seeing a few bounces come off this backboard. Usually that is very defended. Even there, a close call, Achieves.
And that's all stemming from just some big overcommits on defense from Barca. And they are very glad to see that big clear come out just so they can get everybody back where they're supposed to be in the rotation, because Vitality had a couple of real free looks, not necessarily quality chances to score, but an opportunity to keep the pressure up just because they were overcommitting on defense.
See if those overcommits continue. Itachi will get there quickly. Chasing down a second touch, goes for the dribble on the catch and gets the boost steal shot from Ronicky. Will be stopped by Alpha. Devo has Itachi waiting in the middle. It bounces off the backboard. K-Dop can't make the read, and Itachi will open up the score sheet.
Well, I can say you've developed nicely as a defender, but this is never an easy play to make. K-Dop has the read on the ball coming straight down. Itachi has it coming down and kicking off the backboard, and Itachi is correct. 1-0 Barca.
And you can see that was an extra tough ball to read. it skipped off the ceiling before going to the backboard. And when you're in net like that, it's way harder to make those defensive reads. Ronicky, center ball, the shot from Devo, a great pass from Ronicky, and an equally great finish from Devo.
Yeah, Alpha trying to size up Itachi's approach, but how about Ronicky getting all the way behind that ball in the corner instead of just rolling it around, hit it on the back quarter panel, kick it out into the middle, and Devo a bullet to the back post. Real nice pass and shoot.
And that is the dynamic offense that you expect out of Barca. Ronicky, not only a shooter, but showing us his ability to pass there. Another pass
again
from Devo. Ronicky will have an easy goal. Barcelona in the first 2 minutes walking all over Vitality.
All three players of Vitality following that ball from right to left from their perspective. And to make matters worse, Devo gets the demo, and the demo pushed him forward so he could stay with the play. And he made the adjustment. I love it.
Sometimes it's not just the demo, it's how you demo. Making it work at that extra level. Devo having a great start. Barcelona, will they keep this going? Vitality stuck in their own half. K-Dop in the corner will cross it to the opposite corner. Fairy Peak will be there. And a pinch off the ceiling. That one was something. And now a clear all the way down. Devo will clear it off his backboard. Itachi, 0 boost. Needs some help. Gets it from Ronicky. And now Devo with the follow-up. Itachi still on 0. And now a team bump coming out. Ronicky, that was a very important touch from him as Barcelona gets some breathing room.
You can see that communication from Barca as well on that tough ball that got poked right back towards the backboard where Ronicky slapped it off his own backboard. I mean, Itachi was gearing up to go jump off the back wall and go and get that one, but in terms of risk, I mean, if Ronicky lets Itachi go and get that and Itachi misses, well, then they're just dead in the water. And so sometimes it's better to pop one off your own backboard, as K-Dop had a ball just skip right out to him in the corner. Almost able to turn that into a goal, but game one's been a bit of a disaster for Renault Vitality. It was 3 goals in what felt like a minute.
And that hit off the ceiling was the first shot registered for Vitality, coming in the last minute and a half. Infield pass to Alpha, getting challenged. Now backboard play, Ronicky, long clear. K-Dop will pop it up for Alpha. Alpha gets beat to the ball by Itachi. Good speed from Itachi. K-Dop, the 50 in the corner. Itachi wins it to the side. Alpha will be there first. Into the Barca corner. Devo struggling with this ball. K-Dop comes in. It's rolling towards the net, and Itachi will take over.
It's always a fun one. Have a player just not quite get the touch they wanted, and Ronicky really trying to drop the hammer on him, put 4 on the board. While all of Renault Vitality a little bit scrambly. Itachi not going to get the best touch here, but K-Dop's too far forward. This is a tough ball, and thankfully Farapeak rotated all the way back through his own corner.
K-Dop attacking the backboard. Alpha was there, but that was stopped away. Fairy Peak attempting to get a counterattack going. Vitality finding it difficult to get this ball past half as Itachi gets a double tap pass down to Devo. Devo off the backboard. Ronicky shot blocked, and it won't be a goal. The defensive stop comes through. So Vitality maintaining a bit of dignity there at the end, but it wasn't enough. Barcelona get the win in game 1.
Big recovery from K-Dop at the end, but ultimately a completely moot point game 1. Big wash for Vitality. Gonna have to definitely mentally take stock of what was going wrong in there. I was watching Alpha's ping. He seems to be having some internet issues, so we'll see if that comes into play later, if Vitality decides to go for a sub option or not. Do they even have a sub? It's been so long since I've seen Vitality even sub. I don't even know if they have one on their roster.
Well, I'm sure it's possible that we might find out very soon.
I don't think they want to put Mout in. No offense, Mout, but I think I'll take Alpha.
Alpha, you know, when just not taking into account the internet issues. You want him out on the field no matter what. So we'll see how Vitality can push forward in this situation, down 1-0 going into game 2. Vitality looking to bounce back. Ronicky. The pre-flip shot beats the defender. And no one was rotating back because Alpha and Itachi were caught in a side-by-side going up the sidewall. And Alpha was not back in time.
You gotta go for the Sunday stroll. And K-Dop, unfortunately, also made a big mistake on that play. He cut forward, not thinking that Ronicky had a flip off the wall, which is honestly just a poor defensive read. I mean, you should really think that anyone at this level is going to have no problem popping that one off the wall on target.
Especially Ronicky.
Especially Ronicky.
Like we talked about, a phenomenal shooter. Finds ways to score better than many. Fairy Peak with a demo on Ronicky. Ball deep in the Vitality half. Ceiling pass down. K-Dop standing right there. Passes it to Fairy Peak. Hit him on the run. Fairy Peak with a very good block. Awkward ball. Ronicky will pop this one across field. Fairy Peak getting that mid boost. Leaving this for K-Dop. Now turning on it. Ronicky. Good 50-50. And another 50 from Devo. Itachi. Left that ball. You thought it was a pass from Devo. Devo gets demoed out of the way. Defensive misstep from Barca.
Yeah, I'm with you, James. I really thought Itachi was dishing that ball back off to Devo, but Devo didn't really feel comfortable trying to take it back to his corner, or either way was maybe trying to leave it for Ronicky, who was coming out from the opposite side, in which case that pass doesn't have enough on it. Either way, you're right. Miscue from Barca, and they give up a freebie.
Yeah, you call that a hospital ball.
Yeah.
Need to get a little more pace on it. That shot, just off the 50. It actually skipped off Ronicky's hood. He wasn't even looking to make the save, but he'll get it. Off the ceiling, Ronicky will take it to the sidewall. Alpha pre-flips to it and centers it to Fairy. Ronicky breaking up the pass, but Fairy was patient. Still got a hit on the ball. K-Dop wins this back to the Barcelona corner. Has Ronicky, but Ronicky misses. Now this will bounce off the corner. Alpha first to it. Now backward pass over to Itachi. Gets a 50. But Barcelona has retreated for boost, given some space. The pre-jump, K-Dot will get bumped out of the way. And oh, Devo barely getting a bumper on that one.
And the nice part about Devo's position right there is even if it's not a quality touch, he becomes far less concerned with making sure he gets the right clear and worrying about getting dunked, because a lot of people going for these big air dribbles in this game have been getting bumped off the challenge. It's like you'll see someone trying to air dribble it, and then they're just going to make contact with the player trying to push it, and that means the follow-through is never really there for the team trying to get the ball going on offense. Itachi here, uncontested towards the top of the goal, though. And K-Dop diving across, making a great stop.
Just about reading that situation, especially if you know you're not going to get the ball as well. Just go for the player. Itachi will pinch that with K-Dop off the ceiling. We'll go for it further. Devo from 0 to 100 after getting that corner boost. But Vitality on the hunt. A miss from Alpha. K-Dop taking his time. First touch gets out ahead of him. But still, it finds its way to above the Barca net. Now Barcelona trying to battle this out of their half. It looks like they might do it here.
Devo was under pressure that entire way from one corner to the other and was still able to work the ball out past the midfield line. Can he do it again here? Yes, he can.
Big 50 from Devo. Eager to get Barcelona on offense as Vitality has started to encroach on the Barca half. And this is much different than what we saw in Game 1 at Chiefs.
Yeah, a lot more just, can you really get the ball past the midfield, which both teams have done, but they're struggling to really hang on to it and keep the offensive going. This is the first chance for K-Dop, but Itachi, a quality read.
Itachi had to jump very early, make that read quickly from a less than ideal position. Did that so well, denying that shot. Final minute Vitality. Can they finish this one off? Ooh, that 50. Itachi was ready for something to kick out to the middle as he gets demoed. Barcelona would love that 2-0 lead. However, we just saw in that fadeaway in Libertas series that doesn't necessarily guarantee a win.
Not at all.
Awkward ball in front of net. Fairy Peak will slam it in. Ronicky frozen on the goal line.
Really just an awkward ball. I mean, everyone I think on Barca is thinking Itachi is going to be able to get some sort of handle on this challenge in the corner, and then it kind of just drips out into the middle of the box, and Fairy Peak, right place, right time, is able to pick off the defenders who are expecting a completely different outcome to the ball out of the corner.
Vitality, they can't keep this shot out. Ronicky does it again. You just can't stop him.
Well, who cares about if you can't follow the play out of an awkward situation in the corner when you can get it right back on the kickoff? Devo into the middle, and Ronicky just drills one in between a couple defenders on the goal line. Nice kickoff for Vitality, though, and they take advantage. Devo's been pretty effective in the corners. He'll need the help of Itachi to get this one out of his own half, but Vitality with the last chance, it looks like.
Hard backboard hit. Devo stretches and misses, but Itachi, hard clear, gets the pass out to the middle. Fairy Peak will keep it airborne. Devo lets it drop, and we've got overtime. Barca, thanks to Ronicky, able to tie this one up in the final seconds. Which way will it go?
Well, right now, that might be Vitality. Thankfully, Itachi is all the way back, and Ronicky, big pinch shot off the ceiling. That's definitely not one you see every day.
This is a big 50 win from Alpha. Couldn't get the double. Ronicky, awkward situation. Fairy Peak dodges the demo. K-Dop helping out off the ceiling. Low boost for Devo. Can't get the hit. That one off the elbow and out. Itachi gets the follow-up save. Still in danger. K-Dop shot lower corner. Vitality's pressure proves to be too much. And Vitality win it in overtime.
Real nice challenge from Fairy Peak. Two things. One, got on top of it, did not allow the big booming clear. If that ball was going anywhere, it was going straight back down and going to sit in the box. Two, drove back through the goal and got the bump on the goalie to allow K-Dop to have a completely free line to that left-hand side. Great setup from Fairy Peak with the block and shove.
K-Dop finishing that game off with some pinpoint shooting. That's what you expect from him. Vitality pulling this one back despite giving up that goal in the final few seconds. Ronicky making things interesting there near the end, but ultimately Vitality making it work.
Two of them kind of just squeaked through as well. Just two really awkward scenarios for Barca. I think those two goals in regulation, they're going to be pretty disappointed with. They know they could have played defense better, but in overtime, they absolutely were just beat on that play. Fairy Peak made a big key block, able to set the ball right down into a scoreable position, and realizing the job not done. And K-Dop, of course, because Vitality likes to play so close and tight with each other, of course he's right there and he's able to score it. So Vitality doing a very nice job to work their way back to 1-1 in the series, and Barca looking to have a bit more command on defense. There was a lot of reliance, I think, on Devo to get the ball out of some tight spots, or at least it felt that way. He was constantly having to make big challenges in front of the net and out of the corners to get the ball even past the midfield line and in an offensive situation for Barca.
Field pass, rebound out to Itachi. And even Itachi had to make some tough defensive reads.
That one off the ceiling, that was tough.
And Barcelona, we've seen them have big defensive games before. If you remember Devo getting, 12 saves?
An astronomical amount, something insane.
I believe that was the record, most saves in a game. This one getting saved by Ronicky. Fairy Peak passing out to the middle. K-Dop being 50'd by Itachi, and Ronicky will have to go for the corner. Another backboard clear. Devo barely touches it. Messes up one backboard read, but can't stop the other by Fairy Peak, and Vitality keep that pressure going and score first in game 3.
And again, another big key block there. Alpha understanding that Devo only has one place to put the ball, getting out in front of it and keeping it in the box. and Fairy Peak having the faith to understand that if this block comes through, I will have a scoring chance. He's there to put it in.
Another hard shot. That one overpowers Itachi Alpha. This was a laser beam into the net. 75 miles an hour, 121 kilometers per hour.
That's another just absolute bomb of a shot today. We had another couple of quick shots in the previous series with Jorby and I. So, I mean, you talk about squaring one up. Alpha got a hold of that one.
K-Dop trying to keep this vitality spree going. And I was going to talk about that Fairy Peak shot just before it. Fairy Peak waiting till that last second to adjust his shot. And we've talked about that before, how important it can be to disguise your intentions. Fairy Peak doing a very good job of it there, adjusting at that last moment to get it past the defender. Vitality offensively looks to be hitting their stride. Ball getting carried down by Itachi. Might get a demo here, gets the bump, but Alpha was racing back. He saw that play coming.
Very smart play from Alpha. Always fun to see if Itachi can work the magic, especially in a 1-on-3, and get Barca right back into this one. Almost half the game gone, and it really doesn't feel like it's been too long, and that's never a good feeling when you have 2 goals left to score. And it doesn't feel like it's been long at all.
Vitality struck and struck quick, but now a chance for Barca. Devo was looking for that pass from Ronicky. It was a bit too far away from him. Wasn't able to get the shot off comfortably. Fairy Peak first to the ball. Ronicky beat by a mile there. Now in the corner, Itachi off the ceiling gets his flip back. Alpha waiting for him the whole time. Ronicky up to Itachi. K-Dop will break up that play. Ronicky airborne. Goes for the shot. That one denied by Fairy Peak, and now Alpha will win it downfield. But Itachi booming clear to the corner. Ronicky misses. Ball out to Itachi, bouncing off the backboard, and Fairy Peak will take his time. 2v1. Ronicky will win that 50 through. Devo has Ronicky on the back wall. Ronicky, the redirect off the crossbar. Rebound to Itachi, and Barcelona bring it within 1.
You could see that one coming. Devo saw Ronicky all the way. You're going that high? Well, here it comes. And oh so close. And Itachi knowing this one might not be exactly what we all think. I'm going to make sure there's a contingency plan. And they fight back within 1. A beautiful play from Barca. Just phenomenal.
That was almost the clip of the day. Ronicky coming off that back wall. But still, Itachi was there to clean up, so Ronicky, job well done.
Ooh, can they track it down? K-Dop's alone.
Fairy Peak up to K-Dop. K-Dop, this is a hard hit. Itachi, tough read. Does do it. Makes it look easy.
He really does. I mean, when the ball's coming over your shoulder like that, and you can't just catch it before it hits the wall, you have to wait for it to bounce back into you. I mean, that's a difficult play. And when you're making it look as smooth as that one was, well, you know you've got a good player on your hands.
Itachi has had to make multiple difficult reads with not much time to even think. It's been looking great. Not really any mistakes from him. K-Dop to the corner. Fairy Peak downfield. Itachi, low boost, has Ronicky. Ronicky shot. Not going to find anything. Lob towards net. K-Dop winding up, now going for an air dribble. Alpha takes over and just shoots it towards net. Easily saved. Itachi, slow place, tries to bait in one defender. Does pop it up, forces Fairy to go for the corner. Gets the boost steal as well. This could be good for Barca as we approach the final 10 seconds. Infield pass. Itachi's shot is blocked and he's demoed. Now a miss. Fairy Peak will go towards net. Itachi on the respawn. Couldn't get there in time. Devo on 0 boost. And this one's over.
Hats off to the Vitality defense. You really thought that passing play was coming through from Barca. They were forced back on the defensive half, where no Vitality just kind of forced to wait and see what happened. They got that nice clip into the middle, a great shot on target, and again, Vitality, perfect marking, situational awareness, understanding where it's going. Itachi pings one off the crossbar, but even still, it would not have been enough, and Vitality will take a 2-1 lead in the series.
Looking good in back-to-back games. Barcelona now 1 game away from losing a life in the tournament. Both of these teams sitting at 2-1, so they'll still have one more chance even if they lose this series, but getting through to the next stage, you want to just get that out of the way, I would say, Chiefs.
I mean, definitely, if you watch the last series, you don't want to end up in a situation where you're up 2-0, and then you end up getting reverse swept, and now you're sitting at 2-2 in round 5 and need to come back. So definitely want to put it away right here while you've got 2 lives and feel good about it, because the pressure of round 5, you know, it doesn't matter who you draw. It's not going to be an easy game. Everyone's going to be going all out, and this is an absolute must win if you're Barca, because you do not want to deal with that pressure as well.
And the confidence boost of taking down Vitality to get into the playoffs would be something else. Now rebound early. K-Dop scores just 5 seconds into game 4.
Evo tried here. He went out to the corner and was so close to being able to pick off that Fairy Peak touch. Even got bumped in the corner and still almost made it back. But unfortunately, Evo got a little bit too aggressive, could not recover, and Vitality made him pay.
Playoff spot on the line. Barcelona, a shaky start. Ronicky will tap it down to Devo. K-Dop gets bumped. Itachi to Ronicky. Roniky's shot will go wide. This one kicking back out to the middle. Itachi will pop it off the ceiling, goes for it again. Very quick read, does get a piece of it. Barcelona starting to look threatening, lobbing towards net. Trying to burn that boost out of the Vitality tanks. Alpha, great speed. Itachi taking this up the wall. K-Dop right down the middle. Ronicky airborne for this one. A hard shot from Ronicky, who was so quick to react to that pass.
Now, I know Ronicky is the one going and getting this one and hitting another scorcher. But, I mean, you got to give it up to Devo and Itachi.
Oh, yeah.
How else can you find it, guys, who can just lay it up there with such ease that it makes your shooting just look so smooth?
I mean, that was the perfect set. He lobs it up. It's like the perfect alley-oop.
You know, it's just a quality soft toss. Go get it. Bang.
Just setting up that play perfectly. Devo, wonderfully done. And Ronicky's the one you want on the other end, but a quick response blocked from Itachi. Thought that one might be going in. Alpha double tap ball, that one high. Now it's Vitality's turn to take a few swings. Long clear, that'll give Fairy Peak time to decide what to do with it. Sends it over to Alpha. Not a bad decision. This one out to the middle. Fairy Peak drops it back down. The teamwork from Fairy and Alpha paying dividends.
And this one just feels not fair. Ronicky just doesn't have the best read on it. And of course, Devo's there. Contingency bumped. Just brutal.
When you got time and space to make a decision, it's never a bad one to send it over to Alpha. Itachi tries to find Ronicky, but Fairy Peak will cut that play off, gets the double tap on the defensive end to clear up some space. Itachi shadowing, waiting for his opportunity. Saw Alpha streaking in now, has his time. Will go for another touch in the air. Alpha reading the situation well. K-Dop off the backboard will send it over to Fairy. Fairy to the wall, going for it again. Alpha with 150. Poking it around, air dribbling it past Devo. Gets the corner boost steal as well. Vitality threatening. K-Dop, the delay. Barca stuck back. Finally, Itachi will get it past the midfield and gets a 50. Fairy Peak right back downfield. So despite getting it past the half, Barcelona Can't find much space to work with.
They're absolutely trapped right now, and Fairy Peak will make him pay. Alpha with a real nice catch here out of the midfield, just to poke that one past Itachi, and Ronicky knows that he might be in trouble, because he does not know exactly where Fairy Peak plans on putting that ball. The answer is the big part of the net and into the back.
And even it looked like Alpha was going for a double tap as well that Ronicky might have been expecting. Barcelona now find themselves down by 2 with only 2 minutes left to play. And another weak shot gets by Ronicky. Couldn't get the stop. This one, bit of a changeup, throws Ronicky off.
Oh no. And they tried to demo Fairy Peak as well, and Ronicky just never really committed to going all the way back to net because he didn't want to go too hard and then leave that near post open. So we tried to play that near post defense, and then they just floated one right over his shoulder, and he just wasn't able to get any power on the ball. Great placement.
Vitality making a statement. And this one, it was a rough start. That first game, all Barcelona. But since Vitality, they've sharpened up. Fairy with that 50 with Ronicky. Ball will come to Devo, goes for the backboard. 2 defenders from Vitality there. And Fairy Peak will demo Ronicky. Itachi wanted to make that passing play happen, but that demo resulted in other plans taking place.
Man, and now you see him, Barca just try and force a lot of passes, and nobody's really on the same page. And did K-Dop just let this ball bounce and let the defenders go by him? Hang on. Brings it down, gets a touch.
Yep, a delay. That little hesitation. K-Dop scored on that light shot past Ronicky before, gets another one there. Taking that little hesitation, force the defense into that awkward spot where if they're going to guess, they'll go for it early and open up a path. And that's exactly what happened. K-Dop now contributing to this 4-goal lead for Vitality. That was a hat trick for him.
He's still the gold standard. 3 for 5. He's been looking a little spotty the past couple weeks. Haven't been the most pleased with K-Dop's ability to put goals away, but this game really gives you hope that, yeah, he still got it.
Proving that time and time again, the 3-time world champion. Going for a double tap now. Gets the read. Let's make it 4.
All right. I take it all back. You're amazing, K-Dop. I don't know why I ever doubted you. I've been casting your games for like 4 years now. I should know by now. I'm sorry.
It doesn't hurt to be reminded. And this is certainly a reminder. K-Dop still has that scoring prowess. Bringing it out in Game 4 against Barcelona with a playoff spot on the line. Barcelona, we'll see if they can get one for the road. Ronicky will get one lower corner. Trying to gain some of that momentum going into the next series that will take place for Barcelona.
And who knows who they'll be up against. I mean, it could be pretty much anyone, and there's some scary teams already. I mean, Guild Esports sitting down there on a 2-game win streak. Barrage been on and off all day, but taking down some good opponents. Already beating Vitality today 3-2, and Libertas, who just got reverse swept. Monkeys as well on a 2-game win streak. So that is a very scary 2-2 bracket to enter into if you're Barca. And if you're Vitality, you are glad to make your way into tomorrow.
Yeah, they're joining BDS and top blokes in the playoffs. That list of teams, not really much of a surprise, Achieves, but it's always fun to watch the drama play out on the field. Vitality, that tough start in Game 1, bringing it back 3 game wins in a row, making it look relatively easy.
They really did do a fantastic job all series long, like you said, after Game 1. Devo, I think, was really the big saving grace, along with Itachi on defense. Couple of really great passing plays, but if you think of the goals that Barca had to score to even get on the goal here on the board here versus Vitality, Vitality was going to win that the whole way. If it requires absolute bangers and perfect setups, it was going to be a tough ask either way. Vitality were really locked in, I think, on this one.
They really were. The passing was there, the possession, attacking the backboard. We saw them forcing Barcelona into those awkward situations. And Alpha, despite having those internet issues, seemed to be playing just fine down the stretch.
Yeah, he definitely able to rally, and thankfully now he won't even have to worry about it. He can just go to sleep and let tomorrow be a new day for it.
Yep, call it a day. If you're Vitality, prepare for the playoffs tomorrow. We're also going to prepare for our next series as we go to a quick break, and when we come back, more RLCS X.
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, I do, I love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you, I love you, I do, I need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs and Achieves, to talk about our last match. We are almost through our stage number 2 of the second European Regional for RLCS X split number 1, the fall split. Let's talk about Vitality versus Barca here. I'm sorry, it's a mouthful, man. There is a lot.
It's been a long day.
You guys talk.
It's been a long day, and for Vitality, it's been unusually longer than they're used to, not going 3-0 for a change. But like at the end of the day, we can talk about Alpha with his internet issues for the first couple games, but they still beat a very talented Barca team 3-1 and absolutely dominated the final game. Vitality is so good right now. No one wants to play them tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Vitality definitely had to work for it on the offensive side a few times, but at the end of the day, really just put it away. I mean, despite how good Devo and Itachi were playing on defense and a couple of real great setups, of course, Vitality is just locked down in the midfield and don't allow that many opportunities on goal, and they turned it into a good win and a blowout in the final game, like Gibbs said.
Well, to talk about the qualification into the top 8, we've got Fairy Peak on the line from Renault Vitality. Congratulations again, business as usual, Fairy Peak, making it to the top 8 here. I gotta ask though, of course, it seemed like a bit of a rough start for you guys. It seemed like you were given some trouble by your first few matches, going to game 5s and even losing one to Barrage. What caused this rocky start?
I mean, I don't know. Like against Barrage, like they played good, but like the first game we literally destroyed them, and like the second game I felt like we got too passive, and I don't know, like we thought it was a free win, to be fair, and then like they started to play better, and like we just couldn't keep it up because like I don't know, we lost our momentum and they took it. So yeah, like against Barrage it was like we gave them the win, like really. Like they play good, but like we shouldn't have lost this one. And then I guess Liquid, I mean, they just played good. It was a really intense series, like really good save from both teams. So I don't have really anything to say about that.
That's fair.
And then like it was a good match too, except like Alpha had the internet problem. But we managed to win it, but he had internet problem, but he played still really good, except like the first game where he was like missing a lot of things, but I think he got used to. So yeah, pretty happy with how the days goes.
So when that happens with Alpha, do you guys try and mix it up a bit so like Alpha can play more of that backline role or something, so you don't have to worry about him going for any of those weird like, I don't know, like when you go into the net for like a 50-50 and when you have a ping that's over 100, sometimes those get a little bit questionable. So do you change it up at all?
Yeah, he played a bit more on the back because like he couldn't really to take passes or anything because like he could see the pass like 1 second after. So he just was a bit more in the back and me and Kedap were in front. I mean, it worked pretty good. I think we're all good strikers, so it doesn't really matter. It's just like there's no big flashy plays like a double free preset, pinch backboard, or I don't know what. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it didn't really like block our playstyle. So it's still good to know. Like even when Alpha is not playing good like this, we can still manage to have a good rotation.
You guys are actually still doing something too. It's not all just Alpha.
Yeah.
That raises kind of an interesting question, though, obviously, because I mean, obviously Alpha was struggling a little bit, has to play a little bit further back, and I'm not too concerned with that because, like you said, you're still able to play your style, keep solid rotation going. But when you're going up against teams that have players like Devo and Itachi who are just absolute rocks on defense, do you guys have to take a sort of different approach against teams like that, or do you just try and do whatever you guys do normally?
No, we play pretty normal. We know just like if Ronaki have an open shot, he's gonna put it like most of the time. So we just try to not let passes like in front of our nets, but except that, like it's most likely how we play against any other team. So not really.
Yeah, just a. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I mean, like, the only team we change playstyle is a bit against Endpoint because
Before you go, I want to get a bit of a prediction for you. There's a match that's going on over on the E-League stream. It'll be Barrage versus Magnifico. Now, a lot of people are fans of Magnifico, but I'm really curious for you, having played Barrage today, do you think they'll be able to qualify here, or do you think we're going to have Magnifico in the top 8 again?
I really didn't see any match of Magnifico, so I don't know what they're playing today. If they're playing at their, like, not maximum, but like really good potential, I think they can win it pretty, like, fairly. But if Barrage play as good as they played against us in the late game, I think it's gonna be a tense match. But I think Magnifico will win it.
Okay. For all the fans of Greasies out there, like Shogun, they're hoping that you're right on that one, but it seems like it could go either way. Fairy Peak, I want to say congratulations again on the top 8, and thanks for giving us some time to chat.
No problem. Thank you so much, man.
Always fun to talk to Fairy Peak. They seem confident and happy. Achieves with their win today. It did start off a little slow, but I think they were given a bit of a fight, especially from Team Liquid.
Oh yeah, Liquid I think really did probably give them their toughest match of the day, but unfortunate for Liquid to say the least.
Well, now that we're almost through the day, let's take a look at the standings. We have 6 teams remaining here fighting for only 3 spots. So this is where it all comes down to the wire. We lost Team Liquid early on, Gibbs, and now Guild is fighting for that spot in that 3 to 5 as well. Same with Barca. So there's quite a few good teams still left here with only 3 spots open.
I wonder with Guild, they started 0-2. They went no comms for 1 match. I assume they're still not in comms, so I think maybe it's working for Guild at this point. It's going to be very interesting round because all these teams are definitely in that bubble. Outside of Barca, who I think just got a tough road. BDS and Vitality, that was really tough for them. So I think they should make it in, but you never know.
Well, let's take a look forward at the matches that are coming up. As we said, 6 teams remain right now. We have 2 of them on this channel here. And of course, I did allude to it before with Fairy Peak there. The Barrage versus Magnifico will be played over on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. And here on this one, we have Barca versus Monkeys coming up second. But first is Libertas versus Guild. Now, let's talk about that Libertas versus Guild match. It's funny because Johnny did mention it before. He's like, I feel like if there's a team that could deal without comms, it's these guys, because now they can just ball chase and do what they need to do. And I feel like it's been proven that they can do it. So now looking at this, Cheese, do we feel like this is going to become a trend maybe for other teams that like to just go ham on mechanics?
You know, I really hope it does not become a trend.
Okay.
I think across the board, comms in general is going to beat no comms.
Fair.
But you do have the added benefit that everybody on Guild is an absolute nutter. And Scrub, Nolly, and Tho, if anyone's going to play well on no comms, it absolutely will be them. But they're going to have their work cut out for them with Rix Ronde, Rizex, and Mike Boy, especially Rizex. Very aggressive today. Going to go for a lot of bumps, I think.
Well, how about for you, Gibbs? Like this matchup, again, we keep talking about Libertas being one of those teams that, is a team you got to keep an eye out for. But again, this isn't going to be an easy matchup if Guild is playing how they were before. I also want to shout out, I just want to shout out in the chat too. We want to get your thoughts. Please get those hashtags in chat there for the fan vote. We'll see what you guys voted in a second. Now, Gibbs, go.
So these 2 teams, honestly, have been playing pretty poor, like over the last 5 weeks for the grid. Only 1 playoff bracket for both of them. So whoever wins this is a huge match for them to make it back to the playoff bracket for this regional. Yeah. And for Guild, they were the #1 seed last regional, and then they got bounced out early. So big game for both of these teams. It's going to be tough, though, because honestly, we don't know what Guild's going to bring to the table.
Well, you're going to have to decide. Tell me, who's taking this one? Is it Libertas or Guild?
I think Scrub needs to stop talking. I'm going to go Guild. I don't want to go Guild, but I'm going Guild. No comms beats comms. I don't know why. Rocket League is a weird game.
I'm the opposite. Comms beats comms. I think Rizex gets the bumps and Rix Ronde and Mike Boy get the job done.
I'm going to have to go with what we've seen today. I like the weirdness. I'm going with Guild on this one. I think I think weird fits this team pretty appropriately. We know that just kind of letting them guys to solo all around is might work. So Guild for me, and it seems like Guild for the chat as well. I don't know how much of that is just, again, Scrub fans being behind that team, but 77% in favor of them. Let us know your thoughts on how this match is going to go on Twitter as well, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. But it's time now for round number 5 to find our last 3 teams.
Thank you, LeafX. Round number 5, indeed going to be thrilling. Isaac App also known as Turtle. Nice to have you with us on the broadcast.
Wow, thank you for that introduction. That was fantastic, and I'm excited for this. We got a little bit of a taste of Libertas in that fadeaway matchup, which was really close. That they ended up actually getting reverse swept in. We'll see if they can come back here and not be tilted. Meanwhile, Guild also not having the best start today, so I think it's really up to these teams as to how they decide to rotate and who's tilted the most.
Who's tilted the most? Not really a competition you want to be in. But it has been a journey for both of these teams. Libertas, we witnessed that reverse sweep. And then for Guild, starting out with the 2 losses against Solary and BDS before taking down Liquid and Endpoint. And Rizak, airborne like the Juggernaut, wouldn't stop moving. Gets this ball into the net.
Even bumped though, and then was able to rotate all the way around using his air roll, squeeze that ball into the corner. That was the best way you could start off, and it's also frustrating because, I said it's whoever's the most tilted. You get a goal within, 13 seconds, and you also bump though. That's how you get the job done.
Good start from Libertas, but they had one last time. We'll see if this series will be any different. Mike Boy down the middle, stopped by Nolly. Rix Ronde in the corner. Good 50. Rebound out to Mike Boy. Mike Boy puts it high. Rebound opportunity for Rizex off the crossbar. Gets his own bounce. And Rizex, a tough read. This one, an interesting goal.
He's a beast. Look at that first hit. He doesn't even jump up. He just tries to hit it above. It almost looks like he purposely hit the crossbar, was trying to get it in that upper section of the goal. It bounces down, and like you said, James, he just recovers it himself. And I love the patience from Rizex in that play to just wait it out, make everybody in the goal just flop around so you can have an easy cleanup.
And the double tap save from Rizex as well. 2 goals and now a save. Rizex, fantastic beginning. The rebound shot coming to Tho. Tho, actually a great pass from Nolly.
Oh, it's off a 450 too, yeah, like you said, the double commit. And I'm glad Tho scored because this is a player that I've wanted to talk about as soon as I found out that we were casting the Guild matchup. Because Tho, if you watched his Liquid series, he was popping off. It seemed like every time you needed somebody to come in clutch or to be that striker who was going to finish a shot no matter what, it was Tho. And I mean, James, you can even attest to this, that back in the rival series, it was Tho popping off, still being that clutch player, and he's carried that style all the way into RLCS.
During that regular season, yeah, Tho was the guy. Nolly in the playoffs, he really answered the call as well. That helped them get to the spot that they are now. And Scrub Killa, a former world champion, this squad does have some very good talent. Rix Ronde will get one more for Libertas, and Guild caught out on defense yet again.
Oh, look at all this space. Nolly, he doesn't have too many options there. He's trying to go for a cross-pitch clear to a teammate. The only issue is it's in his own half. That's such a risky play. All anybody on Libertas has to do is read that hit, realize that he has one option to go with the ball if he doesn't want to get dunked. Put yourself in that position. They do just that. It's a really easy goal. And Libertas are up 3-1. It doesn't even seem like they've worked too hard to get these goals. It's just level-headed play. But then there's a 50 from Scrub, actually a dunk in the midfield. And that's what opens up more space for Guild.
And this one, Rix Ronde makes a mistake, shoots it right into Scrub Killa, loses it backwards. The one thing you can't do. That's what happened. Now Guild bouncing right back. We're not even halfway through the game. Already 5 goals total scored. Libertas with a 1-goal lead, but Guild chipping away at it.
It's all about those predictions too. You notice that a lot of these goals that are going in, strictly off of placing yourself in a position where you can try to predict where that ball is going to go. We saw Scrub on the defense pushing forward. Instead of going for an ideal 50, he just tries to get a dunk because he knows if he can cut him off, he's got a free net.
And that's precisely what happened. A free net, free goal. Now Scrub, airborne. Has some space, gets the boost steal as well. Mike Boy getting harassed by Nolly. Scrub misses the center. Tho is there to take over. Corner pass to himself, rebound out to Nolly. Nolly, double tap attempt. This one off the crossbar. Shot from Scrub. That's going to sneak in under the crossbar, and Guild tie up the game.
I mean, we talked about this player and how effective he was in the playoffs. Coming to the regular season now in the new format, he's still popping off. Gets the double tap, sets up Scrub Killer, and they get themselves back in the game. A tied up 3-3 with 2 minutes left. So much time still for both these teams. A high-scoring game, James.
It is indeed. Been back and forth, and this one getting a pinch save. Looked like Nolly and Scrub both getting a piece of that one. Hold your breath moment for Guild. Now, though, double tap. It's bouncing high. Rix Ronde slow to it. Nolly gets the first hit, but also hits it off to the corner. Gets the boost steal. Could be good for Guild. Rix Ronde will clear it up field. Though is there. Will take things himself. Rizex getting a piece of that ball, shutting down the attack from Tho.
Oh, crucial clears, too, on the side of Libertas. Every single hit needs to be to a teammate, or if not, just a booming clear down the other pitch, because you saw what happens when Nolly messed up his clear and couldn't avoid the 50. Same thing for Libertas. There's a bump on the defense out of Guild. Still physical plays coming to play here, but nothing yet for Libertas.
Scrub breaking up this play, giving Nolly some space. Tho chipping it towards the backboard. Rizex ready and waiting up to Rix Ronde, who will put it to the Guild corner. Scrub was waiting for it, but a 50 win will send it to net. Tho pops it up. Mike Boy there. Scrub off the backboard will go for a clear. Doesn't get much on it. Does get the 50 and the follow-up. Can't get the third touch. Does get a 50, however. Tho air dribbling. Going for the demo, and Mike Boy dodges it and gets the save.
Good job maintaining boost. You see everybody on the side of Guild, whenever they go on offense, they always have some boost to spare, which gives Nolly and Tho many chances to get those double taps in, an extra hit here and there, which is what created a lot of those shots. But then here's Mike Boy to hit this one across. Every single goal, it feels like, for Libertas has just been a midfield pass.
Mike Boy, you could see him going for that shot. Nolly was thinking he was going to have to make a save, but it was a pass off the backboard. And another cleanup goal for Rizex. And that's a hat trick for him. Final seconds of the game. Guild, will they respond?
Oh, they still got time.
Ball across the field. Scrub will have to keep this going. It's kept up by Nolly. Though getting harassed by Rix Ronde. 13 boosts for Nolly. He'll have to leave it. It touches the ground, and Libertas win a back and forth game one.
And just in time, we could see that midfield pass off the backboard for Libertas. Nobody getting too desperate. That was a really nice play, especially in those final moments. You got to credit Libertas for going for a passing play. Usually as a player with 20 seconds left, everybody's panicking. You're just trying to get as many shots on net as you can. You're not really thinking about going for the pass lane. So for Libertas to do that in the final moments, for a relatively new team to RLCS in this high level, that speaks a lot for their teamwork and what they're trying to accomplish.
And Rizex, that one read off the crossbar. That was, that's a tough thing to do, reading it off the crossbar like that. Guild battling back, tying things up, and then Mike Boy, that pass to the middle completely throwing off the Guild defense.
And you saw double commit too.
Yes, you did. The double commit on the defensive side because they thought Mike was taking the shot.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that's confusing. I think we've talked a lot about comms. I mean, you even saw Gibbs say that he still is in favor of Guild without comms or no comms. It doesn't matter because he thinks they're playing better. It's crazy to see how plays like that happen even whenever you might do something to refresh the comms, because it's hard to even ask yourself, would that have happened if they were in comms? You know, how would this team work? Would it make them panic even more, James? I mean, I want to get your take. Do you think that Guild does play better without comms?
I think you'd have to try it before you make that call. And I mean, they did beat Liquid. So who knows? I think that is something better left up to the coach, but I am all for seeing what works.
Yeah.
Scrub will pass it up to Tho, who's going for the air dribble. Ball off the corner. Nolly the shot. That went off the post. Rizex will half flip to it. Gets bumped out of the way. Scrub will pop it. Tho up first. Off the ceiling. Going for another hit. Now off the backboard. Rebound out. Nolly crept up a bit too much, wasn't in position to make the most of that rebound opportunity.
I'm paying attention to the third man too. Guild always has a third man super far back, which means their rotation with the two players forward end up cutting in and leaving that third man back to get boost. It's a little bit of a risky play. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But it does give Libertas more space in the midfield if they can catch that ball early on and deny any of that rotation from Guild to be effective.
So, leading the attack has to give up the ball. Nolly going for the double tap bump on the goal line.
Oh,
Nolly's shot off the crossbar. That was a quality look. The bump on the goal line opening up a chance. Coming up just short. But Guild stay on the prowl.
Yeah. So the last thing you want to do is give up some space for Nolly to get warmed up. He's had a couple of chances off the backboard. I mean, at what point is he just going to start sinking all of these?
Double tap, backboard pass. Nolly again, creeping up too much. Though did well to get the ball out to the middle. But it was too much of an overcommit on the offensive side by Nolly.
Oh, and even there, I was talking about the cut and rotation. There was a third man so far back on Guild, and it leaves Tho and Scrub Killer to cut in early, trying to make a play. They're doing a couple of passes back and forth, but I'd prefer having a third man coming in and crashing, letting two players go back, get some boost, and you can keep the possession. Instead, now they just lose all the pressure they had, and we see Libertas breaking out.
Still scoreless, however. See if any adjustments come in from Guild. We've seen a couple times now having that third man would work. Though has been leading the charge, that time taking it into his own hands, his shot blocked. Breaks Ronde in the corner. Though, first touch, 50. Will he get another? Kicks out to Scrub, who stays in the fight. RilsX now getting it downfield. Nolly breaks the play up, though, with boost. Will take it himself. Can't pop it around the defender. Double commit from Nolly and Scrub. The pinch, handled by RilsX. And the center ball, no one there. The back man back too far. Then the quick counterattack. RilsX slams this one upper 90.
Oh my goodness, this play was everything you could hope for out of a counterattack. And Tho, the last man back, he's so deep in his own half. But since there was space given, you let Libertas start to build momentum with the ball, gain some speed with the midfield passing. And whenever that shot is on target, like RilsX hitting the upper corner, there's no stopping it. There's nothing you can do, even if your player is all the way in goal.
The perfect counterattack. Far post. No stopping that one. RilsX will chip this downfield. Mike Boy attacking the backboard. It pounces past one, but Tho will be there. Getting to the wall quickly. Now Nolly in the corner. Does well to get it around one. He's got zero boost. Infield pass. Broken up by Rix Ronde.
Not the best double commit. Things getting a little bit panicky on the side of Libertas. We see Guild have some solid attempts. The passing isn't as pristine as it was in the first game. We haven't seen them go toward the middle. They're trying to basically just flood the corners and hope something comes out of it, or hope Nolly can hit a double tap. We've seen so many chances off the crossbar now, though. There it is, the finish. Time after time, you're gonna hit the backboard, hoping something's gonna come out of it, and they finally get one.
And this time the rotation's tight from Guild. The communication working out as well, though not going for that one easily. Could have been a double commit. Scrub able to get that 50. And a great job by Tho to put that one in off the rebound. Backward play, Mike Boy shooting lane and bounced past Tho, but Scrub Killer was behind him.
That was a good look there from Libertas. Nice little counterattack too. I was just gonna say that Tho is always there in position too. It seems like the man does not miss out on a chance to get a shot on net.
Might have another one here. Scrub Killer going for a double tap, goes for net, rebound out to Tho, can't battle it past Nolly, goes for a double himself, hits it! With 30 seconds left on the clock, the double tap from Nolly will put Guild into the lead.
He's been doing this the entire series. I talked about giving him multiple chances to get warmed up, finally start finding the angle. And there it is for Nolly. What is that, his 5th or 6th double tap attempt maybe in this game? He sinks that one. It's off of a great 52 from Tho to set it up.
excellent power on the shot, but an immediate response, a demo from Rizek on Scrubkilla on the goal line. And that took only a few seconds, and we're equal.
Oh, I love this team play. Everybody got involved, and I'm looking at Rizek's positioning here. He even saw his own teammate upfield, and it was a risky play for him to go for the demo. There's 23 seconds left, 25 at the time. You gotta go for a risky play. Rizek pushes forward, gets the demo. Thankfully, it works out for them, and now they got a tied game.
Ooh. Now bump attempt. That bump! Back-to-back slugfest. This one has been entertaining, Turtle. Though, after the bump from Nolly, and Guild take back the lead with 12 seconds.
What is happening? That is such a frustrating way to go out. You finally get a play in, a nice little bump, and then Guild respond in the exact same way.
Last chance for Libertas. They have it in Gilden. Rizek's up. The floater. Scrub will keep the ball alive.
What?
Going for the air dribble play. We'll see if that comes back to haunt Guild.
That could have been the worst decision yet.
Rix Ronde will hit it now safely down to the ground, and Guild take game 2.
See, now that's what we talk about comments. Maybe Scrub didn't even know it was 0 seconds left. I've never seen somebody be so purposefully carrying that ball up. 0 seconds left. How are you not going to throw it to the ground, Scrubkilla? It's almost a little bit of a mind game. If you're on Libertas right now, you're thinking, what is he doing? Is he really going to give us an opportunity? And then you can't even capitalize. So Scrubkilla, a little goofy play from him, but I like it. I like the idea. And that was a good game. Guild were able to bounce back. Libertas got a couple of goals in. They had some physical plays, but Guild were just one step ahead of them. And you were giving Nolly a couple of chances that maybe you should have had somebody get in front. Back-to-back double taps. He's going to get warmed up.
And we saw in the last few seconds of that game how important bumps and demos were. The demo opening up the goal line for Libertas, and then that bump opening it up for Guild. And Turtle, I'm sure everyone outside of Libertas was wondering what the heck Scrubkilla was doing keeping that ball up in the air. We've seen numerous 0-second goals happen, so you never want to take that risk, but perhaps the confidence working out for Scrubkilla.
There's nothing worse than the feeling of giving away a 0-second goal. And when Scrubkilla is just going to openly give you a chance and you don't punish him for that's even more frustrating for whoever team is against him.
We'll see how game 3 pans out. Guild taking game 2, Libertas winning game 1. Guild's offense looking to be firing pretty well. Libertas, the counterattack game there for them. Rizek's getting bumped, but recovers. Nolly, faked out by the slow play from Rix Ronde. Pre-flips by the ball. Mike Boy lobs it towards net. Crossbar. Gets the read. Mike Boy strikes first for Libertas.
A lovely little interception. You saw how fast he was. And then I think that was Tho actually going for the demo in midfield. Such a risky play. If it had gone his way and he got the bump, we would have seen Guild explode onto offense. But since he missed, it was such a risky play, such a risky position for him to be in. It was Libertas there to capitalize off of an easy hit.
Libertas snagging that early lead. Nolly.
Oh,
awkward play. What even happened? This one is gonna go in. I did not see how this worked.
Look at the flip. He used the flip and then kept boosting mid-flip to wrap around the ball and put that in. That is an insane display of skill and card control to wrap yourself all the way around and get that angle.
That's one way to set up a shot.
Oh my goodness.
That one unique, Turtle, I would say. You don't see that too often, if ever.
Well, it's also a mind game because if you're the defender and you see him flip past the ball, the best bet is to just go for the challenge. But then Nolly, you don't see him feathering his boost all the way around the ball. What are you going to do as a defender in that situation?
Nolly scores another one for Guild. His offensive presence has been powerful for Guild. Tho will be up, has Scrubkilla across the field, but gives up possession. Scrub off the corner. Chance for Tho. Tho will get the 50. Nolly, with a lot of boost, takes the shot. That one crossbar and out. Guild getting some boost stealing going. This could be a quality chance, but Rizex will now set up Rick's Ronde. Libertas getting some breathing room. Rick's Ronde. Double tapped into the corner. Stays with the challenge. Now Nolly using up all his boost. Not the greatest hit. Back pass from Rizex. Mike Boy gets 50. Rick's Ronde setting up for a 50 of his own. Stuck in the Libertas corner. As Nolly comes in with the challenge and it kicks it to the other Libertas corner.
Well, it just feels like Guild aren't even respecting that much out of Libertas and their mechanics. They're kind of positioned far back, letting them take the shots. And Libertas are biting into that trap and just giving away possession. Look, Rick's Ronde, they're panicking a bit. And Tho is patient. He just waits in the corner, lets the ball bounce, doesn't even care that somebody else is coming to challenge because he knows he can win the 50 and he has trust in his teammates. Guild looking incredible right now with the decision-making. But then, as I say that, Rizex gets the bump. It doesn't matter how good your decision-making is, but then the save from Scrub. What is going on?
That was some shaky defense there for a moment from Guild, but they still are firm enough to keep that ball out of the net. Mike Boy, soft first touch, goes for the flick. It's high. Nolly to himself off the backboard. Lovely defensive play, except for that last hit. However, had Tho very close behind to help out. Scrub and Tho both on the backboard. Low boost for Tho. He'll have to make the play. Can't follow it up. Rizex, center ball to Mike Boy. Mike Boy shot saved from Scrub. Rizex and Scrub Killer both whip. Shot save from Rizex. Guild hoping to keep an extended assault going. Nolly, another 50. Scrub Killer coming in to help out. Can't get the stop. Tho with the follow-up. And now Nolly's turn. Though the demo, that one cleared out.
And I'm amazed right now from Guild's defense. I mean, you can see Guild constantly having somebody rotate in to keep the pressure, then go for the bumps, keep this ball in, stealing boost. Look at Tho being annoying in the corner. And then you can even see Nolly taking his rotation around to the boost pad, then going for bumps. How do you stop him? The pressure is too much. Boost gets stolen. You've got everybody looking for bumps. And then the shot is always on target.
The speed from Scrub Killer. Mike Boy too late on the rotation. Guild, you thought that they did have the advantage just based on possession in Libertas' half. Well, we see more last-second heroics. Scrub with the 50. Now Rick's Ronde has Rizex coming off the ceiling. The shot saved. Scrub Killer controlling. Tho will be airborne. Drops it down, giving up possession. Rick's Ronde taps it back up to Mike Boy. Mike Boy going for the backboard. It's out to Rick's Ronde. Weak bounce pass. And that's going to eat up a lot of time. There's the bounce, and it's hit down to the ground. Guild back-to-back wins move one game away from securing their spot in the playoffs.
That midfield pass in the end, James. I don't know if you saw it. I mean, you must have. The weak little hit into the midfield on the side of Libertas. They had all the pressure. Things were looking really good. A good sequence back and forth. But that one midfield pass that would have led to an execution, some shot on net in a panic situation for Guild, that would have been the tiebreaker we needed, or at least just force a tie in the first place. And yet it's Guild who hold all the pressure.
And Libertas, they scored first, but couldn't hold it together. Nolly, that incredible play where he's setting up his own shot. The save from Scrub Killer. And then Scrub Killer getting that go-ahead goal. That proved to be the game winner with 36 seconds left. And now Guild can do it here. It has been a day for them full of excitement, I would say. And now they can put it to bed here with one more game win.
Yeah, and I'd say, I want to see somebody out of Libertas start stepping up. Usually it's RizX, but then, you think about teams who have one player specifically step up, and I think about Liquid today. Speed had a monster performance, and Guild took down Liquid even when Speed was playing out of his mind. So it has to be a full team effort at this point for Libertas, because Guild, they are so composed on defense. They're not biting into fake challenges. They're always back and pressed in their own goal, but they're not worried about it. If they have a bunch of shots coming on net, they don't basically flail out a net and force themselves out. And then here comes Tho to clean up a shot. The defense doesn't even matter if you're always on offense.
Nolly gets that demo, he gets demoed himself, but there was a double commit on the goal line. Tho had to shoot that through the smoke screen. And I would agree with you, Turtle. That seems like Guild is playing a bit loose, They seem like they're not too worried, just playing their game. And whatever happens, happens. And right now what's happening is they're winning. The bump from Nolly, the shot from Scrub. Nolly getting physical early. And a good start from Guild. RizX open to start a counterattack. That one too far ahead of Mike Boy. This ball will kick right to Nolly. Gets the flip reset, going for a bump. Mike Boy. Pass Tho. RizX will be in the corner. Booming clear downfield. Right to Nolly. Goes to Tho. Tho back to Nolly. Nolly, the shot! Past the defense. 2-0 Guild.
It's crazy. Their entire team for Guild just pushes back, has 3 players waiting for a clear that Libertas are just going to give them, and then they can mount a full-on attack with everybody. If you saw in that final moment, there were 3 players from Guild waiting in the backfield for that clear. They got it, responded beautifully with a counterattack, popped the ball up to somebody on the offense, waiting for a redirect, and you've got a clean shot.
Guild making things work. This one bouncing down. It does get past the defense. RizX looked like it might have been a ball that could have been saved, and he's able to force it past.
Yeah, if you're Tho right now, you are regretting that play. He was positioned properly. He could have had a contact, or at least made contact on the ball. Maybe a little 50 there off the backboard. Instead, he overcommitted, went past the ball, didn't get a touch, and that's what opened up the shooting lane for RizX, where you're thinking somebody should have been in front of it.
Off the sidewall, Nolly. Perhaps looking for Scrub, but it was too far out ahead of him. Tho on the sidewall, gets beat, but Nolly's there. Tho with the demo, Scrub to the corner, can't get the second hit. Nolly will bail. Tho coming in to support, gets the boost steal. Things looking grim for Libertas. Nolly up the sidewall, now off the ceiling. Goes for a quick shot. Ball bouncing out to the middle. Mike Boy will hit Rix Ronde. Rix Ronde to the backboard.
And you can even see on the counterattacks for Libertas, when they do try to put one in or pop a clear up, whoever's in the offensive half doesn't have any boost to work with. But if you compare it to Guild are always back, getting their own boost going forward then. They never have to worry about if they're empty. And that's the difference between these two teams right now. It's just got to be that boost control, because when you put something forward and nobody has anything to work with, you're just going to be giving away possession, then an easier counterattack for a Guild. But then Rix Ronde slots this one under. What happened here?
Well, you see in net, Nolly gets bumped by RizX out of the play. Can't make the save. Rix Ronde
what is that
just
shot,
tapped
dude?
that one in.
Yeah, that shot. He didn't even use any power with his car. He just kind of sneezed on it. Little hit on the top of it, bounced in.
Guild. That can be a frustrating one to go in, especially if you're Nolly. Getting pushed around on the goal line. This one kicking out. Libertas need to win this game to stay alive in the tournament and to have any hope of making it to the playoff round. Rix Ronde. First tap Get it by Nolly, but Nolly turns around, gets boost, and clears it downfield. Mike Boy off the ceiling to the middle. Scrub racing against Rizex, wins it. Will hit it to the side, but Rick's Ronde is there. Now to the corner, though. Mike Boy waiting at the midfield. Nolly trying to keep it close, gets dunked on. Forcing Tho to come off the backboard, who has no boost now.
And Libertas just hitting every ball. They're in position to keep the pressure, but every single hit is going to a goalkeeper. Instead of finding a teammate across the pitch, they're just smacking it right to the goalkeeper for a clear.
Again, giving up possession all the way back to Scrub, but Scrub had no teammate, but this one off the ceiling. Rizex will get there in time. Tho, center. Rick Ronde pops it, chance for Nolly. Nolly, weak first tap, going for the double tap. Or would that have been the triple? Nolly all over the place. You can tell he's feeling a double commit. Nolly, the shot. Gonna put the defense back. He saw the double commit by his teammates. Scrub and Tho needed to get back in time.
Oh, I love the play too. You see Nolly, he's in the midfield, just goes for the midfield boost as Tho bangs it up to him. And it's so confident from everyone on Guild. You can see Nolly right here moving forward, 2 players on offense. He believes and trusts in that pass to go forward to get a shot on net. Makes the defense look silly, and Libertas can't come up with a save.
Nolly is playing faster than I've seen him play in quite some time, getting in the way, wreaking havoc. That redirect resulting in the rebound, and then the finesse goal from Tho. And a big 50 win from Nolly. Scrub waiting in the wings. Tho to the corner. Mike Boy, the 50 rebound opportunity. Can Guild hold on? Rizex on the goal line.
Maybe.
The shot isn't gonna go, and Guild win it 3-1. They're going to the playoffs.
The one thing that was working for Libertas this whole series were those bumps, where everybody got a piece of the ball, and then we had a rotation go in and take out a goalkeeper. But it's Guild still on top, man. These guys, I'm telling you, there is something else about them. I don't know if it's the fact that they're not in comms. Whatever it is, it's working because they are more confident on the field than I think I've ever seen them in a series. Because even in that last play for Nolly, I'm still amazed by it. He doesn't even care about getting the clear or staying on defense. He notices the ball is going to roll back to his teammate. He goes in, takes the mid boost away from Libertas, moves forward, gets a redirect, and then it's Tho with an easier cleanup. It's just so picture perfect from Guild, and they're confident in each other and also themselves.
I totally agree with that, Turtle. I think these players looked like they were playing free. They were just playing their game, playing how they want to play, not trying to overcomplicate it, just playing the game. And it was working out. Nolly was so fast, getting in the way of those plays. We saw numerous solo play attempts that resulted in rebound goals for Guild. And so that was working for them. They were throwing things to the wall, seeing what stuck. And that certainly stuck. They are going to be moving on to the playoffs. That 3-1 series win over Libertas will be enough to put them through. And we're going to go to a quick break now as we recover, recoup, and get ready for the next match. Stay with us.
coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her.
Welcome back, everyone. We saw Guild take it 3-1 over Libertas, and Turtle. Seemed like Guild was playing better than we've seen them play in quite some time.
That was fantastic. I am a big fan of this new Guild that we saw. Before, I was a little bit concerned. We saw a lot of double commits from them. They seemed to get on each other's, step on each other's toes a lot, and they weren't spaced out. But then here, everybody was given so much space. You even mentioned it yourself, James. We saw a lot of solo plays out of people on Guild, which is great because all three of those players individually can make insane plays themselves. Nolly with the double taps, Tho can shoot from almost anywhere, and of course you gotta mention Scrub Killer's 1v1 skills. So when they're all given equivalent amounts of space, that's when they become the most deadly.
Yeah, and just the way they were attacking the backboard, forcing those rebound plays, getting demos on the goal line, getting bumps.
Yeah.
It was tough to see all the angles in which Guild was coming at Libertas because they were coming at him from so many. And that proved to be enough for them to win and secure their spot in the playoffs. But let's shift our focus to this last match of the day, Turtle. We've got the Monkeys going up against Barcelona. We saw Barcelona play earlier. What's your take on this one?
I think it's not necessarily as much of a responsibility for Ronicky as it is his teammates, because I used to think it was all about Ronicky shooting. But with that series against Vitality, Ronicky was shooting so incredibly well. Every single shot was like 200 miles per hour or 200 kilometers per hour. It doesn't even matter. It was so fast. He broke the meter at that point, and he's always striking on point. So I think it just is a matter of setting him up more, because if he's shooting the way he has been all day, then you just got to give him the ball. Oh, and there it is.
Double tap early for Ronicky. What do you think about that, Turtle?
See, now that's what I like to see. You got to set the man up. It's all about Itachi. He's giving it right to Ronicky. Just let him do his thing. Give him space to be a beast. I'm telling you, that series against Vitality, if you go back and watch it, every single shot from Ronicky was insane.
And that is what he's known for. Ronicky, a shooter that's so fun to watch. Devo missed that challenge. And also, a bit of a new name you'll see on the Monkeys, Arju. You remember him from his time on Mouse. Playing with
Super
Cookster and
sub.
Speed.
Yeah. See, I feel like super subs always, that's the best way to start out in this game. I mean, Turbo got that victory at the championship by being a sub. That's the start of a great player, James.
Arju coming in on that roster change. And now fighting for a top 8 spot going into the playoffs. Ronicky. That shot giving the defense some trouble. Ronicky. The rebound chance to Devo. You can see how much pressure Ronicky puts on by himself, taking this one up the wall.
I love the little cut and rotation, too. He was coming back, and normally you'd see a player in Ronicky's position become the new third man and just go all the way back, take some boost, recover a bit. But no, Ronicky knows that if he ball chases here, he can actually cut in front of the defense, get in front of that clear, and go forward. Even if he doesn't have that much boost, he makes a great play out of it. And you said it yourself. You see the impact that he has just by himself against the defense.
Devo passing this one by. You can see that Barcelona outpacing their opponents in these first 2 minutes. Ixo will tap this one in. Arju, rather, will tap this one in. You can see Devo didn't get much of a clear to the corner.
And it was a difficult read too. I mean, those ones off the top little lip where it's coming down is probably the most difficult read because you don't know if that's just gonna roll straight down. A lot of times it's just muscle memory. Devo did get hit, and then there was also a demo that we did see from Monkeys on the defense where somebody was just running around. I'm not sure who it was, but whoever it was that aggressor got a good demo. Then here it is again, the aggression from Monkeys. Now it's tied up. I'm surprised. I didn't think it was gonna be this fast.
Retain. Putting the defense in an awkward spot. That one, all credit really goes to him. Making that play, setting up Arju. Back-to-back goals from the Monkeys. And this game, it started out going pretty well for Barcelona, but quickly things brought back even. Devo looking for Itachi, who will put this off the ceiling. Matane. Back to Ronicky. Itachi up. Sets up Devo. Goes to Ronicky. Ronicky will miss his shot opportunity. You don't see that happen too much.
Really, really good passing play, though. You see all the space that was given to Barca, and they made use of it. It wasn't just one single shot at net. How did this sneak in? I saw two goalkeepers.
Itachi. Look, keep your eyes on Itachi. He gets a bump here on Ixo, who's coming off the wall. Matane wasn't going to get the read either.
Who goes for that bump? Why? It works amazingly, but why? That's my question. That's insane.
Itachi, not only can he make the tough reads on the ball, but also his opponent's going for bumps.
I mean, he jumped, flipped backwards, and then flipped into the guy on the wall to get the save. That is determination to find a bump if I've ever seen.
And that kind of determination paying off. Ronicky will go straight up, won't get much power on it, but Itachi comes off the wall, still too slow. Zarju's taking it downfield, got Ixo in the middle. Ixo shut down by Ronicky. Pinch off the backboard, Devo upfield. Ronicky was hoping it would get through, but Arju had other plans. Now back to Itachi, no boost now for Itachi. Matane getting shut down by Ronicky. Itachi going for this one. Won that 50. Arju will hit it to the corner. I playing that a little fast. Think he had more time and space.
Yeah, it's something that's very common. You'll see whenever your backs are against the wall. If all the pressure right now, which it is in favor of Barca, and you're on the defensive side of that, you just want to get this ball out as fast as you can. So when you're presented with little opportunities, you're going to panic.
Ronicky finds the ball coming out to him. Double tap pass to Itachi. Itachi to the corner, passes to himself. Infield to Devo, and Devo slots it around the defender. A 2-goal lead now for Barca.
Normally, I'd say this is just a great pass, but the shot was also fantastic. Itachi delayed the pass. Then Devo also delayed the shot. You can see why he used his flip in the last few seconds because it almost mind-gamed the goalkeeper. Just completely dodged out the way. Goalkeeper thought he was going to shoot it earlier, and Devo has an easier shot.
Punish that defender for committing early. The Monkeys find themselves down by 2, less than a minute left. Ronicky, second tap, will get it to the corner. Arju controlling it, flipping it. Now Devo pops it up. Ixo testing the backboard defense. And they find a hole. Shot will be wide. Now off the ceiling, Ronicky will clear it downfield. Ixo right there. Perhaps going for the flip reset. Does get the flip reset. Almost scores, but Itachi, that brick wall for Barcelona, proves to be too much yet again.
That's one of the frustrating things about flip resets too, is sometimes you won't get the power. Whenever you're flipping around the ball, you want to hit it with the end of your car, with the side, and scoop it up a little bit, but there, he didn't get any power, and you can even see the panic as Barca win the first game. That ball drops. Everybody on the defense of Monkeys just flying at the ball, trying to put something in, build some kind of momentum for the next game, but it's too big of a challenge.
That game, interesting. Barcelona got that 2-goal lead, then the Monkeys scored 2 goals in just a matter of seconds to bring it back.
Yeah.
And then Barca getting back out there in the lead. Ronicky shooting just as you'd expect. Itachi getting a couple of assists. Devo, a couple of goals for himself. All around good performance from Barcelona.
Good stuff from Matane, though. I mean, if we're going to look at somebody from Monkeys, Matane, that setup right there, really job well done because he was able to scoop it up under his car, get that pass out. But the main thing out of Barca for me, like I talked about, is not only setting up Ronicky, but that midfield pass. These guys are some of the best at what they do when it comes to passing. And we see why, because Itachi on that final play, even whenever he gets it into the midfield, that's more towards Devo, and that's why he can outpace the defender, go for a fake himself. So if they keep this passing up, it's going to be so difficult for a team like Monkeys, who is failing to even stay calm on defense, get a few themselves.
Forget passing.
Itachi.
Time to go for those solo plays, the flicks.
Oh, what was that cheat too? I don't know who was cheating there. I think it might have been. No, it wasn't Arju. Was it Ixo? I think just flying past the ball. That's the bad thing about cheating up a little bit too close there, James.
And that space after the cheat up didn't work. Itachi had all the time in the world, and it's tough in those 1v1 situations, those breakaway shots, to do much of anything.
Nice 50. I love the 50 in the corner. That's the type of play we need out of anybody from Monkeys. Something where you can win a 1v1 challenge instead of your teammates. Now some space here. What does Ixo do with it? I love the pass. Could be a good setup. Devo doesn't get the save, but thankfully Ronicky is there.
Devo on 0 boost needed that help from Ronicky, and a strong shot from Itachi knocked aside. Ronicky taking possession. One demo from Devo. Long shot. Itachi will be there. Pops it up to himself off the ceiling. Now he'll leave it. Ronicky couldn't do much. Devo will save it off to the side. Arju racing in, tapping it around Itachi, but Devo will be there to hit it downfield. Ixo now on the other end. It's back and forth. Long clears coming out from both sides. Arju will push this to the corner. Backboard defense from Matane. Well executed.
Itachi.
Pinch. Itachi has Devo in the middle. Matane, hard hit. Devo, first touch, slows down the play. He's out of boost.
And that 50 is all he needed to do, Devo. Such a good job on defense in the corner. If he forced that any other way or didn't even get a touch, would have been a goal for Monkeys, because they could have had a nice setup opportunity. But Barca, I think they're happy with just playing this boomer ball. I mean, it's not that big of a deal whenever you're in the lead and you can outspeed them and out-mechanic them like this from Itachi. It's not that big of a deal. So just keep playing the slow, boomer ball. And if Monkeys want to keep battling the same way, then I think you're fine. You're chilling.
Devo and Itachi almost making that very close quarters passing play work. Barcelona's been in situations where they're very low on boost a few times and still managed to wriggle their way out of it.
Oh no, all 3 players.
Oh, this could be a breakaway.
Run back. Oh, Ronicky, what a touch. You saw him hustling to get that hit into his own defensive end. Everybody committed. I still think Monkeys, if you're a little bit faster to explode out of the defensive end, you need to capitalize on mistakes like that.
That did seem like a chance. All of Barcelona committing. But still, the Monkeys are scoreless as we are in the final 2 minutes of the game. Devo up the sideline. Itachi won't be able to get there in time. Matane will have Ixo downfield. It bounces off the back wall. Devo on 0 boost still gets a piece of it. Devo on low boost again. All of Barcelona struggling to get some. Itachi having to battle past Ixo. Can't battle through, but does
He's still going.
Find a way to get into position to get the clear. Pass up to Ronicky. Ronicky shot. Forces a double commit out to Itachi. Monkeys now in an odd position. Ronicky in the corner. Matane will take over. Devo out of boost. Ronicky up. The Monkeys, will they be able to do it? They have been forced to make 5 saves. or 7 saves rather. But they need some offense now. Under a minute left to go.
They've had some good chances too. I mean, whenever we hit the 3-minute mark, it seemed like Monkeys were starting to find their stride on offense. There was always somebody up top, receiving a clear, waiting for that hit that would drop it down to the middle. And I thought maybe we'd see Monkeys step up their performance, but now they've fallen back into that style. But the demo, this is what worked for them earlier, the double demo. Now surely somebody would put this away. Ixo, the top corner, Itachi, the save, and Barca still managed to remain undefeated right now on the defense.
How on earth did they escape with their lives?
What?
That series of demos, Itachi last back, you thought that was the moment for the Monkeys. Ronicky infield pass to Devo, off the crossbar, off a defender, and in a 0-second goal. Barcelona will take game 2.
It's one thing to not get a goal, but it's another to help with the other team. Matane, I mean, you can't get mad at him for jumping, trying to pre-jump that shot, and Barca will take this game, like you said, James. And I'm still here shocked that we didn't see one goal out of Monkeys. There was a triple commit on the field, and then they also got a double demo. Where is the execution? I feel like not only are they missing that final shot, but they're missing the pass. Because normally whenever we see a team go for maybe an attempt to punish the other, they'll have a nice little easy midfield pass to make sure the shot is as simple as it can get right in front of the net. I feel like we're missing both of those pieces here.
And it all started with that first goal on the very first kickoff. Itachi taking advantage of that cheat, had so much space, got that flick. And that was pretty much the game winner. We saw that last play, Matane hitting that one into his own net off that opportunity from Barcelona. Devo putting that shot towards net in the final moment. But that game was quite close, and Barcelona's defense, it seems like in terms of defense, Itachi is the player who is finding or finding a way to get back in those situations where they really need to make a defensive stop, and he's making them. Itachi playing phenomenally well for Barcelona.
Well, I think Itachi is an underrated defender overall, because one of my favorite parts about his play, especially on defense, is the fact that he's so good at predicting where the other team is trying to move the ball, whether that's a pass, a shot. Even here, we can see Itachi getting in front of it. And then in the final seconds of the last game, he was able to predict where the other team was going to strike the ball, pre-jump that save, managed to get a hit, and he kept Barca alive here to be in contention for a sweep. As I think that was a demo play from Monkeys. This is what they couldn't capitalize on earlier. Finally, the shot is there.
And Ixo gets a demo and then a bump on Devo. The best way to get rid of Itachi, just demo him off the field, then you won't have to deal with his saves. Follow up bump on Devo. That was just to secure it. Good physical play from Ixo. And the Monkeys, they got shut out last game, but they score first in game 3 with their tournament life at risk.
And it's got to feel good to finally put one away. That's what we've been waiting to see. You know, I was telling you, it just seems like they're missing that final execution. Not only the pass, but also the shot. Speaking of the shot, it was open. It was wide open. I don't know if the angle was a little bit more difficult than what I was seeing, but that should have been in.
Ixo gonna wish he had that one on target.
That's so sad if you're on Team Monkeys or even just a fan of them to see that go unscored. That's rough.
Itachi diving all around the bumps and demos. Devo flies right by that one. Thinking about half rotating, thinks better of it. Now to Ixo, Ixo to Arju. Arju has that ball go past him. Itachi getting bumped again on this back line, low on boost. Ronicky getting tangled on the post. Itachi still on 0. Devo and Ronicky will take it upfield despite that fact. Itachi finally coming in with full boost. The challenge, Arju flicking that so high past Ronicky. Now pass down. Itachi breaking up the play. Arju off the backboard. Ronicky will go down the middle.
What a demo, too, from Devo. I don't know if you saw him on the rotation back. He was able to cut off whoever the player was to receive that midfield pass. off the backboard. Devo, I mean, these guys, I'm impressed with Barca's defense. I always thought that that's what struggled the most, but maybe it's not even their defense that's good. It's just the fact that Monkeys aren't shooting on target. That's the second or third one in this game that I'm thinking to myself, that needs to go in, James.
I think that was Ixo again, hit the very same post that he did last time. Ixo and that post forming quite the rivalry. Ronicky, cross field. Devo uses up a lot of boost for that 50. Ronicky off the corner to Itachi. Itachi shot off the post. Everyone's hitting the post.
I thought, maybe it was just Monkeys, but no, it's contagious. Barca now have the curse. They can't find an open net and slot it in. Itachi, like you said, had the chance. The demo had come out. Now we're just waiting on the execution for both these teams, and then Itachi will wrap around the ball, save that one again. They only trail by 1, and he kept it away.
These bumps wreaking havoc on Barca. The physicality of Monkeys in game 3 paying off. The infield pass. Arju finishes this one off. A great game from the Monkeys continues as they extend their lead.
There it is, fine. That's got to be such a relief for Ixo, too. Not only was he setting up that play, but he air dribbled it so beautifully across. That's just got to be such a nice confidence boost for Ixo, a player who had been struggling previously in this game. And now Monkeys, they got the safety net. You just got to chill. You got a minute and a half left. Make sure you win these 50s, going for some big clears, and you're not letting up with your aggression.
Matane trying to weave that around the defense. Ronicky clears it, but has to pay for it with his life. Itachi going for the backboard. Matane booms it all the way back to Barca's corner, eating up tons of time. Ixo couldn't get the double. Opened up the shooting lane, however, but the shot was not on point. Itachi was even fooled by it. Ronicky, pass off the wall. Ixo now off the ceiling. Ronicky shot towards net, forcing the save by Matane. Matane, well done to win that challenge pass back in the Barca corner. Time running out for Barca. Not able to find any good looks.
A little bit of hesitation, too. I mean, I've been noticing on the defense, you have that player who's going to go forward in the midfield and get a challenge, but they'll kind of slow down a bit and not use all their boost to challenge, and instead wait it out, see what the other team are going to do, but it forces a weirder 50 and a slower one at that. And that's what's not keeping them with that same amount of pressure that we've seen within the past few games.
Well, we see a 0-second goal. No, Devo will hit it to the ground. The Monkeys do respond and stay alive in the tournament. We're at least going to see game 4, Turtle. Monkeys figuring things out when the situation gets dire.
And you just got to make sure Ixo is feeling confident. I mean, after missing a few of those open nets, I don't even want to pick on him specifically, but I mean, it's just something you have to consider mentally. If a player has missed a few open nets, they've got to be frustrated. But the fact that he got that assist, I think, is super important. Because normally if it was Monkeys winning 1-0, Ixo didn't get that play, I'd still have a lot of confidence in Barca to close this one out. But now I'm kind of starting to think Monkeys, things are looking up for them. They've gotten better at passes in. The pressure has actually been there, and they've been able to break out of the defensive end. So things starting to work out for Monkeys.
And even on that breakaway, it was tough to tell from my angle, but it looked like it was maybe just too fast of a ball for him to get around. But so other than that, playing a big role in every goal, getting the demo, getting the bump on Devo, the air dribble pass to Arju. It was a great all-around game from Ixo. Will we see that again? Serious point yet again for Barcelona as they try to make this one happen.
We got to see a reset, too. I think they were a little bit passive in the last game. I was waiting for them to come in for some challenges here and there, but instead they decided to back up. There was even a moment where Devo was coming in from the midfield. He just waited, turned around in rotation, which is something you don't want to do when you're trying to get that 50 win. So, Barca, be a little bit more confident, go into those challenges, think you're going to win. Itachi, get the bumps, and then Ronicky with the shot. This is routine. This is Barca. This is what we know them for. And a good job from Devo there in the corner.
And Itachi with these 50s and the bump plays. That is exactly what you want if you're Barcelona, is a floating ball in front of net for Ronicky to take a shot at. 9 times out of 10, you'll walk away with a goal. Devo passes to himself off the ceiling, now down to Ronicky. Play broken up by Arju. Double tap, huge double tap from Arju. Itachi was playing the miss.
I'm confused because Arju was going in for a lot of the hits on offense. He got that clear into the corner, that massive boomer, and then also got the bump, but there was nobody to support him, nobody from his team pushing up with him.
And speaking of pushing up, we're seeing that done by the Monkeys right now. Matane keeping the ball in the corner. Devo will try to flick it since he's on empty. Ixo over to Arju. Arju 50s past Ronicky. Itachi getting 50'd by Arju. Ball creeping back towards Barcelona's goal line. Ronicky getting it past half. Will pop it. Matane comes in to set it up. Shot opportunity for Devo. Goes for the double tap. Ixo read that play so fast to get on the backboard to deny the double tap.
Yeah, and that's something so rare out of defenders. Normally it's routine and a habit to just go into net on the rotation. But you're right, he read the play so well. He knew a demo might come out. So instead he went on the backboard with the best possible chance to get a block. And Devo, sure enough, went for the classic Devo, double tap. And it didn't work out because he was ready for it.
Credit to Ixo. But Monkeys still find themselves down by a single goal as we approach the halfway point. Ixo, a save. Now Devo will get out of dodge. Leaving space for Ixo. Ronicky on the sidewall has Itachi in the middle. Infield pass. Rebound out to Devo. Devo, easy peasy. A 2-goal lead now for Barca.
All it takes is just one little simple double commit. And I'm looking at Matane. He knows that his teammate is there. You need to have better awareness on defense. Matane waiting, rotating to net. He sees Arju on the wall, who's gonna go for that challenge. He needs to be the one to stay in net, be a little bit more passive. But instead, he double commits with his teammate. And then now there's a wide open net for Barca, and they continue the pressure. They are not letting up and not letting that previous game get to them.
Barca playing some solid Rocket League. A game win here will send them through to the playoffs, and they'll round out the bracket. Ronicky trying to backflip shot that one. Devo. Little touch. Ixo doesn't let Itachi take the shot. Double tap to the middle. Ronicky wins the 50. Going up quick for the backboard read, but Arju had it first.
Matane demoed the last back. He's looking for another one, but yet again, it's Ronicky on the rotation back, always chasing the ball, always finding a hit and disrupting whoever's trying to get a counterattack. He's now prioritizing boost.
Ball greater than boost. Ooh. Ronicky will tell you that himself. Arju. Itachi. Now Arju again popping this up to Matane. Backboard chance. Ixo with the shot opportunity. Goes for the pass. The give and go. It was a good idea, but it wasn't enough. And now on the other end, Itachi to Ronicky. That's how you do the passing plays. Barcelona, with under a minute left, score their third.
And I think this is such a good representation of both these teams. We saw this exact same passing play come out of Monkeys. The execution was just not there. Whoever was striking the ball was not ready. But then Barca, the experience, they have this routine play where they go on offense, get that pass 1-2 quick, and then somebody's there for the shot. They practice it over and over again. Just much more polished than that of Monkeys.
Even Itachi, that flip reset challenge, putting the defense in an awkward spot. Ixo has to score now if the Monkeys want to have any chance. Arju off the ceiling. This could be it.
Follow.
Ixo denied by Ronicky. I thought that was going in for sure.
That's got to be the end. That was the last chance to get yourself back in this series. It's so frustrating. He's been struggling with striking all day long. And to finally get a chance here in what is this? the last 30 seconds. You can't put it away. It's got to be GG's.
And the time ticks away. Barcelona take the series in 4 games and are moving on to the playoffs.
So clean from Barca. I was a little bit worried last game. They didn't get any shots that went in. The offense was so much slower, and they were not playing nearly as confident. I don't know if I would credit Monkeys to breaking out their own half, but it just seemed like Barca, for whatever reason, decided to lay off a bit, try something new. It didn't work out, but then they come back again, recover, have that confidence moving forward. They're winning challenges. You saw Ronicky striking like the normal bangers he's hitting. He's been hitting those all day long, actually.
I mean, it seems like he's been hitting it all of his career. Ronicky,
he doesn't
scoring
stop.
shot after shot.
I don't know how he gets the power. That's what I'm wondering. Is you can see a great striker because he's hitting all these shots and he's accurate, but to find power every single time, it's so difficult because you have to time that flip perfectly. Ronicky just makes it look so easy.
He really does. Just the way he can air roll into position.
Yeah.
Always hitting it with the most authority possible. Ronicky, a big part of that win. Also, Itachi playing extremely well. 3 assists from him. Devo, rock solid as usual. Barca getting this win. So we got to witness it ourselves. And I know what we think, but let's send it over to the desk to hear their thoughts.
Well, no one wants to hear my thoughts, so I'm going to get these guys over here.
No, I don't hear Leafs. I don't hear Leaf. All right, Achieves. How are you, man? We just saw Barcelona with Ronicky putting it home. They had a tough schedule today. You know, they played BDS, they played Vitality, but Fairy Peak, he was saying that when Ronicky, he has a shot, he's going to hit it. And that's what we saw throughout the series versus Monkeys. They put up a fight, but at the end of the day, Barca was the better team.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm just, if you're a Monkeys fan, it's really, really sad because regional event 1, you make it through stage 1, no problem. You get to stage 2, and then you get bounced out 2-3. You're like, sweet, regional event 2, let's do it. The exact same thing happens, and you're like, man, what do we got to do to make a playoff one of these times? It's just been so unfortunate for the Monkeys. They played well, but I mean, what are you going to do when Ronicky and Itachi and Devo are just winning every challenge and making great shots?
Yeah, that offense looks so scary. We talk about hot and cold teams. Barca's one of those teams, when they're hot, they can beat literally anyone. We've seen so many different winners throughout Europe, and I think Barca, like if they have a hot day tomorrow, they can easily beat anyone.
So that one doesn't count because it was only the chat heard me. So
okay, we didn't hear you.
We're not adding that one to the ticker.
Okay.
I'm getting a freebie on this one here. Okay. But yeah, no, let's keep it on Barca real quick here. Just talking about going forward, you know, we talked about their inconsistency in the past. We've talked about how they've kind of just been that a middle team here. Now they're into the top 8. Is this finally when we see this team show their true potential, Gibbs? Is this now a team that's fighting for the top 4 and maybe a grand finals at this point?
So I think they have a chance to be a top 5 team. The hard part is who they have to play going forward. Vodafone Giants is their first matchup, and they didn't really have any say in that because they lost to BDS and Vitality. So the top 3 teams in Europe right now. So right now, I'd say Barca has that possibility of being a top 5, and tomorrow's going to be a really tough task for them. But even if they lose, I think they are still in that conversation.
And the Chiefs too, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, Gibbs nailed it.
Okay.
I think they obviously can play well, and looking forward, it's either Top Blokes or Barrage. And I mean, Barrage is also a team to watch out for because they didn't play on this stream today, did they? I don't believe so. So that'll be fun to get to see them as well.
For the Monkeys looking forward, then, I mean, like this is, you know, it seems like we don't talk about them a lot here. Is this achieves a disappointing result for them, or making a top 16 still a good thing?
I mean, yes. Any competitor in Rocket League is going to tell you it's disappointing they didn't make day 3, but they know that they can do it. I mean, it's 2 regional events in a row where you've made day 2 and you've gotten bounced out in round 5 again. You know you're right there. You know you can do it. It's kind of like grinding ranked in Rocket League, right? It's just like, I should be here. And it just takes one good day of where you just crush everybody for like 10 matches and then you'll rank up.
Well, let's take a look back now that this day is done at the standings. We started with 32, we brought it to 16, and now we are down to our top 8 Gibbs. as we sent some teams home that maybe we didn't expect to, like Team Liquid.
But the icing on the cake, I think, is BDS, your regional champions, Top Blokes, your regional grand finalists, the top 2 seeds going into tomorrow. So they're right back where they were. Maybe we'll get that rematch. Last time, I think Top Blokes, a lot of people thought a little bit of an easier road, but obviously they've won a grid since then. They can definitely play. But we got the heavy hitters, that's for sure, through our bracket stage.
And Endpoint. Surprising to see them get bounced out 1-3, but they lost to BDS, Vitality, and Guild today. So tough run for Endpoint, and they don't make it.
Of course, we mentioned those top 8. We want to find out how it's going to play out. Let's take a look at the bracket for tomorrow. Stage 3, our final stage for the second European regional, is going to be. Sorry, I think we're almost there, but we saw our top 8 teams there. So we'll continue to talk about these teams here first, I guess. Any other surprises for you, Chiefs, out of this group, or matches that were beyond maybe what you expected?
Surprises. I mean, obviously Barrage, but they played well, and I'm excited to get to see them. But I think that's really the only surprise. Obviously, outside of Team Liquid, we're expecting Team Liquid to win. But here's your graphic, Leaf. You got what you want.
Okay, I got you baited.
Here we can see.
You can continue on, Chief.
No. I'm looking forward to Top Blokes and Barrage, obviously, because I want to see them play. I've said it like 3 times now. And curious to see how far Fadeaway makes it. We all think that they probably should have made it in Regional Event 1 to the very least Stage 2. So to see them bounce back and make a playoff and have Match 1 be against a strong Vitality is a tough ask, but that's what I'm looking forward to.
And again, your top 8 here, of course, Guild, BDS, Fadeaway, Renault Vitality, Barrage, Blokes, Barca, and Giants have made it in. The big question, Gibbs, we've been asking throughout the whole day is, will BDS repeat this? Is Renault going to be able to step up? But BDS is the big question.
That top side of the bracket is tough. You have Guild Esports where you literally don't know what they're going to do. So they have a chance to make an upset. They'll probably play with no comms. Maybe they won't even look at their monitors for tomorrow. And maybe they'll win. Who knows?
This whole time, guys.
Yeah. Who knows? But Vitality and BDS, they're both on that top side once again. That is a matchup. Lumen, BDS got the better of them last time, but we all know Vitality, they're a really good team. They're probably the best team in Europe right now. So it's going to be very interesting top side of the bracket.
Of course, they are fighting for something. We got to show you what it is exactly they're fighting for. Let's take a look at the prize pool. And of course, more importantly, for down the line, the points that these guys are going to be fighting for. This is a circuit system now across RLCS X. We're still in the fall split. Only 2 regionals we're going through right now for Europe, and points are on the line. Achieves 351 for first place. Of course, it's kind of nice to get 30K in your pocket too.
You'll always take a solid, cool 30. So, but you're right. The points definitely the important one. They feed into majors and they eventually world championship, of course. So, points definitely what every player is looking for. But you're right. No one ever said no to a few extra bucks.
And Gibbs on these points too. I mean, BDS taking that first one obviously is well ahead here. They're in a pretty good spot, but obviously they're going to want to get as many as possible. But just being in the top 8 again, it's going to help them out significantly.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge, but they need to continue with these results. We're only 2 regionals down. There's 9 total. Then there's also 3 majors that are so many points. So BDS, they need to keep up this level. They need to take down Vitality again tomorrow. And why not? Just get a huge lead in split 1. Maybe you can coast a little bit in split 2 and then split 3 and make the world championship as top 6 team. It's possible.
And before we sign off here and get some final thoughts, I do want to announce I've got some great info in for you fans out there. Of course, starting tomorrow, we're going to be doing a best of fan rewards for the drops with some of your favorite drops, going all the way back to phase 1. Yeah, geez, you're excited for this. Keep your
I was curious.
stream
I was
open.
like, what?
This is going to include all that stuff, like the ballistic goal explosion, splash, and more importantly, the hustle browse.
That's the most important. Yeah.
Well, all from the dude himself there. But yeah, so lots of stuff. If you guys want more information, that of course, check it out on @RL Esports Twitter for more info in regards to that. For you guys, any items specifically? I know I just want some more browse. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, Splash. That's always a win.
Splash. Okay.
Yeah, I think I have all the items because I always have every stream on because I just want more drops. So I think I've got pretty much everything I need.
My second monitor, it's got it up there.
Those titanium white epics or whatever they were.
Oh, there you go.
The
Yeah.
first season we did. That's.
I don't have those. I don't. Yeah.
Well, we'll find out if we get some more drops tomorrow. We'll compete, see who got the most. For now, I got some final thoughts from you guys on our stage 2 here as we look forward to our playoffs. Gibbs, start us off.
3 Swisses down. We're moving to the playoff bracket. Cheers.
Yo,
Oh, he's already got the ballistic goal explosion.
that's amazing. Oh, that's my final thought. I'm so jealous of that mug.
Yeah.
Wow.
Honestly, I think we're cutting both of our final thoughts off here. Gibbs finished the show for us. Thank you guys so much for joining. We'll be back again tomorrow with a pre-show and some more action. Top 8. Who are we going to crown a champion? Well, join us to find out.
We work hard, we play harder, we push it to